go.
Especially
And
to turn down my illegally acquired content.
then
Like, technically, I'm all wide awake. I'm just still tracting from my huge pasta dinner I had.
mm,
Sauce really does make pasta heavier than it should be.
yeah, I feel you on that. I just got done eating, and I feel also feel it. It's kind of funny how that would happen, even if it's not like that big of a meal sometimes.
Oh yeah, I'm noticing that more nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Have that. But weekend was actually pretty cool. Just got to put in more hours of Zelda. I actually am going to be falling off drinking for Friday, so I could just put in more hours of Zelda.
Nah.
So I'm like, yeah, I'll just drink on Saturday this weekend. Fuck it. I want more Zelda hours. I'm just gonna be like getting me a huge thing of grape juice and some sparkling lemon water, and that'll be my drink for Friday. Good old sparkling lemon and grape.
Nice, nice.
Then like, was it during Sunday? I had a visit from my sister and the girls, so
Oh, cool.
they my sister needed to use the washer because like her apartment can be kind of a cluster. And yeah, the thing about having a shared laundry room in apartment buildings like that,
Wilma,
you gotta wash your stuff.
Hello.
Hey, hello.
going?
Not
Doing
much.
pretty good. Just talking about how my weekend's been going. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's just got to see family unexpectedly on Sunday. Sunday's usually my hangover day, but I recover a lot quicker these days. So by the time it's like 10 o'clock, I'm good. And as soon as I got that call, I'm like, okay, jumped in the shower, tidied up a lot of
Hmm.
things, and then just like, okay, bring it on. And I was just waiting, waiting. But
Wait, so you recover quicker from hangovers,
I
like the
do.
older you get?
Not. I'm not sure if it's the older I get because the way I do drinking nowadays, it's like I leave something for a hair of the dog, so it's
I
like
see.
counter liquor.
Got
Ah.
it.
So that's why I
So
recover quick.
you have a prep. You have a system.
Yes.
I see. I mean, I don't do a lot of drinking, so I'm pretty sure I'm like still lightweight as ever. So.
I mean, I don't even go for hard stuff. I'm just mostly beer. Uh, Mostly because my main addiction is carbonation, and
Hmm.
that's why I buy a lot of sparkling water. This is like ever since I cut soda down, it's like I still like the fizz, so
Right.
I get
Hmm.
like sweetened and unsweetened sparkling water, and that shit is just that's uh, I would say that's my rocket fuel and my kryptonite.
Yeah, Brenda's been getting some like stuff from the Korean market, and it's like really, really low on sugar, but it has carbonation, and it actually tastes good. It's like it's supposed to be. It's almost like the quality of a diet drink, yet it doesn't taste like diet drink. You know how like diet drink has this very like
Like
fake
a
sugar.
bland taste.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
kind of weird aftertaste. It's kind of like
right.
metally.
And so we've
Yeah.
been trying different things, and it's been quite interesting that we've noticed there's a lot of Korean drinks have like really are really really low on sugar, like a lot of
Hmm.
them, and yet it
Yes.
tastes nothing like a diet drink. Actually
Yeah,
tastes
I mean,
fruity and tasty. So yeah.
I usually fuck around with the what's called the tea drinks that they usually sell in Walgreens and stuff that you can pick
Mm.
up in other places.
Yeah.
So I always used to get a lot of green tea and oolong, even though it wasn't sweetened. I just really loved the taste of those. I'm kind of weird when it comes to my palate. I have a lot of different tea neat. Like I told you guys that I usually have this pitcher of fruit tea, fruit sampler tea from Twinings or
Mm.
whatever the company's called, Essential, I think. But it's like cherry, peach, whatever. I just get like 3 bags, put it into a medium pitcher, get some hot water in there, put it in there overnight, and then drink it the next day. Oh my god, that shit's refreshing.
Hmm.
I
Mm.
don't
Hmm.
put anything in there. No sugar, no lemon, no anything. It's just like to me, it's just like having water plus extra things.
Right.
Hmm. That sounds really good, actually. Should try that.
Oh yes, I recommend just doing nothing but cherry and then just putting it into a pitcher. Just it doesn't even have to be hot water. It could just sit in cold water for about 18 hours and you'll still get pretty good shit.
Hmm.
Cold, cold brew tea. Yes, yeah. Family went came over to visit. I let the little one play some arms on my Switch, and then the other one just kept running up and down the stairs, and she was just like so excited just to be over. And then my sister's just taking care of some clothes, and she went over to her friend's place to make some cookies with the girls. So it was like, yeah, it's a nice little family visit, and they're talking about, yeah, might be seeing more of them. So it's like, yeah, I keep the place clean, nice and clean. So come over whenever.
Nice. Nice, nice. Right now the stream is on, but I didn't start recording, so I'll start the recording now. I think everybody's audio is
Yes.
good. I believe. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nothing's changed, so great. All right. So the
A
recording
lot of
started.
stuff has been happening these past few weeks
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. We're in episode 124. Yeah, and there's plenty of links on the Discord that is been posted. More details I found on the whole writer strike thing. And then there's a trailer for Gran Turismo, which is fucking weird.
Yeah.
The Game Freak is making a samurai game called Project Bloom. Uh, Seems we're pretty perplexed by it too. And then Open Roads team splits from Fulbright after toxic workplace allegations. Oh boy, more toxic workplace allegations. Yay. Overwatch 2 canceled their PvE,
Yeah.
Jeez.
effectively making the part 2 in it even less important.
Yep.
Good job them. Um, Telltale's The Expanse episode 1 arrives in
Wait,
July.
hang on. With the Overwatch 2 thing, does anybody like that game? Because I've only heard like big Overwatch fans like they play it, but like no one seems to really like it.
I think it's
uh,
just one of those games people play for the characters, honestly. Like they like
Sure.
the character
like they play
designs
it
and
for
they
the
try
world or
making up
the
their own lore about them.
right.
I mean, I
But
guess they,
potentially.
yeah, I mean, they kind of have to since they don't support the original Overwatch anymore. So it's kind of like,
Right.
it's
I
like the
mean, Overwatch 2 is exactly Overwatch 1, so
yeah,
it's literally not. You can't. No one can tell me that it's not the same thing. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking thing. It's just slightly, like a slight tinge difference. It's more like Overwatch 1.1, which is the funny meme, I suppose some people are saying.
And
So,
sometimes games are like that where they're not technically sequels, but they feel like expansion packs.
yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, for sure. You had that with like Left 4 Dead and stuff as well. But I mean, like the thing about
Yeah.
Overwatch is like I mean, I remember they announced it like that and well, I guess that and something else. But Blizzard announced that game like right after that whole fucking thing with um with the
The
like the free
workplace.
Hong Kong stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like that they like it
Butch
was like
Chung.
right after that. And
Yeah.
as soon as I saw that, I was like, they're just doing this to get back into people's good graces. They don't actually need to make the game. And it seems like that's the case. Like, it seems like,
It feels like very
it's
convenient
totally,
timing.
yeah.
Yeah. Which is actually, a really another funny thing if we're gonna talk about that is that the game the PVE stuff, like they've shown so much of it that it looks done.
Huh.
so it doesn't make sense
Oh,
even
well,
less.
that's even worse. Yeah.
Yeah, like I just recently was what I think I even posted it up on here where it showed one of the main guys that made Overwatch, Jeff Kaplan, who is pretty much a lot of people see him as a pretty beloved like designer because he was very transparent about all the things that were happening, and then until he left, like a lot of people were noticing a lot of things are changing that seemed like it was going away from what had originally been the theme of what he said that like they were working on, which is even more ridiculous because they literally showed the PvE stuff. Like there were straight up trailers practically while commentary on it of the entire like one whole campaign, and so it's like it's fucking weird that they would just say, "Oh yeah, we're just not doing this anymore." Like what? Like you practically already had it done. Like why are you just not releasing it? And as far as I can tell from what they were talking about is like sure they have like gonna have story contents like they've had been doing every so often, which is like these one-off PvE-esque arena type modes um, that they've been doing already, but they're saying like they're not doing this level up system, like they're taking that out, and that's the part that is kind of confusing in terms of like how they're reporting it. It makes it the way they make it sound like is that they're killing the entire PvE, but when they show their whole like roadmap crap, um, they're showing that oh yeah we're gonna have PvE in there. It's not that we're not gonna have it. We're just not gonna have the progression system. That's the thing that's being taken out. And then that for a lot of people like wait a minute, like that's the whole point. That was like
Right.
why is this not why is this Overwatch 2? It's because there's a progression system, so that's how people have been seeing it, and that's how it sounds like. So the PV is still going to be there. It's just going to be the same PV they had previously, which is again just having AI running around in a swarm like round based situation in a small map and have no actual level up progression system at all. So yeah, that's what's going on with that, and it's pretty ridiculous too because they actually have fully animated and modeled textured characters that you're only going to see in the PvE because those characters are like the actual NPCs you're fighting. It really doesn't. It still is just like if you already spent so much money going through it, just see it all the way through. Like, what is the point of making your a two and not do anything with it? And yes, there is also
Yeah, it
that
is very
to
odd.
yeah to that question about the whole Overwatch 2 thing. It's again like it's like people like enjoyed the game because it was a lot like in my opinion it was more casual. Like it's you just get in, have a little bit of fun even if you lose. It's still fun to play the character that you're doing and using. And there's like this low low feeling of what's it called? Investment, I guess, for the like winning or losing because you could easily just get into another game and then there you go. And it's not all about your like ability to get your headshots all the time or know the tech so hard that you knew how to like you know 360 no scope people all the time. So I think that's why people played it. And again, it is a little bit like what Dee was saying is like people just enjoyed certain characters that they're playing, and it was just fun to play the character regardless of the metas and all that stuff. But then when you get into like when you start talking, and it depends on who you're talking about. Like that's the casual, right? And then there's the people that are like playing every day and they're playing ranked. When you talk to those people, obviously there's like a goal in mind, and right now like the ranked system is like it's really confusing. It's like you get ranked by your skill level, but you don't really know what skill level they're referring to. And on top of that, you're leveling up per class via ranks, meaning your not overall account is being ranked. Say you're at gold, right? And then there's like bronze, silver, gold, right? Let's just say it's like that. You rank your tank character up to gold, but now you have to rank all your other characters. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to, but the problem is that you rank up to gold on your tank because that's the only role that you could get the quickest, likely, and then you want to be able to rank up your other class types, but you would have to spend maybe a little bit longer on the queues, and then run the risk of losing, and there's a lot more, stress involved, I guess, in that. But you can't play with your friends who say you're ranked gold, but you can't play with them because their other classes that they play are still lower or higher than yours, or too high, right? So then there's like these other things, other things involved. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, pretty much this is now. I think for the most part, most of the people that were still playing Overwatch was expecting kind of content that they were, talking about, and it's even worse. Like the way it's being reported before about how being like the PV isn't completely gone. It's just the most important part that was being gassed up is gone,
Right.
which is this supposed progression system that each character has 3 different like trees of leveling up that you get to play that character in a different way. And that's a lot of fucking characters if you think about it. Like what do they have? Like over 20 characters now? I don't know. Like it's a lot. Like there's a lot of characters. And each one is going to have their own like large leveling up skill tree. So that's like 3 times that, right? And people were probably invested in it because of the characters that they love the lore, and then they wanted to play those characters in a PvE setting. But now that's gone. Like, what else do they have? Because it's
What's up,
just
everybody?
hello, sup.
Hello.
We're just talking about the Overwatch 2 stuff. We're in the recording in the stream session.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Well, my bad. I was fashionably late to the Fellowship
all
of the
good.
Goobs.
We were all
I mean, we
late.
just started
We
like
were
5
all
minutes ago.
Yeah, we didn't
5
start.
hours ago.
No, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5
5
minutes.
minutes. 5 minutes. Very big difference there. But I was just saying that that's the reason why people played. Yeah, is the casual end to it and the jump in and out, and the fact that you could play with your friends so easily. That was like the big thing, right? But then like if you're playing these characters and wanted to get into a PvE situation, and you're not much of a PvP player because there really nothing else in that game other than PvP. And
Yeah.
what they were trying to tell people and was that it was going to have a system that was going to rival like Diablo. Like it was going to be Overwatch's Diablo experience. And
Wait, they said that?
yeah, people they
What?
legitimately
This is
said that.
this is the more you're saying, the worse
I
it
know.
is. Like they're just
Yes.
like gassing it up so much.
So much. Yeah,
Wow,
it was
that's
and the worst of that, all that shit is that again, like I said, you can find the videos of them showing an entire storyline. Like it even showed cutscenes, it showed events, it showed bosses, it showed character like enemies and NPCs that you're fighting, fully animated, textured, modeled.
Huh.
I
That's
don't
crazy that
understand.
they had so much going because I mean it's like everybody keeps pouncing on on the same point that like the reason to make Overwatch 2 a thing to begin with was having this
Was to
other
have a
mode
PvE.
of PvE, right?
Right.
Like otherwise like the current experience of of Overwatch 2 is basically Overwatch 1, but you know
But in a
but with
PvE more story ended or PvE
yeah.
setting, yeah.
I haven't played the new Overwatch, but I
Oh, it's
from what
exactly
I
the same. It's exactly the
right,
same.
that's
It's
what I hear,
literally
right? Like
exactly the same.
it
Yeah.
has the same maps. Sure, it has some more maps
New
and some new
maps.
and maybe some new updated
It's
visuals
just
and stuff.
small, yeah, small updated. Like the characters are a little bit more balanced. Some of the characters play differently. There's new characters, and then the teams are more balanced when it
But
comes to.
nothing
It's not 6v6. It's now 5v5. So I mean,
but
it's the
nothing
same
that
fucking
it would
thing.
have necessitated a completely
Exactly.
Right.
different game.
Right.
Exactly. And then I just fucking what a dumb excuse too. The excuse is that in order to bring this live service, oh my god, this live service quality, like we won't be able to sustain that by
I
also
see.
putting in
So it wouldn't
effort.
have made enough
Uh,
money. Got it.
yep. Yep.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. And
Mhm.
that's exactly the case. Oh, and also, so here's another thing. Some of the video also goes over it. Then this is kind of like reporting on ends that obviously the reporting is conveying the contradiction of the PR kind of aspect to it, right? So there was like things about situations where the company will say that we're bigger than ever, we've hired so many people, and it's like,
Right.
yeah, but they don't specify how many of the people had left because of
Right.
all the
Yeah.
shit that's been happening, plus COVID. Like they don't report on how many people had left and who those people were, because these are like, we're talking important people that have like years of experience, right? Like you can't just, it's like I lost this 20-year guy that's been for the company for 20 years, but I'm going to hire 20 people with only 1 year experience. That's going to balance it
Right.
out. Yeah, totally. Like, and that's the thing. Like, there's other things too that contradict also how they're reporting some things. Which, remember, we were talking about how some people were saying, "Oh, there's the whole COVID lockdown made it so that they had to work, like the progression of games had been slowed down because
Right.
of the lockdown and stuff." And then the opposite is that it hasn't. People are saying it hasn't, and then
Yeah.
other people are saying it has, because like the significant like difference between having to get your easy answer questions versus with a person with a cubicle next to you versus, oh shit, I have to call them, oh wait, they're all the way in a different time zone. Like
Yeah.
like people don't like realize there is logistics to those issues that had happened, and also double checking the workload wasn't so easy. So it's like people like the studio says, "Oh yeah, we're doing fine. We're we've we've made our operations. We're like advancing in operations, stay at home and stuff like that, making it sound like oh, everything's hunky dory, everything's on time, when it's exactly not the case. It's exactly not the case. And then the opposite too is that, oh, we're like, now we're opening up for we're having people come in office work now, and that's great. And then the opposite to that is that, oh, that isn't great, because now like they have to change their lives to go in office, and it's probably more expensive for them to even live near the quote unquote the campus, right? um so there's a lot of people quitting, and they don't even tell you like, oh yeah, we've hired so many people, we're like a couple thousand strong, la 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 la. It's like, nah, no, you're not. Like, you ain't strong. You're just not admitting that there's like all this shit is piled up against you. And they can't, and for whatever systems that they had probably in place to make this game that they were trying to pull off with the PvE, they're probably gone. Like, they're probably not, don't even work for the company anymore, and all the secrets they had
Huh.
is gone with them. There's like people even saying like Kaplan may have like may have left because of exactly all the changes that were happening in that sense. That he was like, oh yeah, they're never going to do PvE. Like Most people are convinced that's the reason why he left, because he was convinced that the changes that they were trying to go for, and the money that was not being seen that they could make from the PVE wasn't enough to
Right.
justify it.
Justified.
Yeah. And they saw the numbers from Diablo Immortal, even though it was a giant, PR disaster for them. Um, like no one actually like says that was a great game. It's
But
like
they made
nobody.
money. That's the important
Yeah,
part
that's the
for
problem. Yeah, they made they
I
actually
mean,
they made $1 million a day. Like that's how crazy that mobile game was going. And so
I
they're
get,
like,
it's
why
hard for.
bother with
I
the
feel like
PvE?
yeah, it's really hard for the developers, right? Because at that point they're really, fighting economic forces that are just beyond their control. Like
Yeah,
at the end
yeah,
of the day, a company is a company, and their
Sure.
point is just making money. So if they're going to find a way to make
right. If it's
all of the
easier to
money
make,
rather than some of the
yeah,
money,
yeah. If they were gonna, if it was easier for them, if it's cheaper for them to make, uh, the platform free to play service game, make more money
I
that way, then they're
guess,
gonna
but I
just
mean, it
go that
seems like
route.
they already spent most of the money, like on the development costs. It seems like they were like pretty close to releasing it,
Yeah,
though, right? Like that's the
I'm
thing. It's
well.
like
Well, it's even worse. They probably. This is what I'm. So this is my prediction, based on what I saw. We're gonna see it. We're not gonna see. We're gonna see the PVE. It's gonna
mm,
be a shitty version of it.
a
Okay.
diluted, free to
Yes.
play
Yeah.
live
It's gonna be.
service.
yeah,
Yeah. It's gonna be diluted, and we already know it's gonna be diluted because it's not gonna have the progression system. Like that was the
Right.
big thing, right? Like to progress, like to have leveling up and stuff like that into the game itself. So they're not going to have that, but they're going to have that PVE in there that they were working so hard on. And I bet you that it sucks even worse is because most of the people that worked on it probably don't even work there no more. So there's not even gonna like pretty reap the benefits to it. It's like whoever's there is gonna reap the benefits of it. And
yeah.
then
I mean,
on
it
top of
could
that,
be. Good. Sorry.
it's not gonna it's gonna the next iteration of that supposed PV is gonna be trash, even worse,
Sure.
right? Because they're only gonna reuse the assets they already have and whatever like events and levels that they already made. They're just gonna reuse what you already saw in. And dude, I'm telling you, this was years ago, that they showed these things, and
Yeah.
I bet you it's not gonna be anywhere different. Like it's not improved. It's just the same fucking thing that you saw last time, and no one touched it. Like that's what I think what we're gonna see. And then the one after that, the one that the actual team had to create from scratch, is probably gonna complete garbage. Just nothing. And I would even put bets that they would even say, you know what, we're never gonna do PVE at all.
Yeah.
Like it's just too expensive.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But we'll probably see the maps that they were already creating, or like you said, like all the assets that that were already made, for that. They're probably just gonna get reused.
Yeah,
for
they're just gonna reuse. That's
whatever
all they're gonna
events.
do. They're just
Yeah,
gonna kit bash it together, slap it together, and then if they ever decide to, oh yeah, we're gonna make another PvE event, and that was just recolored version of the same thing that you've already saw. Like it's just gonna be that slapped together. I promise you, there's just no way that
You
they're
know-
just gonna dump that asset. Like they're saving
Oh, yeah.
it, and they're just gonna say, "Hey, artists, redo it, and take the base of it, and then create something else out of it, and we'll just call it new."
It's too bad that they're not planning to make a new game out of that stuff, because famously Overwatch actually came out as
yeah, it was like
came out as
originally an MMO first,
yeah, exactly. It was called Titans or something. Like it was actually like the
right?
yeah, basically the leftover product of a project that they canceled before that, and like out of that came out Overwatch. And unfortunately, we're probably not gonna see the same thing happen. This
Well,
time around.
that's the funny thing. Like the Kaplan even says, like how he words it, it was that was the original concept for the game in the first place.
Hmm.
Like the
Oh, the
reason
PvE
why
thing?
the PVE was
Wait.
the original game. Like that was his game. That was their game vision to start with. And it was not, and it just only transformed into Overwatch because I'm pretty sure the way it went down is like, okay, well then how are we making our money, right? It's like, okay, fine, and then like we're gonna make it a PvP thing. We're gonna make it, a hero shooter, and then like that's gonna compete against the big boys,
Right.
right? And then finally like he wants to like push out that whole PVE aspect, which was the original concept for it, to have it at a level of like story driven campaign farmy have fun with your friends
Right.
Diablo-esque game. And that was
It's
like
funny that
the
they
original
already
vision.
had. I mean, they already had a working model of a PVE game like that already worked in Diablo, and
Well, I
that
bet you,
you know.
man,
I
I
was just
bet.
thinking right now that oh, I guess this was around the time that Destiny was still coming out. That wasn't exactly the huge success that everybody was thinking about, so I can see where they were, in doubt, but they had Diablo. I could
Right.
see that the model could work.
Right.
Like, right, yeah. Like, people know of their games in that way, anyways. I mean, Kaplan also had, like, he had a background in WoW. Like, that's his, he's was with before he left, he was with the company for, like, 19 years. I mean, that's a long time. And that's, yeah, there's a lot of experience there that could have easily translated to, like, a good, decent game, at least. Um, and then like the original concept clearly was meant to be the PVE, and I bet what was going on was that it was like he was like, I'm gonna take advantage of this moment, and I want to do a last push to see if I could, come out with the game that I really wanted to come out with in the first place, which is why it went with the whole PR thing, with them releasing this whole like, oh yeah, we're gonna make this and that and that and this for Overwatch 2. Let's forget that the whole Blitzchung thing ever happened.
Yeah.
And they probably only, and here's the thing, you can't. I bet you, he was just taking advantage of the situation because he knew that the execs was like, man, we gotta do something. What do you got, Jeff?
Yeah.
He's all like, oh, this is my moment. I can actually make my game.
Right.
He's like genuinely excited, and then they're all like, so you need what for the, what budget for the PVs? Like, I need these people. And he's like, okay, we need to put more money on this side, so you can only work on your PV stuff between 8 at night to 4 in the morning. And you only have 4 other members to help you. Like, here's your budget for that, for you little funsy project, but you only could do that off hours. Like, that's what I imagine, like, the sit down is. Like, how bad it is. It's like an Office Space thing. Like, you have one of the exec guys is like, he's just sitting there, he just looks pissed, like veins are popping out of his like out of his like neck and shit. Oh man, God. Anyways, so yeah.
That's interesting. I remember being there for that BlizzCon when the original Overwatch was announced. What's his name? Chris Metzen was the one who announced it. He was like super enthusiastic. He's like, "You'll always remember the day when this was announced." He wasn't wrong.
Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, all developers are always excited about the game that they're coming out with. There's not.
Of course.
There's literally.
One would hope so. When a developer comes on stage and they're like, "Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good," you're like, "Oh shit, I'm not buying this."
Yeah, exactly.
They gotta be pumped.
It's a runaway hit. So,
Right.
Yeah, true.
everything is kind of a mystery and a surprise. It's like you could put your heart into something and it turns out to be, something that doesn't sell. Then you could not try on something and it turns out to be like
Right.
20 million seller.
I mean, you think about Fortnite when it launched, and it was a PvE, and it was like, oh, no one really played it. And then,
Yeah.
a month later, the Battle Royale came out, and they're like, oh, it's just going to be a little side thing, and that's what took off. And now nobody knows. They're like, wait,
Yeah,
Fortnite has
nobody
PvE?
knew
What?
the
like,
PvE
Like, oh, yeah,
existed.
that was the way it started, yeah.
Yeah, I feel so bad for those people, original creators of
Yeah.
that. What's that thing that sucks the most about like the whole like game industry as a whole? It's like you get it's almost like acting where it's like you're typecasted It's like, oh,
Yeah.
you're known for this, so you're only going to get your next job because you were known for the previous successful thing you did. And in the exact opposite too, it's like, oh, this was unsuccessful, so therefore, you're only going to be like getting a lot of no's on the
And
next
if you
job.
do try something new, if you actually get the chance to try something new, and that new thing it doesn't like sell gangbusters,
Right.
you're pretty much done. Like
Right.
you have to.
It's pretty stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some developers make it work. Okay, like for
Yeah.
example, the guys who are making Lords of the Fallen, the Dark Souls kind of ripoff, they've had what is it, like 3 different games at this point that none of them sold really well, but they still keep going with the same thing.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it
it could
also.
be-
I mean, a
it
lot
could
of that
be
depends on
budget.
like development costs as well. Like
Yeah,
Remedy
exactly.
does the same thing, where a lot of their games don't do well. Like Control sold nothing, didn't chart on MPD, but they made it for $30 million, so they can still make a sequel. It's like it's
Well,
like
When you
balancing
have
act.
when you when you budget yourself correctly and you have reasonable expectations, crazy what things can happen, right?
Yeah, and I mean
like-
that's a physics-based AAA highly polished game, and it's like, yeah, like let's learn from this, guys. Like, come on,
I mean,
we don't need to spend $1 billion
Yeah.
on Call of Duty, and it still is shit.
there's also the other aspect of too, like, where is the corners being cut? Like, you don't know. You don't actually know if they, did they do some things to not have to pay certain things? Like, I'm not saying that every game.
What do you mean, like
company,
shady stuff with the employees or something?
Yeah, exactly. Like, we don't know.
Maybe. I mean, I imagine in this day and age we would have heard that by now, just because like that's the every like front page story at this point.
Yeah,
But it's certainly
I mean,
possible.
if somebody were to say something about it, right? Most of the people that are from the game company that they got a bad experience from, like, you're probably not going to hear from them because if they say anything out loud, they're done even more so. Like, now they're nuclear. Like, no one's going to touch them, even if they're right. Like, I mean, take what's his name, fucking the guy that made the Doom soundtrack. Like, over a year of not getting work because of how bad the situation was, and he didn't say anything because he wanted to do everything correctly via like the right channels to resolve the soundtrack that he had to go through. So, and that's a year.
I think
and
it
I bet you
depends on
some
how much
people,
fanfare the person or people who are leaving has.
Right.
Like, if the public,
if you're
backs
unknown,
them, they're
no
good.
one's gonna give a shit. Yeah.
Right, because exactly. Like when like Kojima left Konami because of the work conditions and the way they treated people, then he became a folk hero and was like, oh yeah, fucking make your own second party studio, absolutely.
Right.
We'll buy your games even if they bomb. It's fine. Like,
Yeah. And, there's going to be some people that are hardly known at all. Like, it's really hard to, like, be a working, like, you're, like, working 40, 60 hours a week. You have no time to make your own social media. Like, at all. Like, to get any sort of following on your own end, right? To get a name that isn't just you're attached to this project. Which is really sad, and then, like, it doesn't have as much pull when you say something that's clearly wrong, that's like morally wrong, and you want to point it out, and you might get just blacklisted without even knowing it, just because you're
depends
a
on the
problem
company
child,
too. Like, I think it's a case by case basis where
For
like
sure.
it depends on like
For
your
sure.
NDAs and stuff, right? Like, if somebody
Yeah.
like Rockstar, when you leave, if you leave before the game launches, you're not credited. Like, so
Right.
like you can't put it on your resume. So it's like, well, either you stay or you leave with nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
there's
tough.
there's actually other things too, where it's like you're involved in, say, like, let's say that you're involved in just retexturing the project or like remodeling parts of a project, but you can't really get credit for that because you didn't start it from the beginning, and you're only hired by contract, and then by that contract could also say, you only work there for, like, say maybe 6 months, 3 months, and then you'll just get work that they can't, like really small like fixes, and then you're not getting credit for that too, because right, like you didn't make it from the start, right?
Mm.
Usually. So like it really depends. Because sometimes you're just reworking somebody else's stuff that they started from the beginning, and they're only doing that because they like, oh, it turns out this character can't use this type of thing, or maybe this character doesn't have a robotic arm no more. You just need to recreate that one arm. That's it. Like that's all I need out of that. And unfortunately, due to the way it's set up, like obviously, why should we'll give you credit for the arm, sure, but we don't want to, like have that involved or something like that. Plus, also like NDAs where like you can't even post up the artwork that you actually did in it. I think that one's to me the worst, right? Then you just
Yeah.
how do you put that in your portfolio? Like, and then when you're done for that, say 3 months, 6 months, and they have no more work for you, then you're like, okay, then what I do, right? Like, I didn't have any time to work on my portfolio again, and I could barely, and I'm just used up the money that I did to pay my bills, right? So it's like, like, is it really that fair? I'm pretty sure that there was definitely plenty of ways for companies to skirt around the edge of like, hiring actual employees versus, hiring contracts after contract after contract because it's cheaper and disposable. It's like your Burger Kings, versus a full meal, right? Like fresh made right in front of you, which is better quality in the long run, but they don't want the long run, they want the short run. And then there's also studios. Some studios don't even have their own art team. Like they just literally there's art houses now, or for years it's been like that, where they'll contract out all the artwork and all the concepts to a art house, and
Yeah.
they pay them to create the concept, and then they'll take that and then they just there we go. It's branded under the studio's logo, even though they never touched it themselves. They just said, we want to make a game, and this is the 3 things that you need to incorporate in your design. And who knows if those art houses even get credited for that. I mean, they should. Obviously, as an art house, they would have that in the contract. Like, we have to be, part of the project. I mean, there's just this one in San Francisco. I think it's literally called Concept. I think it was called Concept Art House. They do a lot of the Riot Games artwork. Like they do artwork that either from scratch of new skins and designs, or they'll take the original concept and then make a new one. And so they have like huge, like they've done Blizzard stuff, League of Legends, Magic, and like Warner Brothers. They're all over the place, but they're only a concept art house. So they do environment art, character art, 3D art, UI design. If you want not to have your own studio and you just want to make the game and you only pay your programmers and your engines and shit like that, there you go. You just contract out a concept art house, you get banger designs, like high quality, a lot cheaper, and it's disposable. You don't even have to freaking, talk to them all the time. Yeah. I mean,
You could just treat them as like an AI prompt,
for reals,
generator.
actually.
But once in a while you buy them pizzas.
That's such a you know what's really funny? You make it that's a joke, but that's
No,
actually how it is. You kind of
That's exactly no, that's exactly. It is half joking, but that's exactly how I envision it. They just kind of give the money. They treat them,
yes.
with all contempt. They're like, and we'll send them some pizzas as
Yeah, but
Right.
is that
Good
better or
job.
worse than the revolving door of like artists in a normal studio?
That's
Yeah, I
true.
know. I don't know.
Because I would imagine that
genuinely
there's
don't
pros
know.
and cons to both.
Yes,
right? Like-
100%. Yes. I am with you on that. Like both of them are like, what demon do you choose, right? Like
Yeah.
it's it's tough. Like very tough. And what's another funny thing about that too? It's also kind of fucked up. All right, so there was this thing where in the concept art house, the designers because that they were working on the because like let's say uh let's say I don't know, like big game studio doesn't have art team, zero art team, right? They get concept art house or whatever concept art like art studio, like okay, they're in contact with them. We need to make a cyberpunk game. Boom, they make all the designs, blah blah blah. They get paid for it. Here you go. It's now yours. Great. Then they're like, this stuff is great. I love it. Can you get that same person to do it, this and that? And they do it for years, and it's a successful game. And they're like, okay, the game is successful. We now have money and budget to have our own art team. And then because they know the people from the art studio, they start talking to those people and they poach them. Right. So now this art studio that they once were contracted with lost their team members because they got offered a better budget, whatever, I don't know, whatever, to actually be a game studio. It's fucking disgusting. I think it's disgusting. I think it's kind of fucked up, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It Go ahead.
Headhunting is common in the industry.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean,
it does seem insidious, but it happens.
Yeah,
that's what I was gonna say. Like it is gross. It does happen in every industry though. Like literally, like it is an unfortunate like byproduct of big business.
Yeah, it's very. It's like, it's crazy, dude. So crazy, and for the individual people being hired and like beginning offered these things, totally makes sense for them to take it because it's probably better in the long run for them too and career wise. So like, it's crazy. Like at that point it's like how do you make it so that the people don't leave? It's nuts. I don't even know.
Right.
But anyways, we strayed so much from that.
Was that the first topic you guys were talking about?
I mean, we were going down the list and we got stuck on the Overwatch 2 thing.
Well, yeah, because that one was fun to probably lambast and shit on.
Yeah.
What was the list? Sorry. I came in late.
I mean, it wasn't that long.
We didn't go through.
We started on the Hollywood writer strike thing, more explained, and then the Gran Turismo trailer, and the Game Freak making the Samurai game. Open roads, more fucking allegations there, all that, more of that shit. Yeah, Overwatch. So you didn't miss much.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. We didn't go through all of it. The one thing I got from this whole writer strikes explain thing was that one of it had to do with the issues with streaming and like the payout for that. But there was another one that they talked about I found really disturbing was the writer for Bear, like he was getting paid so little that he like when they got an award for the show, he was like his bank account was like in the negative, like it was just bad that he had to like rent out suit and tie just to even go to the awards show and stuff like that. So it's pretty wild.
God, it's true what they say, if you're a crook, you're cheap. You're a cheap crook. Like all these people are like making millions and millions, and they're like,
I'm glad the writers are striking. I hope it lasts a long fucking time. I don't care what it does to TV or movies. It slows it down. Like this needs to be fucking handled. Like this is insane.
You know what? I'm all with you on that. And on top of that, I don't even think like the quality was good to begin with right now. Like the quality of the writing has been kind of going downhill with streams and stuff like that. There's
there's good stuff out there, but you gotta dig through a lot of shit.
Exactly. That's the main point. There's just so much shovelware right now. It's just insane.
That's the thing. I almost don't even really touch my Netflix because it's like, what is there to watch there?
Yeah, I agree.
I've been going there for for mainly those those crime things or whatever, documentaries
Oh
and
yeah,
shit like that.
yeah.
That doesn't
Oh,
need
yeah,
writing. That doesn't need
It's true.
writing.
I will watch I will watch a good one of those on Netflix here
Yeah.
and there for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Because it's and you know what? And I know that me and Brenda are catering because it's mainly Brenda like trying like she looks at those things up all the time.
Oh
But
yeah.
I know I looked at the numbers and I'm all like, man, this trend is kind of stupid. Like where it's all the docudrama stuff and the murder mysteries and stuff is just it's
Always
just
number one.
yeah,
Mhm,
it's
mhm.
so high up there, and I do agree when people like say that this is kind of fucked up for the people that live these situations, and they gotta rewatch these things or hear about it about
Sure.
how like these traumas that they've had to endure, and it's just like it's even worse when the companies don't even bother to like, hey,
No, they're
do
not
you
gonna.
yeah,
No,
Mhm,
like
no.
mhm.
do you want us to mention you or blip you out or something?
Right, right.
Oh my god. Um like no way. No way. But yeah.
There's still some good things out there, and I'm kind of concerned about their writing, but a lot of other things that are also ending, like Succession, for example. It's next.
Barry as well. Ending. Yeah.
Mhm.
Barry. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Barry's
Um,
last episode's coming up.
that's crazy. I just watched the first episode of the new season with my brother. Like,
Ah, okay.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've been
Can't wait to see.
me and Brett have been keeping up with it, so it's
Nice.
been good. Been fun.
Yeah. Just got
Um
into I just got into this other show on Amazon called From.
hmm.
I don't know if
Oh
you guys have
yeah,
heard of it.
that's with Harold Perrineau from Lost and Matrix, and isn't he
Yeah.
like the main character, one of the main characters in that?
Yeah, he's he was the guy who played Link in the Matrix, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's great in
Oh.
it. Yeah, it's a fantastic show. It reminds me a lot of Lost, actually.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
remember seeing because I think Carlton Cuse, one of the creators of Lost, is like one of the
Mhm.
creators of that too. And yeah, I remember seeing previews for it. I'll check that out for sure. Bad name though, bad name.
Yeah,
It's terrible. It's terrible.
like
They couldn't think of anything better. Yeah, they just needed something.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Everything else is taken.
Yeah, all the other
Um,
ones were good. They were all
but it's a good
taken
show.
away from them.
Season because it's the first season is free on Amazon Prime. The second season you'll have to have a free trial of MGM,
Huh.
and I don't know.
That's weird.
Even if it's new. I know, right?
Well then, and then there's so the writer strike, and then what's
Oh shit! What the heck is
saying?
that? My bad.
What's it called? Oh yeah, the Gran Turismo trailer is so stupid. Like it's a person that plays the game, and then they, for whatever reason, I forget what was the reason to do it, but they're gonna make that elite Gran Turismo player actually be a real racer. Like somehow that
Oh,
translates.
that totally translates. It's
Yeah.
exactly the same. What are you talking about?
That easy. It's that easy to be a race car driver.
Yeah, I guess so. It's one of those kind of stories where it's all like, he has the tenacity for it, and the goals and the
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's enough. It's the same thing
work
as
ethic.
No.
Yeah, it's that kind of shit. Yeah. And of course,
They're
the
pixeling
super
it.
villains.
It's pixels, but with cars. That's what they're
Yeah,
doing.
like, and the villain, of course, is always like, is is saying
Somebody who's
exactly
actually
what the
been in
audience.
this.
Yeah,
Somebody who's actually
he's
been in
saying
the
what
sport for his
audience.
whole life.
Yeah, no, yeah. The villain is the guy's like he's all video games, nah, boo, and
Right.
he's just saying what the audience is saying, right? And so now he's like the villain that's saying like, yeah, you're never gonna be good enough, nah, 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 nah. And then of course you're probably gonna have like a montage of him like getting better at actually racing, and then they do the whole thing where it's like, oh, I've raced this track all my life. He knows this track so well because he's played the game so much or something.
Right.
The
Now he
previous
just needs to develop
champion
the
goes
skills.
off the rails, and he gets left in the dirt, and then he gives up first place, and he goes right behind him and says, champ has to finish the race. Oh wait, that's Cars.
Wait,
No.
wait, this is from Neil Blanc,
Yes.
whatever his last name,
Yes.
Wait,
from District 9
Yes.
director.
wait, he's
Yes.
directing it, or he's a
Yes.
producer on it?
No, he's directing.
How
Yes.
Oh
far,
man,
how far the great have
What
fallen.
Fucking
happened?
weird, right?
what the fuck happened to him? What?
That's why I was saying, what the fuck? I was like,
Oh man,
this is weird.
they better be paying him a fuck ton of money, cause holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
They're
yeah.
not.
This
I
better.
mean,
This better
what
goes
has
to.
he done? What has he done that was as successful as District 9?
I don't know, man. I think I'm pretty
Yeah, you're
sure
right.
this is.
You're right. I can't argue.
This is pretty
one
much
of-
like. This is like his way of just. I need to get the money for my next project.
But Neil Blomkamp's career, made me realize exactly what my family feels like, about me. It's like, oh man, you had so much potential, but you're such a huge disappointment.
Damn.
No, but seriously, like, I think we were all excited, after seeing something like District 9, and like, he had some really interesting aesthetics. And the thing is that, like, he kind of just pigeonholed himself into like just following the same aesthetics for every single movie he was making.
Sure. Yeah. 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 At the same time, though, I mean, like everything before this one would at least this is his original. Like, it's definitely has a more original design. And his own signature at the very least. This one, like, I do not see Blum. I don't see him here. Like,
Yeah.
it's just his name is there, but I don't see any of like.
Right,
his
they just hired him for
stuff.
his technical competency rather than.
Exactly right. Like, I'm pretty sure it's because he knows how CGI effects work so well with and cinematography for it, and he knows that he can do action really well. So like, fuck it, go for the gold. I ain't gonna knock him for the if he's making the money, then he's making the money, and obviously they're trying to go for like a blockbuster-esque kind of thing. Which is
I think I'd rather
what a
watch something more
goofy-
realistic, like Twisted Metal.
Huh? Yeah. Okay.
I hate to be a one. Well, what am I even saying? I'm just saying this to pay lip service. I hate to be a downer, but just because something's based on a video game doesn't mean it's going to be a good premise for the screen.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I know.
usually not the case. It's
Yeah.
more often than not the case.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I mean, even the best example, The Last of Us on HBO was okay.
Yeah.
Let me just hot take this. All right, there's a better chance that a good Cheetah Man movie could exist than a good Gran Turismo movie. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
how bad it is.
I don't. I
Looking to me
I
right
don't. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's just Gran Turismo by name in the sense of like the
By
the-
name
the-
only, right?
Yeah.
It's
Brand
like,
yeah.
what is
recognition, yeah.
Gran Turismo?
Exactly.
You just do races around the worlds, and it's like there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that. But can I see that as a movie? No. Can I see
Yeah.
that as a movie where it's just like I play Gran Turismo, but I want to do the racing for real, or they headhunted me because I was good in a video game, and now I can
Yeah.
do races for real.
It's just
The
such a,
premise
I
is
look
so
at it.
ridiculous.
it's such a stupid premise. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
so
like,
it's
why-
honestly
it's so-
condescending.
Yeah. It's so ham-fisted in the sense of like, oh, we know that Gran Turismo is a game, so let's just have that as part of the story. I'm like, maybe you shouldn't do that because it's a little too fourth wally. You know, like it's just
Like,
too.
hey, why stop there?
much.
Why not make a Call of Duty movie where someone's good at Call of Duty, so they enlist?
And now they actually go to war. Yeah.
Yeah, then they end up stepping.
I
on
would
a
watch
grenade
that
and
actually.
all
That
the
would be
kids-
fucking hilarious.
No,
Like, I know war. I played Call of Duty. It's like,
You know,
Oh man.
that's really fun. Yeah, I don't understand. Okay, you know what they should? You know what we should have done? They should have watched Top Gun Maverick. Like, I love the fact
Yeah.
that the feeling of momentum and just like seeing how like the human body is affected as like
Right.
as you're taking like all this all this really tight curves and stuff. It's
dude,
it's
that's a good.
something
I mean, that's a good idea.
yeah.
It's like Top
Yeah.
Gun Maverick, but it's a race car movie. Because I mean, the same sort of shit happens to the drivers that happens
Right,
to the
yeah.
pilots with like the high G's and shit.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
In the trailer, it that's like the hurdles that he's trying to get through because he can't physically withstand the G's that they're going through. Like, it's
Right.
in there, but it's not obviously it's not Top Gun in the
He's a
sense of
gamer. He's not in shape.
yeah,
Come on.
exactly,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Exactly. Like it's there, like they mention it, and then that's like his story arc where he's trying to get physically in shape to actually
What?
do it. But
He's
it
like,
doesn't make
he's
sense in
gonna
this.
grab a Mountain
It's
Dew
so,
and
such a
a
still
bag of
stupid
Cheetos, and
premise.
they're like, I got this, guys.
Like even the audience should understand like this is a ridiculous idea. Like no one would do this ever. Like ever. Taking any gamer and then saying like, yeah, we're gonna train you to be a real thing of the thing you did in the game. Like that doesn't make any sense. It's so dumb. Yeah.
But that's why it's so inspirational. It gets people to believe, that they can
Yeah.
be
Oh
a
my
race
God.
car driver.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make a Fortnite movie, and then now you have to do a 1x1 in 30 seconds.
Like that art.
Hammer,
I mean,
nail, and everything.
there's a way to make a movie out of a racing, car, the, you know, a racing car competition. Like you don't need to like fourth wall,
Yes, you
put,
don't need to put the game part
a
aspect.
video game. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Like,
it's Sony and their multimedia initiative. They don't really understand what people want. Like they're just like, oh,
Yeah.
it's Gran Turismo. We want racing fans and we want gamers. Gamers want to see themselves in movies. Let's just make the main character a gamer. Like, yeah, I guarantee you, like that's the fucking
Yeah,
logic
that's
behind
the-
all of this.
Definitely.
mhm.
That sounds about right.
I mean, honestly, I just want to see more of that. High G's having effects on the human body for Top Gun Maverick. That was fantastic. That
Yeah.
just added so much more realism and drama to that. Even if it
Yeah.
wasn't realistic in the way that they're portraying it, but it was just so good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the making of this stuff is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They actually had to train and actually be in those planes and experience the high G that they would be having to deal
Right.
with. It's
I mean,
funny.
plus also the fact that like, training for that specific route is basically like racing a car, in a track. You're doing the exact same thing over and over, but you're doing it slightly better each and every single time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if you like racing car games, that's basically one of the one of the appeals. The thing that you're trying to do, but just perfecting it each and every single time that you do it.
True. There's Game Freak making a samurai game, Project Blue.
Interesting.
So Game Freak, made Pokemon stuff.
Preface it by saying this: even though Pokemon is one of their most notable things, Game Freak was always a third-party developer, so this is not a huge departure from what they usually do.
Hmm.
I do think that the way they described it. Also, this is actually the first time I'm hearing of Game Freak being a contract developer for a Western project.
Yeah, you mentioned one of their other games that they made a couple of years ago, Little Town Hero.
Yeah, Little Town Hero, but also they did other things. Like one of their most notable games before Pokemon was a Sega game called Pulseman. They worked with T&E Soft, who made the Light games. Not really great games in my opinion, but it had a bump attack system that inspired these. But said game that Game Freak worked on was more of a platformer game where you can't jump, but you have this little creature who is your means of jumping. So I was thinking like the game might be not necessarily a spiritual successor to that, but it's just like, yeah, it's using an ancient Japanese theme just like that, and I wonder if it. I mean, who's to say? It might not be as fantastical, but Game Freak might have been hired for a reason, so I am going to naturally think that. I don't know. I mean, but basically, yeah, they did things like Timbo the Badass Elephant, which was on any system but Nintendo systems. So again, this is not. This shouldn't be the huge twist people think it is. Going like, oh, but they're going to work with Nintendo. Yeah, but they're not really Nintendo exclusive developers. They never have been. Yeah, they're next door neighbors now, but they still have their own things to do. So
Is this a samurai game supposed to be open world? Because that's what I had heard.
it looks like that's what was mentioned, and it's due for 2026, which is going to be a ways. I mean,
Oh yeah.
the PS5's going to be the end system for that at this point because it's like it seems like it's late enough to be time for PlayStation 6.
Right. That late.
But the way the
Haven't really
industry's
seen it.
moving, who can say?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We'll see what comes of it. So what's this open roads team splits from toxic workplace environment? Do we know anything other than just the headline?
No, I'm just reading the headline as any of you are. I'm just going to
The
assume
roads take me home.
the most natural thing about most workplace happenings like that. It's like thoughts and prayers, but it sucks that it happened. We should hold these people accountable. And what's the other thing? It's like, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to sound like indifferent and cold to it. It's just like, yeah, it's a thing, but I don't really know the affairs of what's going on.
We're talking about the open roads thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to that, and I mean, I agree with you, D. Unfortunately, it has become sort of like school shootings where we've all seen it so many times that we've unfortunately developed a
It's like
certain
numbing
level of
effect.
apathy for it. Like, and it's not that we don't care. It's not that people don't care. It's like, oh, this sucks. It happens again, and guess what? It's gonna happen again.
Yeah.
And that's the unfortunate reality of it. And it's like, I really like Fulbright. I played Gone Home. I loved it. It's like one of the best. I think that and What Remains of Edith Finch are like the two best walking simulators ever made. Then they made Tacoma, which is like a space game where you're like investigating what happened to this crew, but it's like after the fact, and it's very interesting. So I'm looking forward to this game. It's a shame that this happened, but
Yeah,
yeah.
So it's a game lead apparently that got stepped down from
Yeah,
uploads.
so Steve Gaynor, the lead. It
2
seems like
years.
there were some issues. It from what I read, it didn't seem like it was anything sexual or anything. It was more just like he was kind of not treating the people underneath him well, and he was, I don't know, he was being an asshole or something. But like he took some steps back from that, and yeah, it seems like they're gonna separate, and it will be credited as an open roads team game and not a Fulbright game. So that's interesting.
That's interesting. Do you think this is the kind of stuff that unionizing of the industry, would be able to not completely prevent, of course, but placate?
not really.
Yeah, I think
Places
this is a
have
different
union
issue.
jobs still have abusive people working in them.
Yeah,
Like you can't change a person just being like they have these like they're acting out on their feelings because it sounds like what I'm reading here is just that it's not like like a like we're not breaching a law issue.
right.
This is just he's an asshole.
Yeah,
And
it's just
maybe
terrible
that
procedure.
asshole came from something else too. Like he just I don't know, he's like dealing with stress that he doesn't know how to like properly communicate or maintain some sort of like not repeatedly broken down by microaggressions. Like that's what he did to some people. Like his
Right.
microaggressions had 12 staff members exiting the studio because of repeatedly broken down by his microaggressions, and what
I mean,
that
is it
means is
microaggressions or is it just behavior problems? Because like it's not.
it's his behavior. Yeah, they said his behavior reportedly led to 12 staff members exiting studio. I'm gonna skip the gender part because like they always just go with women, and then like, was it a women issue? I hate it when they do
Okay,
that.
well,
No,
there's the
I'm
magic
just
word.
yeah, I know. Like that's the thing where I'm like I really get annoyed by these generic ways of saying things, but then when they put in with women, like it's like, okay, was it sexual or are you just putting that in there for the fact
Right.
of right?
I
You know
feel
what I
like
mean?
I feel like if it was sexual, it would have been like the focus of the
Right.
article.
Exactly. And it's not the
Right.
focus. It sounds like he's just his behavior just upset 12, 12 members and it's just a repeated like issue of, and they quote, repeated broken down by microaggressions. And
Right.
so it just sounds like within their studio, like they're not addressing a repeated him, either it's being angry or he's doing things that's implying something, and then the third thing is like transparency of like him communicating is like, hey, I'm stressed right now, hold on a second, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
there's moments like look, we can all get angry, and then that's a
Right.
thing that everybody has. Like it's not a uncommon thing, or sad. Like maybe he's sad at something and he's putting that stress out to other people. Like it's like that's another way to put doing it.
Yeah, or
You know,
coping mechanisms.
Well,
right?
it
And
sounds like
then
if
we
he's
don't know.
doing it, it sounds like I mean it is a problem. It is a problem of sexism. If it doesn't need to be sexual, it could just be a problem of sexism where he's just like he's angry and treats
Yeah.
people of
Of a certain class, yeah,
exactly as lesser just because whether he does it consciously or unconsciously, he's just
right.
picking
So
on the people who that he thinks he
it
could pick on.
could, yeah, it
Right.
could be that the 12 staff members either is coincidentally women, or that he targeted and he's always harsh to specifically women. And
Well,
in
if it's that frequent,
you
it's
know,
it's not a
yeah, if it's
coincidence.
that frequent, then clearly there's like, okay, then there's a bias, right? Like there's a clear
Like
bias.
twice is a coincidence. 12 times.
And it doesn't sound like he's doing that as like, oh, they're not, like nothing has come out according to this, has nothing come out about them not reciprocating his advances, if he has any advances, which it doesn't sound like it, because there's
I mean,
a quote
that's
here
yeah.
that says, my leadership style was hurtful to people that worked at Fulbright, and for that I truly apologize. So that's why he's leaving, because he was yeah, stepping back has given me space and perspective to see how my role needs to change and how I need to learn and improve as part of a team, including working with an expert management consultant and rethinking my relationship to the work at Fulbright. I cared deeply about the open road. I'm gonna skip that part.
Yeah, it just seems to me this is just a case of someone who isn't really good with people
Yeah,
and
he doesn't know how to get feedback.
possibly has problems with women that they might
And
be.
yeah, and it could be that. Yeah,
A mix of their own trauma and hangups could just have been manifesting poorly in a work environment of dealing with people that they can't see for their work and they can only see whatever is going to be. I don't know. I'm not trying to super psychoanalyze it,
yeah.
although that is exactly what I'm doing. But
I
I
think
would say that this is common with a lot of
workplaces.
where you're
Yes,
dealing with
there's
tech.
not a lot of
Or
training in
especially
workplaces.
a studio that has garnered so much success as they have, because
Right.
like On Home was like a huge critical darling. It was a really, really big game. Tacoma not as much, but still, like a lot of people enjoyed it. So it's also could just be like a pressure cooker, where it's just like the pressure of like we gotta deliver, like this is Fulbright, like we deliver great games, we gotta fucking deliver. It could be any number of things. It's all hearsay.
Right. Yeah. I mean, in general, in any, just in general, I think in any workplace environment, honestly, not just games, like
Yes.
the
Yes.
training for anybody, the training to be anybody. Okay, the training for a manager is just unheard of. Like literally, everybody. I don't know why people get this notion. Is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be trained to manage this team. I'm gonna sit there next to a trained professional, and they're gonna guide me through everything. No, they're just more like, here, you're the leader now. Throw you in the fire. Good luck. Bye bye. You're like, that's literally the case, and you have to somehow figure it out, and it's.
Uh,
That's not. That's
I mean,
usually
that's
the
interesting.
case.
That's definitely. I mean, not in every industry. I know.
I know. Yeah, there is
Like, I
some
mean, I
industries structured, but yes,
Sure, yeah.
for the
I
most
mean,
part, it is like that though.
I mean, I wouldn't. I don't know if I agree. Like, just because usually it's not. It is like that, where you are shadowed by someone. I mean, let's say like law enforcement, any law enforcement agency. Like, you're usually shadowed by like someone who's your superior who shows you the rope for like months, if not a year. So like, I don't know. Like, yeah,
We also the
I think it's
documentary
just a
Training
case by
Day.
case
Yeah.
basis.
I can understand that because that's pretty well. I mean, that's okay. Maybe then let's categorize the different things. You know, game studio versus
Sure.
law enforcement. Very very different industries.
Sure.
Then there's unions. That does have structure. That one for sure has structure, because there's also a union to back that in terms
So
of it.
maybe what Carlos was saying,
So,
maybe a union
yeah.
would help.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe union would help
Because then you'd have proper
you would have
training for
proper
management.
structure, like and actually human resources to refer to train you on how to deal with, a structured way of giving, like down to the very soft level of like, what was it, communication, like soft, what's it called, soft skills. There you go. Because soft skills
that's-
is not very
yeah.
easy to pull off, like that.
And usually, I mean, like not all the time. Obviously, they get through, but usually with those sort of programs, or I mean, those sort of unions or what have you, where they do like you are basically being mentored into leadership. Like like usually that's where you weed out the people who shouldn't be there.
Right,
Because you
right.
can like in the training, you're like, oh yeah, you have anger issues. You need to deal with that before you advance. Like, yeah.
Right, right. So yeah, it really depends, because like I'm pretty sure like game studios, like they're so varied and wide that it's hard to pinpoint when those things happen.
I mean, it's
Also,
young
there's no like
industry.
governing body to like to the
Yes.
like game studios, which is part of the problem. It's like kind of like what works here, and it might not work somewhere else, and like that's okay to some extent. But for management stuff, like it kind of needs to be like set in stone, like how things are done, so that
Right.
this sort of stuff and like mismanagement. Because I mean, we've been hearing that for years at this point, whether it's CD Projekt Red and their management issues or what have you. Like it's just like mismanagement is a big thing in the game industry.
Right.
And I don't think that a lot of people are like, well, there should be government interference. I don't agree necessarily, but there has to be
Should be
some sort of
regulation.
governing body. Yeah, some sort of
There has to
regulation.
be, a structure or a rule set that they have to abide by.
Yeah.
Like,
Even older industries have a problem, with regulation and people, just getting away with things that they shouldn't be getting away with things were regulated. Let alone a, young industry like the gaming industry, where things are still
Yeah,
people
gaming
are
industry
still
is really
figuring
young.
out, how things fit
Even
together.
animation was young too.
Like, are we implying that this is only something that happens in the game industry?
Oh,
Because there's a
no.
lot
No, not at all. No,
Not at all.
That's
We're
what I was
just
saying.
pointing
Like,
out this,
even
yeah.
even older industries have a have a
Have
problem
issues,
with
yeah.
like things being
Like,
unregulated,
I
or
just
even
think
if
it's a
they're
personnel issue
regulated, people
where
still try to get right to them.
like
Yeah.
you can have the training and everything, but I think it's a personnel issue down to mental health, where some of the people who get appointed to these positions aren't necessarily good at dealing with people, or
Right.
aren't necessarily good at having a bedside manner. They only
course.
think about the objective rather than like
Mm.
someone, not necessarily what someone's going through, but it's just like there are
The
people
human
in
aspect,
that position who
right.
can be cold, they can be tactless,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not always about the bottom line. Sometimes it's just like they can rub people off the wrong way. So it's just like, is this really a game industry issue, or is this just like this is the person we hired, but we don't know all the stuff we
That's
don't know
going
all the skeletons in their closet,
right.
and
Sure.
they might think that they're okay, but they're manifesting them out in
Yeah. So
very
yeah, you're
unhinged
I
ways.
mean,
talking
yeah.
mental health issue for sure.
I mean,
Like that sounds
it depends on uh, the field they're getting into, right? Because like it is a case by case basis. Because some industries and some businesses, you want colder people like that, like CEOs, politicians, like they're hired because they have low levels of empathy. You'd be astonished how many CEOs are like clinically graded psychopaths. Like they're not like they're better at their jobs when they don't have
Yeah.
empathy.
right. There's actually another thing too where it's like if you're working in say like a carpentry kind of field, even like ironworks and stuff like that, like swearing, talking shit, and then being passive aggressive in a funny way is a norm, and it's not
Right.
like the human resources union handbook said endorses it. It doesn't, but it allows it to happen, and it's a
Yeah.
very different when you take that behavior and you go to somewhere else, and then they realize, oh shit, all the things I've been, you know, learning before, all the shit talking and all the, really crass jokes that I make don't work in this environment at all because it's now
Military is very similar as well. Yeah.
yeah, it's like fucking it's weird like how it'll get night and day, but
Yeah.
it kind of makes sense only for those areas in the sense that it grew into it. And yeah, it's I agree. There is also a huge mental health issue of like no one really understands exactly what Dee was saying is like what the core person was to begin with and how do we, plot a course for the way they need to say things or not say things or be aware of and mindfulness of what they're doing. And mental health in America, it's garbage. Like it's so expensive just to get a fucking private counselor. Like
Yeah.
it's insane. And even then, psychologists that become psychiatrists and then go into therapy is so hard to even make money because you have to
Yeah.
like consider, are you going to be part of a organization and maybe get clients and maybe get paid, or do you take your money and get your own practice, which is even more expensive and could potentially fuck you later on if you never get clients. And how can you get clients if it's so expensive for them in the first place? So, like, there's like a root to the problem that is far past, yes, far past the game industry. I think it's not a lot of, especially the United States, do not consider that there should be some sort of system in place to actually make mental health a provided thing for any workplace. Whether you be police officer, hospital, hell, you could be a waiter. You should still have some sort of like someone to talk to, and
Yeah.
help navigate your feelings because most people don't know how to do that. And hell, I don't have it. Like no one does. Like it's an ongoing thing. It's never gonna stop. So, and it's very different for every person, like completely utterly different for every person.
I mean, the human element just needs to be more of a priority for these companies because
Yeah.
it's always about
Yeah, for
results. Like the human element is like
For
way
sure.
down the totem pole in terms of priority,
I
and
will
it
note
really does need to be at the top.
I will note specifically. So I listen to Alana Pierce. Like she has like podcasts every so often, and one thing that really rung true in terms of just exclamation mark over my head was when she was saying that when she was working, she's like worked with plenty of different places. But when she was working for Santa Monica via Sony, like the human resources that she had to deal with and the management that she ever had to deal with, any manager, she was saying, I've never been to a place that had such well trained managers. Like, they are
Yeah.
trained. Like, they know.
That's the thing. It's a case by case
What-
basis. It
Yeah,
really
so
is.
it's like a very different culture that was built up, and whatever they were doing there, maybe it's just the studio that she was in. For all we know, it could be a very different place in a different studio that just happens to be part of the same branch or whatever.
I mean, it definitely is. It absolutely
So-
is going to be different. Yeah.
Yeah. So then her specific case was it was just interesting to hear her in her varied, you know, situations that she ran into, and she's mentioned things about like the sexism that she's constantly had to deal with, but she doesn't pay too much mind into it because she puts her, you know, she's putting her sights on her goal, and she just like, if she has to defend herself, she'll defend herself. If she has to just like let it go and just let it bead off of her back like, you know, water on a duck, go for it, because it doesn't, for her, she's like very laser focused. But she was saying how out of all the experiences she had a really really good experience with them. So it's not like the whole entire game industry as a whole is like some cesspool.
I mean, that's exactly why I was wondering if, you know, even something like unionization would, you know, would help because I was trying to think of like, well, how do you go around, you know, having a one size fits all solution to, you know, a problem that recurs, you know, within this industry, but that has such a diversity of like, you know, of scopes. You know, something like Sony, they have, you know, they're such a big corporation. They're definitely going to have, you know, well trained they just have the resources to have, you know, well trained, you know,
Or they
professionals
should have the
that go through a lot.
resources. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas a smaller, you know, company like you know, like this one's or a lot of like the indie ones, they're, you know, they're basically the, you know, your version of like the regular, you know, mom and pop stores. And if you ever, you know, worked for a mom and pop store, you realize that like, oh no, they can be a shed of a lot worse, you know, than,
Sure.
you know,
Oh
than
yeah.
more standardized, you know, industry, because, you know, there's less regulation on them.
Right, exactly. And then they'll skip things. They'll, oh yeah, I'll pay you later.
Exactly.
You're like, he's
Well,
like,
here's
I'm
the
sorry, I
other
can't
thing,
afford you
though.
today.
Also,
Like, what
because
the
it's
fuck?
Sony's a big company that they can also that they know the price of getting sued, so they don't want to be painting a
Yeah.
target on their
Mhm.
back. They
Right.
have to make sure that they reduce their amount of losses from the workplace, and if they can lawyer up as properly as they can, then they know they can cover their asses if something goes awry or if someone tries to call fire on them. So
Right.
Right.
I
And then
think
there's
it's a
like,
different thing. Indie studios are indie for a reason. They don't have as much money as the triple A's. They
Yeah.
right.
can do whatever projects they feel like is going to bring them money, but they don't have the resources that
And the
cover them
contrary to that is
legally
Activision.
and
Yeah.
in terms of
Has
personnel.
plenty of resources. Don't do shit.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
mean, I was thinking of a model of something like, you know, Hollywood, right? Where like, you know, actors and, you know, and writers have their guilds, and, you know,
Right.
they're
Yeah,
unionized throughout the entire thing. But even within that, you see abuses.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't,
I
yeah, I mean, I
mean,
don't think that you can fully ever necessarily solve these issues, but
Mhm.
mitigating them is like the bigger
Mm.
issue. And I think
Right.
something like a union, or even if it's not a union, something just like an all-encompassing like procedure, like
Right.
regulations, like that. Whether like, I mean, because I mean, whether you're a big corporation or you're a small indie thing, you have to have a business license.
Yeah.
Everybody has to have that. It's the same thing with like
Right. Right.
regulations and shit. Just make it
Mhm.
like this has to happen, or you don't get the money, you don't get the project. Like there's no go without this. Like
Right.
Right.
that's certainly a good starting point, I would say.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
think that's it's like there's this like this investment of like a human resource agent of some sort or team
Mm.
that
Yeah,
actually
for
can
sure. Yeah.
like understand like the needs of the company, but at the same time know the laws they have to adhere to and prevent from, you know, getting to that line. And then
Yeah.
investing time in like, how do we train people to like, you're gonna have to tell somebody that they're doing a bad job, but how do you say that in the most constructive way possible without just taking all the gas out from under them? Because, you know, after a while, you know, you don't want to keep on hearing that you're doing a bad job. Like, you want to
right.
hear what you're doing well at, hone into it, and then where your improvements lie, and like how to break it down, which is fucking hard in art. Like, how do you fucking say that, right? Like, how do you, there's going to be these moments where you have some guy that thinks that they're just hot shit and they think they could do any artwork, but then when they actually get put down in the fucking trenches to do it, they realize like they don't know shit, and then it's too late, and then now everybody has to cover that situation. and it's not necessarily their fault because they mm, thought that they understood the assignment, but they didn't.
Mm.
And it's like, how do you address that to that person, you know? And it's and how early you do it, like how do you structure that? It fucking gets complicated because like maybe the game that you're working on is extremely unique and different from the game that you're used to making or they're used to making. So like it's that's a lot of work.
Right.
Like it's like trying to
Oh,
make a
that-
tutorial for everything.
But as unique as your game should be, your manager should never be,
Right.
it should never be the guy from Whiplash, teaching the guy how to drum.
Yeah.
Right? It's not quite my tempo.
But I would say that's just the fault of
man.
bad hiring practices, or at least not
Mm.
the proper mental evaluation going over that one person. I think that when stuff like that happens, it's not a company issue, it's not an industry issue, it's a person issue.
Right.
And things like that. It's like, I mean, yeah, you do have workplace rights in, if you have the jurisdiction to exercise those workplace rights, I would say that's the best thing you could possibly do. Because if you,
I mean,
I
psych
don't,
evaluations would help too.
yeah,
Like you could just have that be standard. Like a lot of companies do that. Like, and that's a good. At least, again, it's not going to weed out everybody. You never are going to be able to weed out every
Some
single
people
person.
go
But
out to dance the dance and just answer the right questions, and
Yeah.
they still have those problems.
Yeah, even if you have like 10, 20, 30% less, systemic abuse, that's good.
yeah, it's on the right track.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, improvement. I think like people just don't invest in the training aspect.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
mainly the training.
I
It's
just
like,
think it's inevitable that you're just going to get assholes like that, no matter how good they sound
Right.
on paper.
and
Yeah,
that's another.
you definitely
Yeah.
will.
Places will have their fair share of assholes that either you can't step up against because they know someone at top, so they're practically untouchable, or it's just they happen to be the one who's most available for the job, and they just happen to act like this until someone better comes along and climbs up the chain, or someone better comes along with the shinier resume, then that person's put in trouble because that can happen too. And
Yeah.
basically, it doesn't matter what job you're working or what kind of millions of dollars your industry is or isn't making. There's always going to be shitty bosses like that, and that shit doesn't leave just because you have a more high profile job.
Right. And yeah. Plus, also they sometimes they grow up the asshole and kind of like their bias is confirmed by ridiculous things.
Oh
Like
yes.
they're like, yeah, I'm just an asshole because like I need to be an asshole. Like
Right.
it's like okay, well, maybe for the time that you're talking, maybe, but you don't have to be an asshole all the time. And
I
just
mean,
assume that everybody's like that.
we'll never get rid of assholes. The whole point of regulation is that we get them, to shit somewhere else.
Yeah.
Nice.
God, I love South Park. Like, it's giving me such a great vocabulary of like of being able to, just give that kind of metaphor. But yeah, just
That's funny.
there is a human element. There's a human element you will never be able to get rid of. The point is to try to minimize the damage that misguided human element does.
On a side note, I recommend Fire from Mars just because it's a workplace comedy and it's about being pissed on by the chain of command.
Where is that on?
I think it's on it Max because HBO Max is
Oh,
broken
that's
now.
right. They're going to
Oh.
Max now. Yep.
Like, can we
course.
skip to that bullshit? Because
Max,
I
yes.
finally saw the changes that they're gonna be making for Max.
What are they
there
doing?
Is the first 6 months you have the 4K streaming, but then after that 6 month you have to pay more.
Yeah, yeah. What
There's
is
some
that?
probably some other stuff too.
It says here if you're on there's different tiers. So if you're on $10 tier, you're gonna have ads.
They're doing a
Uh,
tier system. Fuck.
They're doing a tier
Wow.
system.
Yeah.
There's
Everybody
with
loves
ads.
those. Those always work, right,
Yeah, yeah.
Sony? We all love the fucking PS Plus tier, right? All that shit that no one is fucking buying into. Come on.
Yeah, and the most expensive one is the one where you actually get what's basically industry standard at this point of 4K. Come on, come on,
Yeah.
come on.
So wait, so one of the tier systems is what? Like, what do you?
The three tiers are as follows: with ads for $10 a month, HD 1080p quality.
Wait, there's
Um,
one with. Oh no, you're getting ads.
you're getting
Oh
ads,
Of course.
baby.
Of
no,
course.
no.
Of course.
There's the ad free, which is $16 a
Ah.
month.
Of
Okay,
course.
see, here's the thing I don't
You know what?
understand.
I'm thinking it was
What do you
they're
mean
doing
two?
they're doing this so that they can make enough money so they can pay more into their writers that they're gonna have to pay for later. After the post strike, they're
Nah.
like, all the money I
No.
need to.
I think they made this deal long before the writers
Just
started.
Yeah, I know they have. I know. I'm fucking around.
That would be
Like,
nice if they actually gave a shit about the writers, but
Yeah, I
that
know.
ain't the case.
You get two concurrent
Sorry, it's
streams.
$10. I mean,
They want to still the same bottom line that they're making now, but then like give them the subscription money. Which is like dollars, it's like pennies compared to how much they're making. Imagine, like this is what they're doing. They're doing tier system like it's the fucking swear jar,
oh,
and then those quarters go to the writers. Oh man, oh man. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Okay, anyways.
Here's the two tiers. That you get two concurrent streams. So I guess if three different people are watching, and three different places,
Oh,
you
so that's basically them monetizing the sharing, right?
yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
You get 30 downloads for ad free throughout the month. It's like, why do you even? Why would you even tier that?
So
Like
okay,
who's even
so
who's even
so
downloading
the
the show
current
for?
so it's
Yeah.
$10 a month now, and then
Well,
so
no,
wait,
it's
is it $10?
15. It's 15.
It's 15. Okay, so then everybody with the base account, is that they're gonna go to the $10 a month? Like what in 6
I would
months is my subscription
I would imagine it
gonna
would be
change?
the $16 one,
Right.
the one with no ads,
Okay.
but you're paying $1 more.
Okay.
And then I would imagine new subscribers they can choose between whatever plan. But
Mhm.
yeah, I would imagine the default would just go and you're just being charged $1 extra.
Yeah.
I see.
The $20 tier gives you, like I said, 4K stuff for the 4 devices streaming at once, 100 downloads across devices, and blah blah blah. It's done.
I see.
Man, that's a lot for a fucking streaming services taking off so many of its shows. Like,
Mhm.
damn. Yeah, it's a shame.
But that's the Discovery. That's the difference of Discovery.
Right, Discovery.
Yep.
All their gems over there.
What do people watch on Discovery? Duck Dynasty.
I mean, years ago I used to watch MythBusters. That's over.
Yeah.
Man vs. Wild. That's been over for over a decade. I mean, I don't know what they have.
I remember when as a kid I used to watch Discovery because of the documentaries and all the science.
Yeah,
Remember, it used to be about science.
yeah. Just like MTV used to be about music. It was a time, yeah.
Oh my god.
The M no longer matters.
Right.
No.
My God. Jeez Louise.
I mean,
What else?
Beavis and Butthead still do music videos, but they also comment on YouTube or whatever video streaming sites are out there. So,
They're doing Beavis and Butthead does react videos. That's
pretty much, yeah. I mean, technically that's what they started anyway, so
that's
it's
so
Yeah.
just gone beyond more than music videos.
It's so funny.
Hmm.
They're doing the streaming meta, streamer meta. React
Yes.
videos.
Hey, they've
Classic.
improved because they don't do the "this sucks, change it" anymore. So yeah,
Oh boy, exciting. Just kidding. Oh
Hmm.
man. So then there's was it Telltale's Expanse episode 1 is arriving?
The
So
expanse.
does this what is the story about? Is this like following completely different characters kind of thing, or
I think one Kamina Drummer, one of the characters from the show,
Mhm.
is in it. I don't know what the story is. Like,
I
I don't
guess
know.
it's yeah, yeah. I think I mean it has to be within. Must be a spin-off story or something that's happening within
I
the.
would imagine, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking too,
I
right?
can't imagine that it would follow after the events of the
I
show.
mean, she's like a politician by the end of the show.
True.
She's like the liaison for the OPA, so I
That's
can't.
true.
It's
True.
probably a past story
Uh,
because
Yeah,
she was
'cause
like a pirate salvager for a long time. So
right, and that's what the audience would want to see in a video game, like on her pirate days.
yeah, we don't want to be in a senate or something for the whole
She's
game.
like passing legislation, man.
that's so riveting.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
I didn't realize that that character wasn't in the books, by the way, because I've been reading the books, and
Ah, really?
she's such a pivotal character in the show. Like I thought for sure she'd be in the books, but she is not.
No
It's a
way. I
shame.
had no idea.
She's one of my favorite characters too. I was like, ah, damn,
Mhm.
it's too bad.
Yeah, yeah. No, that character and then the actress who portrays her is really good too.
Yeah,
She's yeah. She brings a lot of power in whenever she delivers you know,
oh yeah.
whenever, whenever she delivers.
I mean,
Um.
that's why they kept her on because when they brought her on, she was supposed to be in like one or two scenes, but she was so good in every scene, they just kept writing more stuff for her, and she eventually became a main character.
That's
Nice.
really cool. It's really cool. The fact that they really knew how to adapt
Yeah.
to to these characters, to the show, to to just to their medium in general.
Mm.
How do you like in the games? How do you like in the show the books?
They're good. I don't think they're anywhere near as good as the show, but they're very interesting.
Oh yeah. How many are there?
There's 9 books, and then there's
Yeesh.
a 10th one. I mean, it's like a 10th. Like it's the compendium of like all the short stories and the novellas they wrote for the characters.
Oh,
Ah,
interesting.
that's pretty cool.
Do they
I have still. I need to watch that fucking show.
are they both
I'm probably gonna rewatch the show
So-
honestly once I get to the 6th book. Like rewatch the show because like
It
I
veers
can't
off,
wait
right?
to get to.
Like it doesn't
I mean-
follow the same exact thing, right? Yeah, it's very
I
different.
mean, it's like it has the same shell. A lot of stuff is the
Ah.
same, and then there's some stuff that's different for sure.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, once you get to like, because like there's 9 books and there's 6 seasons for those 6 books. So I can't wait to get to season or books like 7 through 9
all right?
because that's just like new territory completely.
That's so cool.
Because they end the show ends off not where
Canceled.
The book,
Yeah,
like
they
the
canceled it. Yeah.
right. So
Yeah.
the books are still going technically, right? Like it's still.
No, they're
like-
done now.
Oh,
The 9,
oh,
the
okay.
9, yeah. They complete. I think they completed the last book like right after the show.
But does it go
was canceled.
further? Like you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah, there's some things that were definitely left, unanswered at the end of the
Yeah,
last
so,
season of the Expanse.
according to the creator or one of the creators and like one of the writers of the books, he was saying that the series ends where the 6th book ends. So yeah,
Oh,
Interesting.
that's interesting. Huh.
Yeah, I mean,
That's pretty
there's
cool.
definitely a whole plot line that it's like, well, whatever happened to that?
yeah. I mean, yeah.
It's just the show was good at focusing like on what was most interesting at that point, which was the human drama. Anyway.
I mean, that was one of the few things in the show that I was disappointed with, and it's like that's not their fault. But the whole, slight spoilers, the whole proto molecule thing. I was like,
Yeah.
I want to know what happened. And that's actually one of the few things I like about the books more is that they go deeper into that.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the good quality about the Expanse is that it's mostly a very grounded show, no pun intended. But whenever it really does, veer into the hi-fi, it's like a really out there, kind of hi-fi.
Yeah,
sci-fi.
very. Yeah.
That's cool.
What book are you on?
I'm
You
going
going-
through book 4 now. So it's
Oh.
it's season 4 where they're on the planet with Mercury
Mhm.
and the green goo gets in their eyes.
Right.
The gr-
I love that season. That
No,
might
it's
be
a
my
good
favorite season of the show.
Yeah. It's funny because like at first I actually I was a little bit angry that we had completely deviated from like all the politics from
Yeah,
from the solar system, but it just the events that happened there are just really good. Like what
yeah,
happened, like the whole plot line, it's really well it's really well developed, so not
yeah.
regret.
Nice, nice.
Really good villain too. Mercury, like that actor is like always such a good villain.
Mm.
Like he's just like he was in Game of Thrones, and he's like every time I see him, he's playing a villain, and he's like always great.
He must really. I mean, villains really fun to play. I'm sure that
Yeah,
he
that's what
loves
they
playing
say.
his villains.
Yeah.
You know.
That's interesting because you're also probably going to read about the events of some characters that got killed off of off camera, like the head of the OPA, I think it was.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Fred Johnson. Yeah,
Yes, that guy.
yeah, yeah. I'm interested to see how that'll play out in the books because yeah, it's
It's just like they just didn't have enough, um, you know, time to like cover all of that stuff.
right.
And eventually
Yeah,
we have to be like, all
yeah,
right, we have to focus on what we can.
yeah. And then yeah, someone will just say, "Oh yeah, Anderson Dawes, he's dead." It's like, oh okay. Alright. He was a huge character, but all right.
Right.
He's dead now. He's dead now. Don't worry. He's over there.
Yeah, no, seriously, like, it's a really big deal. It's kind of like killing Dumbledore off camera.
Yeah.
Sort of. It's like, oh,
Jeez.
that really really important guy, yeah, he died off camera. He's this other really bad guy now. Well, I'm excited about the. I'm definitely excited about the books. Gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to start reading those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have, high hopes
don't-
for the game. It's Telltale and it's also new Telltale, which apparently like the stuff they've put out has gone way under the radar to the point where like nobody cares, and then when people do review it, it's getting like 5s and 6s. I'm like,
Right. Like you've said about IGN, that's it. That is just a shadow of its former source. That's pretty much the new Telltale.
Right.
yeah, seems like it.
They can't
So.
pull off that telltale magic anymore. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
I mean, it was kind of hit or miss before, but like when they hit like hard. So
Right.
this is just like it's fine, but it's like when because they came out with like the Tales from the Borderlands 2 or whatever last year, and I love the first one, and then but I was like, that was like probably their best game, the first one, and like you come out with one that's just middling, and it's like I don't even want to touch it, like it's got to be great,
You'd rather go out with a with a good taste in your mouth, right?
Yeah. I mean, speaking of that, Indiana Jones 5 also getting terrible reviews. Apparently, it's the
Oh.
worst one. They've
Oh,
ever
Nice.
come on! How can it be worse?
fucking worse than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Damn.
And it's funny
Incredibly.
because they gave
That came out?
oh, that came out.
Did it?
They
It-
gave
it really did
Harrison
come out?
Ford a they gave
don't know if
Harrison
it's-
Ford
I
a
don't know if
standing
it's come
ovation
out
at the premiere.
Oh. Huh. Wait, what about him?
They gave the Harrison Ford the standing ovation of when he was at the premiere of
Sure, of course. I mean, he's
Sure.
Harrison
I
Ford.
mean, his
He's
Yeah,
Indiana
name
Jones,
is-
you know?
Yeah.
I'd give him a standing ovation.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the movie that he's in now, for sure.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're talking about like standing ovation. His career is pretty.
Right.
It's pretty fucking. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's what. But I really wish that it had been for a better movie too.
Yeah. Apparently, the whole first 30 minutes of the movie is the fucking CG de-aged Harrison Ford.
Lovely.
Which is like, damn, they lead. Like I could tell from the trailers they were gonna lean hard into it, but holy shit, like that's the way you start the movie too. Like the whole first 25% of the movie is just that. It's like
And
fuck.
from what I hear, it's actually not very good in CGI too.
Yeah.
It's like they probably got the guys who did the Throne Legacy, effects, and they're
Oh,
like,
that one.
yeah, good enough.
Like everything looks like he's made out of rubber. Like,
Right, right. Which was technically passable for Tron Legacy, since we're talking about somebody who's a AI version of a program of another person.
Mm.
That's a bad
Right.
excuse for that, but you can kind of,
He's a different character. It's totally acceptable if he's a different character.
right. It's okay if it's the CGI because he literally is a, computer generated character.
That's another thing too.
Know,
that like
that's a bad
the whole
excuse
de
for that.
aging. Yeah, it is still a bad excuse. I mean, the whole de aging technology is still not there yet because they always have to put them in really dark lighting. Just to
That's what
pull
they were
off-
saying. They were saying that in the review that like, there's 30 minutes of just this de-aging, but because they have to have the bad lighting, you can barely see anything. So it's like that. It's like the de-aging plus the compounded like limited visibility is just like makes it just unwatchable.
Yeah.
Remember that episode of It's Always
So
Sunny in
dumb.
Philadelphia when Frank is telling the story when he was a kid, and it's just Danny DeVito, but with like a fucking wig.
Yeah.
Lance Reddick is in that.
Oh,
Is in that episode. And he's like, I'm 17, and he's like, Lance Reddick is all like, man, you don't look at day over 12.
That's great.
They should have just done that.
They should have just done that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Or hire a different
actor.
God, for that we should recast. We already did it once in the series when they had a young indie in the third one. Like,
Yeah.
I don't understand why you just don't do it again.
Just
Like, whose idea was like, oh, it's instead of recasting, let's just fucking de-age him for half the quarter of the movie. It's just like,
so
come on.
dumb.
Like,
now that I think about it, I think it's probably just an economic, reason. It's cheaper to do the CGI than to.
oh yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely the reason.
Yeah.
They gotta cut corners somehow.
Mhm.
They're like, man, Harrison Ford's so expensive. We have to cut corners.
We could hire another actor, or we could just Photoshop her, over his face.
Yeah.
That's funny. I mean, I bet he's like watching that movie and he's all like, man, this paycheck is great.
Oh yeah.
And he'll be open about it too. It's like,
Yeah.
he's all like, why did you do this movie? He's like, well, the paycheck was good. Like, he even said that. He said that for Blade Runner.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
He said that for Star Wars too. When somebody
Yeah.
asked him, it's like, were you emotional, when you did your last scenes of the last, for Star Wars? And he was like, no, I got paid.
Yeah. I'm glad that you just say it. Just say it. Like, why dance? Why do the dance?
Like we all know, and that's the thing is like, he was even saying like, the interviewer was like, hey, which movies are your favorite Star Wars movies? Like the ones I'm in. And it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, he's right. Those are the best ones. Like,
Hey now, the prequel trilogy has its moments. I mean, I don't like sand. Waka waka. Elvis is pod racing. Oh wait, that was a commercial.
Jesus. That's
But I
funny.
thought of it as a video game.
that was a good game. I actually enjoyed that game.
I never played it.
Which
Yeah, it
one?
was fun.
What was it?
Pod Racer or Racer, I think it was called on
Yeah,
N64.
Oh. Actually, no, I haven't played that. Oh.
You can play it on your Switch. It's available on
Oh god, I have to take out the Switch now.
it. I know, right? You should be taking out for Tears of the Kingdom.
Dude, if we were to rate like what subscription like service that you have but you don't use, or like whatever, what's the worst one? For me, it would be the Nintendo Switch right now, because I realize I've been having their subscription for like almost 2 years, and I fucking never use it. I mean, it's worse than Netflix, to be honest. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean,
like
absolutely.
I
the
mean,
fucking tier thing of too with their shit with the Nintendo games. I'm like, come on, that's so expensive,
mhm.
so unnecessarily expensive,
I
and they
bought
don't
so
even
many
run
games.
well.
I bought so many games for my Switch though that I had so many, just random points laying around. I was like, all right, I'll use them for the next tier of uh,
Nice.
of the Switch. So yeah, I bought it, and when it comes around the
Mm,
time that I have to renew it, I'm just gonna quit it because you're right. I never use it. Even now that I'm fucking around with like all the Nintendo 64 games, is like it's really just to see them for a couple of hours, at the most,
hmm
now, and you know not really touch them or playing them again because
There's just not enough like internet game or online game service like
yeah,
games that it needs the online service. Like, I don't have
right,
a reason to use it for. There's not
yeah, and
enough.
yeah, and for its ultimate tier, the one where you pay like $50 a year, that's like you only really just get the Nintendo 64 games and and Game
Mm.
Boy Advance games.
Hmm.
Right, and half of them don't even run well. Apparently,
Mm.
quite a bit of it, like like the frame rate drops and some like bugs that happen in it. It's just like you might as well get the actual game like when they
Oh
come
yeah,
out with it.
it's
You know.
they. I mean, technically speaking, it's good emulation in the sense that like it runs at exactly like the Nintendo 64.
That's funny. Oh man.
But there is just some games you can't go back to. Like they made a really big deal out of like Golden Eye coming out uh
No, yeah, that's
to yeah.
unplayable these days. Yeah.
It is
Mm,
beginning with the just control scheme because they
yeah.
Yeah.
didn't even they didn't even give you the
They didn't
you
have
know
FPS games back in those days.
yeah, exactly,
I
and
mean, they did, but it wasn't known enough.
they try to map the weird
Standardized.
they try to map the control scheme that they had back then for the Nintendo 64 for the Switch rather than
Uh,
just do the
Ooh.
obvious thing of just like making a dual analog.
right.
And it's just I try to play it, I'm like, no, this is absolutely unplayable.
That's wild.
Like literally I could not play it, like my brain could just not get around to it because we're all
Yeah.
just used to good controls.
Well, Tears of the Kingdom sells 10 million copies in 3 days, so hell yeah.
Was it worth it? I want to hear the
Wait,
impressions of Tears.
Yes.
Let's go.
Tell us. Tell
I've
tell
been
us.
waiting for
be the
your
first to
two
tell you,
impressions.
I wish that shit was not $70. The only reason I even bought the game, like the only reason why I ponied up for it is just because I didn't want to miss out on all the fun.
Hmm.
Sure.
But playing it, it actually, I thought I would have been bored with going back to Hyrule, but a lot of Hyrule's changed from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Right.
There's caves now, and
Hmm.
Mm.
there's an underground section. So there's like three different overworlds, so to speak, which is just Hyrule, the sky, and the underground. Underground, I'm going to be honest. There are times when Zelda games can kind of have me rattled, mostly 3D Zelda games,
Mm.
because I never know what I'm going to run into. And it's not really a horde type of fear; it's more like a unexpected type of thing. So,
Mm.
Oh, have you
um,
encountered the gloom hands?
yes,
This
yeah,
thing
yeah,
are
the
fucking
goddamn Ganon
terrifying.
Goon hands. Jeez. Okay, so let me just preface it by saying,
Mm.
like, yeah, all that stuff that they showed in the teaser, that is pretty much the game's prologue, seeing Mummy Ganon and all that, and that's how you end up going to the Sky World because you and Zelda get separated, um, but you wake
That
up on the new Great Plateau, which is one of the first Sky Islands, and that's how your game begins. You start understanding how the new mechanics work. If you've been playing Breath of the Wild and you're so used to some of the things like magnesis and the bombs, I mean, and the time stop, well, none of those come back,
right.
not even the bomb. So
Mm.
if you're unarmed, you better learn how to use your ultra hand, which is your new levitation ability, which doesn't discriminate between metal and non-metal things, which is kind of an upgrade from Magnesis. Yay!
Mhm.
But you don't get time stop anymore, and I really like launching shit because that was cool. But you get an ability called recall, which is useful in some cases for solving puzzles. I kind of find it's fairly useful when you know how to exploit it. Um, but otherwise, it's like I still miss time stop. But
Mm.
Mm.
uh, yeah, they again the abilities that you use in the game they're fine for traversing the land. It's just there's no what if I run out of weapons scenario. It's like they kind of expect you to build your machines or build your cars and whatever units you have to defend yourself when you happen to come unarmed, which I guess that's fine. Um,
Yeah, the
but
game really heavily tutorializes you. Like, in many ways, this new game, it's basically has the exact same structure as the original Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Um, it still has the hundreds of shrines that you're gonna go around, discovering stuff to unlock your either your heart containers or your stamina. Yeah, it still has yeah, it still has the item degradation, but um it's less annoying now now that you can fuse items, and that gives them extra durability, and they're just items everywhere on the uh, everywhere in the world. So you're never really gonna run out of weapons.
Mm.
so one of the things that they talk about in the game is that remember that red stuff that you can't touch in Breath of the Wild? It's like Petals of Malice or whatever it was called.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's a similar type of head stuff called Gloom, and I guess it's like Ganon's concentrated hatred or something, but it's like it's it drains your hearts and it locks them out from being healed.
Mm.
So if you get affected by the gloom, and some of your hearts will be broken. And if you try eating a food item to heal, if you have like let's say you have 9 hearts, but like 6 of them get broken, you effectively have 3 hearts. And if those 3 hearts get damaged and you try to heal with something that can heal more hearts than 3, you can only heal those 3 hearts. So
Right.
it's basically like it's leveling down your damage temporary. The effect is temporary and you can heal it. You can also get items that can resist it, but it still affects you in a way where you can't cheese fighting enemies by, taking a lot of damage and restoring your hearts.
Right.
So it has a way of punishing you even if you come prepared.
Have you found this game more punishing than the last one? Because I have.
Yeah, and I also think that some of the damage from some enemies might be over exaggerated
Oh yeah.
compared to Breath of the Wild. Like
Oh
I've
yeah.
upgraded
Like
some equipment at least once, and the amount of damage I gotten has gotten worse the more hearts that I've gotten. So
Huh.
I'm kind of wondering if that's scaling or if I'm just imagining things, going like, wait, that's a wooden stick. That shouldn't take as much hearts as that did from that stupid little bokoblin.
mhm.
Oh, right. So the enemy classes have changed. So you remember when you just defeat enemies and you just collect parts from them, and it's mostly the same parts no matter what version of the enemy you fought. That's changed. So the
Mm.
bokoblins, moblins, Hinox, whatever color they are, they'll drop a different horn, and it's going to be a different class of horn that you'll get for some of these encounters. So a blue moblin horn might be different from a black moblin horn, and the reason for this is so they want you to fuse some of those monster parts to your weapons. And that can come in handy because that's the best way that you're going to get some uh not stylish equipment. It's the way you'll get some of the better equipment in the game because in story, not only did Link's Master Sword get decayed, but a lot of the weapons from the previous game got decayed too.
Oh yeah,
So
basically you're right. Like that's the way in which they make you have to like fuse everything, because all the weapons in the kingdom apparently after what happens at the in the intro of the game, like they all get decayed. So as soon as you find anything, you're gonna want to fuse it with something else in order to like not just increase its attack power, but also to give it more durability.
Your
Um,
ability, you'll
and
have a
Excuse me.
yeah,
better weapon, or you'll be able to smash some rocks or deposits. So yeah, they really try to push it, going like, remember that tree branch you got? Well, you can just fuse it with a boulder, and now you got a hammer, and now that tree branch ain't so much of a weak tree branch anymore, and so forth. But there's some monster parts, or they don't have guardians anymore. They have these robots called constructs, which are from the Sky Islands, and
Hmm.
some of them have fallen to Hyrule, so you'll be fighting some of them there too. But the horns that you get from them, if you fuse them, it doesn't matter how mundane the weapon is. Some of them might get so transformed, it may as well be a full weapon. So you can get like a stick, and you can fuse it with a construct horn, and it turns into a full fledged sword.
right.
No questions
Ah.
asked.
Huh.
Yeah. So yeah, save some of those construct horns because they are they're fucking crazy for battle. Uh, yeah, I found that a lot of the best weapons that I get in the game just come from fusing junk with good shit. Like Lizalfo's horn, you can fuse that with just any old stick, and you'll get a really nice katana.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's kind of
there's
pretty cool.
so much variety, of items that you can fuse. And honestly, that comes as a that's a bit of a um uh, it's a double-edged sword, because you can literally like fuse your you know your weapons or your shields with like or your arrows with literally every weapon in the game. So do you want to throw a ham arrow at an enemy? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to do a lot of damage. um and that's how you're going to get your new ice arrows, fire arrows, the electric arrows, by combining it with the items that you find in the game, which thankfully are really, really abundant.
Yes, you can wind up with like hundreds of arrows in the game without even trying.
Yeah, that was actually a lot harder to get
Mm.
arrows in the first game, so I'm glad that like just they put so many more arrows this time around, because you're gonna be going through a lot of them. Honestly, it's interesting that like I feel, playing with this, new, with this not new version of Link, but with like this new item selection menu that that you have to add effects, to your arrows. I find them more often, so I feel more like I'm playing more like um, like like Aloy from from Horizon than typically just macking around like I typically would do with Link.
Hmm.
Yeah, the
I'll
game.
say this:
Yeah,
people have dubbed the game a Wile E. Coyote simulator because of the crafting system.
yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
And you know what? That's kind of accurate. I mean, some people can make simple machines. They try to push you in the direction of saying, "Hey, you should craft some items so you can make make a little track, make a little platform to go across this track, or you can put the train on the tracks and you can go across and save the Koroks, or you can build a bridge to get to this tower. You can build supports for this guy who keeps putting up signs at different shapes, and they have different tipping points, and you have to guess those tipping points, and that's the puzzle. But hey, you get 20 rupees from it." And I just never use, and there's just so much stuff. There's times when I'm like, okay, my objective is I want to get all the towers, and then I start my journey, and then I get sidetracked by so many caves that come across my way, or
Oh, piece
sometimes
of
I see
candy. Oh,
patterns.
piece of candy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
just
I have that
basically makes
exact same thing where like I wanted to do that exact same thing. That was one of my first goals. Go to every tower, and the towers are kind of cool. Instead of climbing them, which was the original puzzle in the game in Breath of the Wild, to get to the top and like do the whole find out about the the this area. Now they're basically cannons. So they kind of launch you all the way up to the top of the air, and then you just like skydive all the way down, and
Oh
it's
yeah, I saw that.
fun.
That's super cool.
It
That
is
is
super
Mm.
so
yeah.
tight.
cool.
You always
And
use it too.
That's partially to incentivize exploring the Sky Islands, so you're not just covering the
Right.
ground of Hyrule.
Yeah.
Also, just see whatever Super Mario Galaxy esque areas you can explore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the what I've seen is the very Minecrafty way of just making little like arbitrary like machines out of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen people make moblin killing machines. I've been seeing people like making a box with spinning blades and flames, and then they just trap the freaking moblin hordes inside of them.
I think one
Or
of my
what?
I
favorite I
My
think one of my favorite things that I've seen is that people are dubbing, Tears of the Kingdom Tears of the Koroks. Because a lot of the population is
Oh
just,
yeah.
like creating machines to just like torture the Koroks.
Right.
yeah,
I
Which
see.
yeah.
thankfully, because they made a comeback, like the moment I saw that my first Korok, I was like, ah, not these guys again. So I'm glad that there's a way to, get some payback.
It's like there's Korok missions where you have to reunite a Korok with its friend, and it's like, oh, I got separated. My friend left the smoke signal, and the smoke signal is like 50 billion miles away from your destination. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like, okay, let me save this guy. Like I cheesed a lot of those. Sometimes I just pulled out the wing. I'm like, okay, so I'm just going to attach a bunch of balloons and fans to this shit because I can't cross the water. I was in
Mm-hmm.
near the freaking Hyrule Great Forest, so it was like this area was around some ruins. I think they were called the Philo ruins or Philo. I can't pronounce
Right.
it. It had a lot of
It was
so
by a river, and there
yeah,
were, was it the
there
one
was
by?
a river where it was like if you tried to cross it, you would sink instantly.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't make a boat to cross it because the boat sank. So I had to make a flying machine to get across it, and I managed to get across it. But oh man, the Korok almost flew away on it, and I had to do the recall to pull it back down.
You
And
know,
there was a bunch of enemies I had to fight off before getting it back to its friend. But by the time that shit was over, I'm like, man, fuck
I did
these
a, I did
Korok
a,
missions.
what I did in a similar situation is where the other guy was on, across the river, and there was and I had a bunch of, stuff laying around, some ramps, I mean some, some wooden planks, some of those fans and stuff, and I got what the game wanted me to do. It's like, oh, to make a, make a boat, to go all the way over there, but then they give you a rocket. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna attach the Korok, I'm gonna put it on a nice ramp, and it'll make it all the way over there. So the thing is that to activate a lot of this, pretty much to activate the actual devices, you have to smack them. So I put the Korok on the ramp with the rocket. I smack the ramp. It breaks. It just breaks off, and the rocket just goes off shooting. And it just so happens to land across, the river where the Korok is at. And I'm like, well,
Ah.
worked out anyway. So
Well, at least, right?
yeah, yeah.
Gotta watch what weapon you strike those devices with, because like sometimes you
It's
just
funny.
really like having that hammer or that axe. It's like, yeah, this is really cool. This thing can smash those ore deposits. Try that thing near anything made of wood. Oh boy, you got splinters.
You know what's
There
one of
goes
the
a
most,
perfectly
you
good
know what
bridge.
what's to me the most useful, ability though? It's it's like whatever that's called, the the swimming through the, through the ceiling into to
The
the roof.
Ascend.
Ascend.
The what?
Ascend.
Yeah, ascend.
Ascend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's so they giving you this ability, right? Where like if you're like, if you want to get to the rooftop of something, you can basically just clip right through it. You just there's a certain range to which you can actually, use the ability. If you're within that range, you basically just ascend right through it. Just you go right through the ceiling into the top of the rooftop. So if you're in a, if you're trying to climb, if you're inside like a cave and you want to make it all the way to the top of the mountain, you just basically clip through the entire mountain and into the top. The animation is kind of seen, it's kind of shown us if Link is swimming right through the, you know right through the rock, right through the, whatever magic bullshit.
Right.
But it's just such a, like, it liberated, Nintendo to make just like some crazy, some really good, map design, to the point where, like, they don't have to worried, to put some ladder here or there, because it just gives you so much more freedom to just like be at the bottom of something, just instantly be at the very top of a mountain or a or whatever structure you're at.
Mm.
You're like using it pretty much. You use it all the time, just in order to be able to like get to places where you just normally wouldn't be able to do. And I think it's like the kind of ability that like in any other, any other lesser developer, it would be game breaking, just like climbing everywhere was in the first game. But Nintendo just with their, they just make it work. They're just so good at level design that they just make it work. It just gives you so much more freedom to move around. Gives like it
Yeah,
gives
they
all the game
they
already has a lot of verticality. It gives you even more verticality.
they have come up with a lot of ways to make it so that like climbing isn't as punishing as it was in the last game.
Mhm.
So there's always going to be pieces from the Sky Island that you can use recall on, so you can travel all the way across up into the sky, and you be at a high enough vantage point, higher than most mountains, so you can glide to your next destination, or you can go to another nearby neighborhood, Sky Island, and probably find some good stuff there. I mean, the choices are endless. And okay, so Carlos, how many like temples did you complete? Like, not like the shrines, but I mean like
The
story
actual,
relevant boss temples.
I've only honestly done the Wind Temple. I haven't done. I barely just got to the Fire Temple.
That's fine. I just wanted to ask just to field this across because I'm on the same boat.
Oh, nice.
So, if you remember from previous Zelda games, like before Skyward Sword, there used to be these things. There used to be orders to dungeons, and it was
Hmm.
because of the sages,
Hmm.
where there would be like different stages in Ocarina of Time, different stages in, well, I believe Wind Waker, and I think Twilight Princess also had mention of sages. Although most of what you were grabbing was few shadows in Twilight Princess. But
Right.
anyway, there was they brought back the sage system where there's different descendants of sages in the current time, and you basically team up with sages
Yeah.
in this so far. So the first village, like the first temple that seems to be highly designated, is the Wind Temple,
Hmm.
because they mention like the village is dealing with the food shortage, and it's like that seems like it's so urgent. And you go around to other places, their shit is dire, but it's like it's fine, it's fine. uh, like you can come back later for that. It's like I'm just worried about the starving baby birds. So
Yeah.
so I go and save them, handle that temple, and then also like just like Wind Waker, you deal with an insect type boss for their
Yeah.
problem too.
I know it
Instead of
is.
lava,
It's almost the
it's
same.
snow.
Yeah, it's almost the same design too.
Oh yeah.
But that was a cool fight. I definitely enjoyed it. I'm
With that
glad that
variety.
they're bringing back their own distinct bosses, as opposed to the bosses from Breath of the Wild, which were pretty much the thing that everybody complained about. That
Oh
was
yeah,
like the
the
biggest.
Ganon incarnations. That
Yeah.
is okay. It just was underwhelming. It's like, okay, you get to fight Ganon is this form. You get to fight Ganon is that form. I hope you use your abilities wisely.
Yeah.
Around. It's like, at least there's a little bit more variety. And I also do like that the typical story related bosses
Mm.
have a different difficulty curve than the regular enemies or the optional bosses that you can face on the field. I think that's like two different speeds. It's like it follows the same thing where it's like it's a pattern, and you do the amount of damage you do is very generous on those temple bosses. So you're just able to cut through that and just move along with the story, and the rest of the struggle is just out in the world.
Yeah. I really like getting to the temple. So the challenge of this one is that story wise, there's this big storm that's causing this big blizzard, and um Link and the Sage descendant are are tasked, with getting to the storm to begin with. You guys are the only ones, who can make it there and see what's causing the blizzard. And so there's this just, you know, series of platform, puzzles that you have to keep going and going, until you make it to the to what's the actual dungeon in the sky. And it's a cool sequence. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot, it's a lot of problem solving. It's a lot of fanfare and stuff. And just making it to the actual dungeon itself was a lot of fun. And the dungeon, the sky dungeon um wasn't that elaborate, or as much as I expected it, but it was definite. I found it to be more elaborate than the beasts that we had in the first game.
Varieties.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot getting there,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and that shit made me nervous climbing the Sky Island, going like, "Oh, what if my jumps are too far? What if I got to start all over again?"
Yeah. Yeah. The whole section makes a good use of that whole flying and skydiving system. Um, what was
And
it?
once your journey's done with that boss, and you have to send the sage to send it home, going like, "Okay, you can help me with Anim, but you got to go back to your village. Your people need you." But you get a special item that allows you to summon a phantom of that
Mm,
sage, so they can help you out even while you're out on the field. So if you can toggle it, but if you're like having trouble facing some enemies, you have some backup. So
Hmm.
they'll be able to help you out on the field if you're, struggling with hordes of moblins, bokoblins. There's like new enemy types too. So there's like these Maurice Sindak looking Ganondorfs called Oroblins, and they
right.
dwell in caves, and that shit is like, oh god, it's so fucking. It's not unnerving. It's just, oh my god, when you first see them, it's
Yeah.
uh, just get so frantic and want to kill those little fuckers.
What do you think of the anime variety in the new game?
I like it a lot better than Breath of the Wild. I haven't seen all types of enemies, but I heard there's like more the classic Zelda enemies that show up.
Mm,
Um, there is a certain there's a certain revision of a Zelda One boss that's come back, and it's got like three different elements. So there's like a thunder version, a fire version,
oh
and a
yeah.
lightning version.
I made the mistake of trying to find one of those. I'm like, hell no.
Man, those things I'm not strong enough for them yet, but I'll fight them soon.
So guys, it's basically this three-headed dragons flying around, and like Dee said, they are a version of a boss for the original Zelda, which I didn't know until I randomly came around came about that information through the grapevine.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, they're pretty challenging creatures, and they're definitely the kind of boss fights that you just have to tackle. Once you come that you have to come back to when you're stronger.
I see.
Um, yeah, yeah. There's more variety. Um, I hope I see a greater variety. As I unlock the rest of the zones. But I have to admit that I'm kind of disappointed that there isn't more variety. Like there
Hmm.
is more variety. There's to me there's actually the same amount of variety that there was in the first game, proportionally to how many to how much bigger this game is. Like
Right.
most of the
That makes sense. Yeah.
yeah, most of the newer variety you're gonna find are gonna be both in the sky and the. By the way, I was totally floored by the fact that it was like a whole subterranean section of Hyrule that is basically just as big as Hyrule itself.
Right.
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
It
so
is some
cool.
crazy shit. Like, there's a new boss type that I faced down there. That shit got me fucking nervous. But when I first spotted, I'm like, I'm not leaving this cave until I kill it at least once. I managed to kill it, but
Yeah.
fuck that. Fuck those frogs, man.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, they do suck. Those Blight cannons. Like Dee was saying, there is this substance called gloom that saps your strength, saps your your hearts and blocks them from actually being able to heal. In the subterranean caves, you have all variety um of enemies. Of all the other enemies that you're gonna face, from above and and below, but they're all also infected with the gloom. So fighting enemies, on the subterranean sections is definitely a lot more unnerving because you're always on the constant threat of like, well, if I get hurt by those, I can't heal, and a lot of those enemies hit really hard. That's one of those double-edged swords for me. That the game is a lot harder, but I find too many enemies, yeah, do just one straight up one shot you.
Huh.
The save system is consistent enough that you're never really set up from a lot of progress if you get killed. But it's the kind of thing where like you can kill everything around, but if the wrong bokoblin that just happens to be have a different color just hits you from an angle you didn't see, and it's like, oh well, now I have to start the fight all over.
And
Damn.
all the enemies have different horns, like I mentioned. So, like, once you start seeing some of the silver class enemies, you're kind of wondering, like, really? About
Hmm.
that this early, I'm seeing silver enemies. I didn't even cover like I only got like 40 shrines. I didn't even beat a lot of dungeons, and already I'm seeing silvers.
Huh.
Okay.
I haven't seen silvers at all, and I think I have about like 40 shrines or something.
Yeah, I was globetrotting, so I went to Eventide Island, and
Oh.
I went to the Abyss down there. So that's how I got to see him.
So Eventide Island was this island in the first Breath of the Wild where it took you would get to an island that's basically outside of the main land of Hyrule, and there was a challenge where it would just take away all of your equipment. You just had to start from the beginning. You just had to start just from scratch right there. Does it still do that?
No, no, you're pretty much free this time. So
Oh,
it's just a regular island now.
yeah,
Uh,
okay.
there is a challenge for you to face all the same, so
Mhm.
it's not like it's just there to be there.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Um, how far do you think you're in the game?
Not very far. A lot of it's the kind of game where I don't necessarily prioritize beating it. I just like exploring or just trying to. I don't even want to say try to complete the game, but I try to get the stuff that matters to me.
Hmm.
Right.
So if I see a quest that interests me, I'll try to go for it. If I see some equipment I could upgrade, I try to go for it. And then that will be part of what will complete my experience.
Right.
Because Breath of the Wild was the kind of game where you might have a plan of what you want to do, but you'll easily get sidetracked. And Tears of the Kingdom is still like that
Yeah.
because the little constructs that you can build, the Zonai devices, those things come in different varieties, and there's gotcha machines that'll dole out all sorts of the equipment that you can carry on your person, so you can
Mm.
make your own builds without having to lug all the items or having to be in the place for all the items. So yeah, I will be hoarding fans like a crazy person, but it's just so I can make my birds fly, my freaking wing constructs fly. So I just like using some of the Zonai devices, but I only use them in a very specific way. So I'm
Mm.
not going to be spending all this time making, giant planks with arms and legs pissing fire. If I'm sure that video's been going around, I find it entertaining, but that's not what I want to do. I
Yeah.
want to make like cars or like because it just like Minecraft or any kind of game with crafting in it. You just kind of think about all those times you played with Lego or Duplo blocks and made your
Mm.
little aircrafts or made your little fortresses or whatever kind of constructs you made with the freaking attachable art blocks. But it's basically the same thing. You
Mhm.
just want to make your little dream machine or you want to make a construct that'll help you in impasse of the game, be it a raft, a boat, a car, um, an aircraft of some sort, just anything that works, as long as it works for the player. And me, I just don't really use a lot of the devices for combat. I mean, you can. They have some designated parts that you can use for combat, like the little ice shooter or the little fire spewer.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you can play a little Super Mario Sunshine with the hydrant and go to the polluted places that have all this sludge, so you can start spraying the sludge because clean is better than dirty, but dirty's meaner than clean. Let's all lend a helping hand because Link can't do it alone. Okay, but yeah, that little reference. So dated. I'm old, but yeah, it's the kind of game where I don't you don't necessarily have to have an objective. You just find you make your own quests. That's what the games have been.
It's a
Like, yeah, you
giant
have your
fucking
adventure,
playground.
but you can make your own quests,
Yeah.
basically.
It's a
Right.
giant playground. Like everywhere you go, like there's something to do. Like the first game got, a lot of praise for its minimalism. Um and oddly enough, I feel like, this game actually has quite the opposite. Where like you still
Hmm.
have, the big open fields, but there's always something to do. Like almost every 5 to 10 seconds, you'll have some sort of interaction that, that'll make you go like, oh, I need to go kill that. Oh, I gotta do that. Oh, I gotta do that. It's it's easy to be distracted only because it's fun to be distracted.
That's
By
just
the way,
more places to be distracted. You see a
how?
well, you have to go into it. You see a cave, check
Yeah,
that cave out. You
yeah,
see a chasm, depending on how I feel and how courageous I feel, I may or may not go down the hole.
yeah.
And sometimes the holes are rewarding.
How long did it take you to get out of the tutorial? By the way.
Man. Let's see. When I bought the game, I was spending time with my older brother, so I was
That's nice.
at his place from I want to say 11 to 9. So I took around 8 hours playing through the not exactly 8 hours. I did land in Hyrule a little bit before I left,
Yeah, okay.
so I know the tutorial does take a little while, but it's not necessarily a long section.
Hmm.
Just that I actually had to take a break because I needed to let my Switch charge.
Oh, no, I definitely took at least 4 hours on the Sky Island. Like I would kept
Wow.
wondering, it's like, when am I gonna get to the floor? Because I know I'm gonna be playing on the floor at some point. But yeah, it's a very heavy tutorial just because um there's just the game has to tutorialize you to, so much of its, variety of gameplays and, just and things
Right.
to do. Like,
Yeah. Sometimes there's just no way around it.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Hell, I imagine that for a lot of casual players, Breath of the Wild is just going to be the Sky Island. Like I've met a lot of casual players who, to tell me that they've been stuck in the original tutorial for Breath of the Wild for like weeks. Um,
Wow.
yeah. Uh,
Kind of understandable. It's
yeah,
not your fault.
Insane.
The game.
Just
but
because
like the
Wow.
you can essentially go somewhere else that isn't where the tutorial is, and
That's
then
the
yeah,
realize that there's
first. I don't
another.
know that I've ever heard that. That
yeah.
like someone's just stuck in the tutorial like forever.
A lot of people just don't realize that, like, oh, there's more to the game. Like, imagine their surprise.
Wow.
It's more like they're not necessarily stuck in the tutorial. Mainly, they went off the beating path that
Mhm.
not the tutorial.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing is that, like, about the original, the Altus Plateau, the original Breath of the Wild, tutorials that, like, it basically tutorializes you to everything you're gonna be doing in the game and every interaction you're gonna be doing. And the same philosophy. And if you're like an experienced gamer, you're probably gonna get through it like half an hour at the most. Um, but for this game, like the Sky Island is just there's just so much to teach you in the game that and also just your natural curiosity, it's gonna make you go like, oh, how do I do this, how do I do that, that you're definitely gonna be stuck there. I basically made it my goal to just get through the tutorial first. I thought, how long could it take? 4 hours later, I'm like, okay, I'm getting a little antsy here. Um, so I feel like that's a double-edged sword, but that's the thing about this game. It just gives you so much. It gives you so much of a bigger language to express yourself in the game that it does require a lot of a lot of teaching in the get go from the get go.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I know I missed a lot of stuff on the first island, like mostly
Yeah.
Koroks, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that I got all the permanent equipment I could from the island. So
Mm.
I might be going back there though. Just get those Koroks because I need more weapon slots. Damn it!
Yeah, I know, seriously. Yeah, I'm at the point too where I'm running out of I'm constantly have to keep switching, between grabbing the thing or just leaving the chest, somewhere there so that I can come back to maybe come back to the weapons, because yeah, I'm always constantly running out of inventory space.
Oh yes.
Hmm. That's the thing. If you like the original Breath of the Wild, you're really gonna enjoy this game. Like it's basically, it almost feels like Breath of the Wild was a demo version of this game.
Hmm.
I think a lot of choices that they made were because of Breath of the Wild. Like Link's memories in Breath of the Wild,
Mm.
hunting down those areas just by the picture alone wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Um, they changed the map system. So now, if you go to a certain location and you want to share that with your friends, they give you a set of coordinates. So you could just write down the coordinates, send that to your friend, and say, like, hey, I found something at this area. Try going here. So it doesn't matter if they can navigate it on the map or not. If they can find it on the coordinates, and they know where to go. They know where to plant their little wayfinder so they can go to that location. Um, yeah, that's one of the great things. Another thing is that uh, there are memory locations that you find, which are essentially the tiers of the kingdom, as the title implies,
Yeah.
and it'll be in these Nazca line shaped areas that glow in the dark, and you have to find a puddle within those glyphs, and the puddle reveals to you parts of Zelda's journey.
You know,
And
sometimes I find the puddles hard to find, and I keep wondering, is it because was it actually hard to find, or was it the ugly limitation of the Switch that just didn't render the thing far enough so that I didn't see it the first time around, and oh, okay, now I can see it because I'm at render distance.
for me, it was kind of weird where it's like some of them were shaped in a way where I had an idea of where the puddle might be.
Hmm.
Uh, some of them I had to go around. The first one was hard. I had to go on a wild goose chase, and I was wandering a little bit because I was prioritizing unlocking the towers. So I was in, I think it was the Hebrew region where it was all cold, but I managed to get one of the glyphs there. Then I went a little bit beyond to the snowfield where there was this huge image of someone, and then I finally figured it out, going like, "Oh, I know where the location might be," because I figured like it was in shape of a certain character, and let's just say the hint was check the right hand, and yeah, I did manage to find it there.
You know, I really like a lot of the little details that you notice along the way. In the first game, he just kind of hummed, some random, generic tune. Now he hums, like classic Zelda tunes, like Saya's song.
Yes, like I did notice that. Like I was pointing that out to my brother, trying to see if he caught any. Like he was humming Zelda's Lullaby in one.
Yeah,
Another one was Epuna's theme. Um,
Saya's song.
what else did he do? Yeah, Sarai song. Um, yeah, I think he did do the classic Zelda thing, like you said.
Yeah,
And I'm sure there's other ones too. Like he might have been humming one of the cave themes.
Yeah, yeah. I think that one of them is supposed to be the song from Link's Awakening.
Oh yeah, yes, that one. Da-na-na,
Yeah,
da-na-na.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yes,
For
thank
you
you.
know, yeah. For a second, I thought it was the song with Storms. Da 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 da. Um, yeah, like the first game, it has a lot of references to the first game. I mean, to previous Zelda games. Hmm. Actually, I'll get back to you on that because I haven't seen that. I haven't seen as many as I saw back in Breath of the Wild, but that's probably due to the map changes. Um, like, um, it's still the Breath of the Wild still uses basically the same map as the original, Hyrule because you're in the same land. But there have been so many drastic, different changes to the main land as to just make it feels familiar, but it still feels new. You know?
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
there's some new landmarks. Some landmarks have been updated. Some
Mm.
landmarks have been taken over by forces stronger than you can imagine. It's not going to be a cakewalk where it's like, hey, this is just Breath of the Wild's map, and it's just plus sky and plus underground.
Yeah.
Um, and so there's a little more to keep you on your toes. There might be different enemy strongholds, even.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like, yeah, you might think, oh, there's no guardians, so that's a relief. And no, so far I haven't seen any discarded guardians, so I'm good off that. But my God, there's still Lionels. There's still other elements from the previous game. I don't want to get too deep.
Mm.
It's just there's some stuff that you think you might be relieved from, they might come back. So
Hmm.
But seriously, there's this creatures called the Gloom Hands. You know, they're exactly what it says on the tin. They're basically hands that come out of like the substance called gloom, and they're absolutely fucking terrifying. They move around like they're the freaking like a giant glob of like the thing from of the thing, and they sap your they're hard to kill. They sap your energy. The entire sky goes red, but like in the blood moon event. Um, so when especially when you're early in the game they just you kind of have you just fucking you know you just fucking book it away from those things.
man, I'm very sure that Aonuma always wants to put in horror elements in Zelda games.
Yeah.
I just can't quite put my finger on it, but I get the inkling that's what his intention is.
Mm-hmm. um
Zelda Silent Hill.
yeah, yeah, seriously. Would- I want to see that version. um it runs about as well as the first game, to be honest, which is
Hmm.
impressive from seeing how much has been added to the game. But it's the one game that like it's one of those games that like really pushes against the limitations of the hardware. Like
Right.
in many ways,
Yeah, it
because
drained my battery so bad when I hooked up my Switch to the adapter, it was still draining power.
yeah. And I mean, at some point, like you can have the best artists in the world. You still, you're still, gonna have an ugly looking game if you can't um render out things properly. And 90% of the time it looks great. But there are some, times where like just the pixel density gets so low that it's like it makes a really it makes a muddy picture. It doesn't happen often, but when it happens, it's pretty noticeable.
Hmm.
Oh gosh, and gollies, why didn't they just go with the art direction that David Scott Jeff did when he fed the image into AI? Anyone heard of that? David Jeff
The
getting
fuck?
so I get it, he's entitled to his opinion. That's great. But when you're going like Zelda would look better if it looked like this, and I'm looking at it like, dude, how do I put this? If this were a bounce house, he would have sucked all the fun out of it.
Oh my god.
Like the
What?
whole part of it
What he
is the
wanted
art
like super
direction.
realistic
Things look
or something?
appealing as they do because of the art direction. Hyrule has its whimsy because these are unusual looking places with some realistic elements. That's part of the charm. Plus,
Mm.
there's a lot of work that goes under the hood with the game engine, what with the lighting and post processing effects.
Mm. You know, I'm
But
surprised
yeah,
too that I haven't
as
encountered a
someone who played Breath of the Wild solely on Wii U, I've never played the Switch version of Breath of the Wild, and playing Tears of the Kingdom, I gotta say I'm just really grateful for the load times in Tears of the Kingdom. They're very decent. I know waiting for that goddamn loading bar that fills up the Zelda logo was just like so much of an ordeal. Like sometimes it would take upwards 2 fucking minutes or like
Oh yeah,
Jeez.
3.
that's bad.
Jeez, it was a lot. But Tears of the Kingdom, I'm like, okay, just like 15, 20 seconds, done. All right, cool. On with the adventure.
Yeah, the loading isn't bad.
Yeah, it's
Unfortunately, there's a lot of shrines, so you're gonna be seeing that that loading screen a lot. But it's
mm.
mercifully, mercifully, low.
I
And
heard the
it,
game was actually completed
Yeah.
as early as March of last year, but
mm,
Aonuma wanted to delay it because he wanted to make sure that the physics were fine tuned.
mm.
And looking at that, I'm like, that was the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, it feels
You
like a
want to make sure you idiot proof this game.
yeah, it's a very complete game. Like I don't think I've felt I don't think I've experienced a single bug for like the probably 50 hours that I have in the game. With a game this
Complete
massive,
game? What's that?
I know,
I
right?
know, right? What? Who
No,
would have thought we
I
live
don't
in
believe you. I don't
no
believe
game
you.
bullshit
breaking bugs.
2 years, 3 years of games just nonstop broken as shit in the beginning? Fuck. I actually was like walking home today thinking in my head, like, man, our bar is so low.
Yeah.
It really is.
I was like really just having this deep like thought about like just all the games I'm dealing with. Just such a low bar.
Yeah, it feels it feels almost like a backhanded compliment to say it's like, oh, it's a complete game. But especially for open world games with like systems that are as
Mm-hmm.
complex as the Breath of the Wild, it's honestly
Yeah.
really impressive that I don't I
Yeah,
haven't felt that I've experienced
I saw a
anything that's
video,
not
yeah,
part of the world. Yeah.
on some of the like one of the videos I saw fucking on Tears of the Kingdom was a guy made a fucking orbital strike on one of the bosses on the dragon. I was like, my jaw dropped. I was all like, and I was like, yeah, I can't play this game. This is too complicated for me. I was I just like, I saw him do it, and I'm like, this is Minecraft on crack. Like,
It's yeah,
this is insane.
it's how No Man's Sky started off
It's Call of Duty and
as
fucking
wide
Zelda.
as an ocean, shallow, shallow as a puddle, like, and it eventually got like pretty deep. No, that's Brett, that's Tears of the Kingdom, from the get go. It's just a freaking ocean.
Yeah.
And so far I've had fun for like the past 50 hours. It's easily gaudy this year with the which it's not a lot of competition. So it
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like a like a compliment, but it's so much fun.
Nice.
I'm afraid it's just like trying to cross a freaking ocean. I'm afraid I'm gonna get fatigued at some point, but I haven't gotten to the point yet.
Yeah, that's a probably an easy thing for kind of massive, these big open worlds to get that kind of fatigue.
I mean, especially these days. I mean, like it's easy. Like I don't remember like it's not a lot of games, open world or not, that I spend 50 hours with, and I'm not like ready to get to the next thing. So
Mm-hmm.
pretty. Yeah, I mean that's good.
There's a story now.
Oh,
They
okay.
managed to put that up.
Jeez, what a compliment.
No, the original Breath of the Wild had a pretty
Bar is
sparse.
certainly low.
Yeah, the original Breath of the Wild had a pretty sparse story that would have been sparse for a regular Zelda, let alone a big adventure like it was back then.
Right.
But this time it's like it's so much more bombastic. Like that intro animation, the intro must be like the most epic intro they have ever made for any game whatsoever. In the history of Nintendo.
Hmm.
The moment the moment it started, I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. I just like my inner 12-year-old was so happy.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Would you say because like it just does it like add more motivation to the get? I remember back in the day when games like I had the motivation to get to the next cutscene. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, and back when and
We
I'm
were
saying
young
and
back
you know
then.
what's really funny about that? I'm saying that, but I remember the time where I said, "This is dumb to have that only motivation to just get to the right." Like,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
remember, like there was some games that the gameplay was so bad that you just wanted to get to the
Yes.
next cutscene. Whereas
I
nowadays
mean, and the
it's
cutscenes
like
were always the cutscenes were always such an event. Whereas like now
Right.
it's like the whole game. A lot of games like the whole games are cutscenes pretty much. Where it's just like I mean I think about something like Uncharted or The Last of Us, and it's like a lot of times you're watching and it's like, oh wait, I can move. Oh shit! Like I thought I thought this was still in a cutscene.
right.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a interesting thing to have, where it's like you almost want now cutscenes, just like at least these motivate me to move forward.
Yeah, they were always like a reward that you get after you get it past the past a section of the game.
Right.
Yeah, like I think that was definitely a very conscious decision from the from developers back there.
Yeah.
But obviously there were too many developers who were like, oh, they'll play through whatever shit we put as long as we put a cutscene.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, there was those. We just put in the cutscene because we have no reason to make everything else any better.
Yeah.
Everything else is the fluff to the next cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good balance now.
With the beginning intro, it just kind of sets up. I wouldn't say like I just want to see the next cutscene, even though I would really like to see the next cutscene because it's a.
Did somebody like speed you up?
A bit. I know. Sometimes I just speed up
yeah,
the way I speak. I don't
yeah,
know
that
why.
like the tone was completely different before.
That's so funny.
I was like,
Ah.
did somebody put fast forward on you?
This is that's probably how when I answer the phone, at my job, probably sounds.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But they're like, can you say that again? You said that way too fast. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're just trying to get through them. That's why you're like, on to the next person. On to the next person.
Yeah. Yeah, just because I wanted to get through the idea that the cutscenes are really well done. For all the memories that you find scattered throughout the kingdom, they're really well executed. And I think that they're more interesting than in the first game. The acting is still pretty subpar, in my opinion. It was like that in the original Breath of the Wild, and it's not that much better in this one. But what it lacks in good acting, it just does. It just I think it outdoes it in like just how much more interesting the story and the setting is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I ever really like if I ever see a Zelda game or whatever. The first thing I don't think about at all is like, is the acting great?
Yeah. I mean, we haven't really had acting until Breath of the Wild. I think it's the first one that had a actual voice acting. Yeah.
Right.
Whoa, let's not forget this is a CDI, Sure.
How could I?
It sure is boring here today.
Careful, Nintendo might sue us just so that we can stop talking about the
I-
CDI version.
Because like Zelda doesn't strike me as this kind of RPG like say Mass Effect. Mass Effect
Yeah.
is something
Of
like
course,
kind of needs good acting on that. It really does hinge on like
Yeah.
Your interaction with
It's an ensemble cast, and
Yeah.
Mhm.
the fact that Zelda even has characters that are acting in it
Yeah.
is amazing to me. So
I mean, the first Zelda, the first Breath of the Wild itself, like, it had a story that focused on Zelda herself. And, like, the story was all about both failure and tragedy. Like, the calamity ends up creating this apocalypse because Zelda cannot live up to the expectations that the kingdom and her father have put on her. Like
Mm.
it's an emotional moment to me. Like and honestly, I put the game in Japanese because that was the one voice acting that actually that actually worked for me, and it actually did bring
Ah.
tears to me when Zelda starts crying after her after her failure. Like
Mm.
I could
That
relate to
does
a
make sense.
character. Yeah, I think we can all relate to a character who's had great expectations put upon them,
Yeah, like
and
plunged
that
into
fear
it.
of like failure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like what's Patricia Somerset's voice isn't exactly the most well received. It, it's a weird thing. It's like I don't think she's bad. I just think that when people thought of Zelda, they didn't necessarily think of her.
Imagined, yeah,
Hmm.
imagined her voice or something.
So, but I still play the game in English, even though I do have the option to switch to another language. But
Right.
it seems like she tries to have a little bit more fun with the role. Like her reads for the Blood Moon
Oh yeah.
events are weird.
Yeah.
Like it sounds like she's evil and enjoying the Blood Moon
Hmm.
coming forth. It's you got to see those scenes, even if you don't like the acting. Just listen to how she does her read. It's weird,
Yeah.
Hmm.
but yeah,
Yeah. That
it,
was. Yeah. I mean, what's his name? Matthew Mercer is the one playing, Ganondorf. So I
Oh
still have the
yeah.
voices
Right.
in. I still have the voices in English this time around just to hear it. And I mean,
wasn't he Ganondorf in another production? Like what was it? I heard he was in some animated production playing Ganondorf, and I might have been a fan production.
hmm,
Might have,
I don't know.
I think it was
Maybe.
maybe an, maybe based on that webcomic Brawl in the Family.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I haven't heard.
I've been hearing that that's not the first time he played Ganondorf. Basically,
Oh,
Hmm.
okay, okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, that guy's around. He's
Yeah.
all over the damn place.
ah damn. There's a meme going around with Ganondorf making a face,
Oh
and
yeah.
it happens for something that's quite heavy,
Oh,
but it's just
it's
you
no
can't
longer
help
that.
but laugh.
It's no longer Daddy Dilf Ganondorf or something. It's
He,
something else.
it's he's making a mean face, like a soy jack face. He has his mouth agape and he's just staring into the camera,
Huh.
and that's a real scene. No one
That's a
did
real scene.
a short filmmaker manipulation of it. It's just he makes that face, and that's how the freaking memory ends. I
Oh.
picked up
No.
that
Oh.
memory. I'm like, oh
Weird.
man, this is a very magic moment, but I can't stop laughing at that face.
uh, interesting.
Yeah, in other words, the game is pretty shit. 0 out of 10. Don't play it. Yeah, again, if you enjoy the first Breath of the Wild, you're gonna love this game. If you didn't like it, you're probably not gonna like this game.
Mm.
Mm-mm.
I mean, like I guess that goes with every game. If you don't like those type of games, you're probably not gonna like those games. But
Right.
so far,
Basically, it doesn't change like it adds on to what it had already built from before as just
yeah,
more things to do,
mhm.
of the thing that made it
Yeah,
the game their signature that it is now.
exactly.
They're
They built
basically
upon
If
revisiting
you
everything.
the
don't,
same
yeah, if you
world with
don't like
new
that signature,
tools,
then you're just not gonna
and the
enjoy
world
that.
has new additions of its own.
Right. Mm.
Mm.
Yeah, it sounds pretty. Man, it sounds sounds pretty complicated.
It's
I'm all like,
what's most. Yeah, it's complicated, but I think the most important thing is like the game is fun. It
right. You get to
has.
experiment
Yeah.
a lot, quite a bit.
Hmm.
Really involve yourself with the process.
Yeah, the game really like teaches you throughout the game too to play the game itself. Like I've been through some shrines where it's like, oh, okay, so I can do that. Like here, if you're ever gonna play it, I'll kind of spoil some mechanics where like you can use the recall ability where you basically just recalls the position of things in the environment. So say you have a plank, and you know want to get across a gap, but there's nothing to there's no water, there's no way to like put a sail. Well, you could use your ultra hand ability, move it across the gap, and bring it back down, get on top of the plank, and then use recall so that you can you have your own platforms to cross any gap. Same
Mm-hmm.
thing if
Oh,
you're
yeah,
gonna.
and it's not just crossing gaps either. You can use
Mhm.
it as an elevator. You can
Yeah,
use it just to cheese a lot of things.
yeah.
So I've been in situations where I use Ultra Hand and I would just move it up, down, up, down, and then I go
Mm.
up, like I climb up, and then I use recall to make it go up, down. Hit it with Ultra Hand while it's at its peak, and bring the object up with me. So
Mm.
it'll be stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes
Mm.
it just you can use it. You can use that same platform as like through ascent right through it as well.
Huh.
Shit, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Huh, huh.
I mean, typically you're not gonna use it because if you're gonna send, you might as well be standing on the platform as well. So it's kind of a niche use, but it can work.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
They
So
don't-
yeah, there's sounds like the kind of game that is like there's infinite possibilities practically.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Like you can
they
approach
did what
problems in so insanely different ways.
Yeah.
they did what the first game did best, where people would just show how they've been playing, and they'll be like,
Right.
"Hey, that's a good idea. Let's go with that,"
Right.
and that still continues.
Improvisation. Yeah. Yeah. Actually,
Mhm.
that really reminds me of like what I was. What was it before the game came out? I think we talked about this where I said, like, at a certain point, you kind of go into the game thinking instead of playing favorites and being just so like goal oriented, you just go, okay, improvisation is the name of the game. So I'm just gonna go into the situation and then work with the tools I have at the moment to like succeed. Because assuming everybody's running within the same rules that you are too, except
Mhm.
the difference is that you have control of the rules. So you just pick and choose the situation that works in your favor.
Yeah.
So it sounds like
They
yeah, they really ran with that. Improvisation is like how to play the game,
Mhm.
and
Yeah, they gave us
even
more
more
freedom.
complicated. Jesus freaking Christ! Like fucking making
Mhm.
those vehicle things, those that I was seeing. I'm like, Jesus, what the heck?
I've
And
seen
of
some
course,
crazy
everybody's
stuff for
making
sure.
penis fucking logs. Come on,
Of
guys, can we
course.
get past this?
oh,
Anybody give like a
I make
creative?
the songs in my Zelda playthrough too.
Yeah, I know. I saw somebody make a giant, stick figure with like bomb balls and
Yeah,
a stick that spew fire. I'm like, yep, this is.
yeah, of
I
course.
love this. I love this community.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I'll do you one better. So you've been in the underground to unlock the camera, right, Carlos?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so someone did ascend up the statue's butt. Yeah.
Oh, that's hella
Yes.
Man,
that makes perfect sense. Honestly,
you
why
know the
didn't I
really
think of that?
it's so funny. So I think what might be really fun about that the game is the ability to troll the AI.
Mhm.
And I think already people are doing that with like
Yeah,
especially torturing the what's it called
the Koroks. Yeah,
Koroks, yeah.
Korok. Hmm?
Cor- tor-
Originally from
torture
Korok.
simulator.
Yeah, yeah,
Torture simulator.
yeah, yeah. They're originally from the Wind Waker.
Ah,
Mm.
I see. Interesting, interesting.
Yeah, lots of ways to troll the enemies and to troll yourself. Yeah.
Right. You do things that you didn't expect that would work or happen, and then it like messes you up.
Yeah,
That's funny.
I can't think of something off the top of my head, but I have definitely been in situations where like, oh, but that was a mistake.
The name of the game is not to beat it, just to have that cathartic reaction of just things happening, making
Yeah.
things happen.
Oh my god.
That is the that is the Minecraft way, I suppose,
True, true.
or the creative aspect, I guess. Yes.
So yeah, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, more like uh, I don't know, tears of happiness from the players because it's actually good.
Or like tears of creativity. And I mean tears with Tiers instead of Tears.
Oh man. Uh, well then, so sounds like that's overwhelming success for the
So yeah, those are
Zelda.
our first impressions. Just wait for our 10-hour review. Coming
I
next.
yeah, that reminds me. Yeah, how far are everybody actually through the game?
I'm trying to
I
find it.
mean, I'm just trying to get a lot of hearts, so I'm just hunting shrines, and we
Right.
got like
Okay.
4 towers left.
Finally have an answer because for the longest time my search was only saying play 10 days ago. It says 45 or more hours. So, yeah.
Damn.
All right.
45 or more. It doesn't give
Mhm.
you an exact hour count.
Well, what's time anyway? It's relative. I don't get that. Like what
Yeah.
the
That's
game
weird.
has
It's
to.
like, it's around 10 hours. Don't bother me. Man.
Numbers are hard. It's not like that's the only thing I can do.
It probably does this thing where it only tallies up to like every 10 hours, and then
Mhm.
like
Right.
doesn't say anything until you hit the next 10.
Yeah, that's true. Or every
I'm
five
pretty sure
since it
my
says 45.
playtime's around like 35 hours at least.
Mm.
I gotta
It's
check the
funny.
playtime, but I know I've been plugging in some serious Fridays and Saturdays, and the fact that there would be Fridays I'm just willing just to call off drinking just to keep playing. That just shows you how much I'm into it.
It's a good game.
Yeah, yeah. So I think you have a Zelda problem.
Yes, yes, I do.
It's-
We're gonna have to go to the Legend of Zelda Anonymous.
Don't
If
have to
it's
pull you
keeping
over
me from
for
a lot
Zelda
of
while
my other
driving.
recreational activities, then yeah, I know I have a Zelda problem.
Please fasten your seatbelts, sir.
I mean, the Switch, actually, with the Switch, you could have a problem with like do not sell then drive, because I can imagine people trying to do that.
That's funny.
That's true.
I mean, we can play it portable. We got cars with TVs in them, even so. Why not?
Do you know why I've pulled you over? Hold on. I'm trying to kill this fucking Korok. Oh, I'm with you, bro. Let's go.
Oh man, this is like completely out of the off the rails. But I was watching AVGN the other day, and he did an advertisement for these glasses that you can plug in to like the Switch, and it functions like a projector. I'm sure technology like that
Ah,
has existed before, but I'm like, man, it'd
Hmm.
be so cool getting some of those glasses. You can get like a second pair too, so you can have 2 players on it. It's basically like
interesting.
a TV
Oh.
inside glasses. I
Right.
wish I was like paid for talking about that shit. uh,
You know what was one of my favorite? Okay, random things to do. You fuse an exploding barrel on your shield, and you just like crowd surf in front of the enemies.
oh man, I won't even try to attach explosive barrels to my equipment. Like even just having like red choo choo jelly or the freaking palm flowers attached to my stuff. I know that stuff's gonna death trap. I just
Oh,
don't bother.
oh yeah, I've killed
Yeah,
myself so many times. Like the
yeah.
original explosion doesn't kill you, but if you're exploding yourself right next to a bunch of other exploding, um, exploding barrels, you can do the exploding barrel jump, but the splash damage from the other barrels, it will kill the shit out of you.
Oh yeah. I know. I think Link has a gut stat in the game because there's times where there's things that should instantly kill you, but you'll just have like one sliver of heart left,
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
quarter of a heart left,
Oh, like
and
there's like a
that
mechanic that
tends to
like
depend on things. Like
purposely
I know when
lives
I
a sliver.
yeah, because I know when I started off with 3 hearts, and then I
got hit by the construct, I was left with all but like one sliver of heart. I'm like, oh shit,
Ah.
that's random. Like I know
Yeah.
defense wise that probably shouldn't have happened, but
It's
it's like
like
the game has a mercy element to it.
yeah, exactly. It's a mercy mechanic. It's something so that it drives the player to learn their lesson, but not completely lose and get frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's a smart. That to me, it's like that's some smart game design right there. Just adding that one simple like just that line of code of like this would one shot you, but we're gonna give you that one
We'll
sliver.
save you one bit of health just so you
Yeah,
can recover.
like it implies that the danger of what you're fighting against or the attack, but at the same time, like adds that like moment of clutch, I guess. The excitement of clutch.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't
Actually,
think
I
a lot of
was
people
just
actually think about that though. Anyways, go on.
no. I was just gonna say I was looking through some recordings that I've done on the Switch. There's exactly one moment like that where I'm like, in the subterranean caves. Some of the sections. Well, I'm in this subterranean cave that is designated for the volcano, and in there it's like it's so hot you can't stay in there without like special gear, or it will or else you just burst into flames and die. Um, quick lesson for you. Don't try to use a bomb in there because it doesn't
Oh
end
yeah.
well. Just so it's like just so found the moment. It's like, oh yeah, the mercy rule did save me that one time.
That's great. We'll give you
Yeah, a lot of the
mercy.
lands have changed, so that's one of them where you don't need to have fireproof stuff in order to go to Eldon or go to the Goron City. But if you're going into caves, you'll need it still.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, how's the let's see, what was it? Oh yeah, there's season 2 Loki.
Loki.
October,
Echo
that's
is
quite a date.
yeah.
I'm
I
glad
finally.
it's happening this year because I was thinking like, oh, I gotta wait till 2024 for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me and Brenda just recently watched Quantumania and
Me too.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
it's
sorry
okay.
too.
I barely even remember it, so there's nothing to be sorry about.
It's better that
Oh,
way.
how about Stinger, Sean?
Yes, the stinger. Yes, that stupid fucking stinger.
Oh my god, that stinger, goddamn.
Oh right,
Brenda, do
It
you
was
remember
like a
Brenda?
joke, right? Like, how can you take it seriously?
Yeah, that stinger
so
at the end
fucking dumb.
with all the fucking
With
kangs.
all the
Yeah,
kings, yeah.
yeah. Fucking stupid.
It's like watching Eddie
Oh
Murphy.
man, there was like yeah, it really was, wasn't it? Wasn't
Yeah, it
it?
was like one of those. It's like one of those movies.
Yeah, it was like and Adam Sandler being his sister or something. Like
Yeah.
that's the equivalent of just
Mercifully,
this.
Yeah.
mercifully, I've never seen that. I don't even find Adam Sandler funny on a good day.
That's fair. His
Oh,
humor is
man.
not for everybody,
Yeah.
Yeah,
especially now. But even in the good
Especially
old
now,
days,
yeah.
it wasn't for everybody for sure.
yeah. Back in those days, like we only had intelligent comedy, and then he came in with the stupid stuff, and then we were all like, "Wow, this is new!" And then we let
But
it.
man, was it fucking funny! Holy shit! Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore,
Yeah.
Waterboy, Wedding
Exactly.
Singer. He has just a string, one after another, for years.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then everybody learned the wrong lesson. They're like, stupid means fun. Let's just do
Yeah.
more stupid. And then like that wasn't the
Mhm.
point.
And we're still doing that to this day.
And we're still doing
Yeah,
that to this day. Yeah, like we just didn't understand what was the magic there. And he just is so fucking. Oh my god. I think also another thing that was like ridiculous about his abilities is that, like, he was so threatening initially, but then when he got overwhelmed by the fucking ants and stuff,
Yeah.
I was all like, "Where's all those abilities that you had?"
Yeah.
right?
and you could have used, well, you know, like the whole shit where he was like trying to say like, oh yeah, I can repeat time and have you force you to watch me kill your daughter over and over again.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
where was that when the fight happened? Like,
Like
Yeah.
he's supposed to be this Thanos, more powerful than Thanos level, enemy, and like
yeah,
he got killed by a
Yeah.
bunch of ants. He
I
got
know.
killed by
yes,
he got killed by a joke
He
from
got-
Rick and Morty.
he got bum rushed by ants. Like it was bum rushed. It wasn't even like an intelligent way of dismantling his ingenious army or some shit.
Yeah.
Like, it was just overwhelmed. That's it. Like, are you serious? Like, come on.
I do
And
love
then-
the fact that they became so hyper smart, like in that Rick and Morty, episode.
And the MODOK comedy aspect too was just so
Ah.
miss.
Mhm.
It was not even funny when they were trying to
Why
be
did
funny.
they- Yeah.
When he's
know,
all like,
yeah.
am I now an Avenger? I'm not a dick anymore, right? Like, what does that? He keeps
That was
on
the
like,
worst
I'm being a
offense of the
dick.
movie.
Like, what?
Was
Oh my
that it
God.
just wasn't funny at all? Like,
Yeah,
it
it
was just
wasn't
not
funny at all.
funny.
Yeah, like at all. Like just not
So
none
we
of the
accept
comedy
like
was
trying
hitting.
To take your daughter hostage, right?
Just fucking hell, man. Like oh my god. There was just
You know-
so many missed opportunities too with them being able to. Okay, if I were to redo this, whole movie, I would be like focusing more on the fact that the Wasp, like in that one-liner where he's like, "Oh, she took over her family's business and now they're curing the world," or some bullshit, right? And I'm all like, "Okay, cool. So she's the so therefore she's the opposite to Kang. Like they are the rivals, not Ant-Man and Kang. It's they should be the
Right.
rivals because she's able to do essentially what Kang is doing, but doing it for the greater good and using their technology and their just ingeniousness to use their opportunities for the right reasons. And then that could have been just a good juxtapose where it's like now you have these two characters that are facing each other and they know each other is like a big threat. Cuz this is more like a fight against geniuses, not a what was this anyways? Like I don't even know. Like Kang is a big bad guy and then Ant-Man is an Avenger. Ooh. Like that's essentially what it was. It's like, "Oh, you're an Avenger?
Also,
Well, what
like,
makes you Avenger though?"
How can
Like,
he be that much of a threat? How can Kang be that much of a threat just optically for the audience when he's like going, when he's having trouble with like one of the weakest Avengers?
yes.
Yeah.
You know, like how do you, like, it's like him going against Hawkeye and being bested by Hawkeye. Like, it's just
Right.
like, how is this the big new threat? Like, it's just
Exactly. Yeah.
doesn't work.
And he doesn't even beat him because he's smarter or he does
Right.
something ingenious. In fact, you couldn't even say MODOK beat him. Like that's what
Right.
happened here. Was it's like he happened to like something like of something about MODOK for reason unknown or unnecessarily, pulling at the heartstrings or something that made him flip sides. Like it's so
Right.
just goddamn dumb. there's no meat into the storyline at all. Like to convince you of any threat that Kang would have. And then on top of that, like what was the advantage of having the daughter being in the suit anyways, other than she go around pew pew and shoot? Which is also another thing. Why does the entire city or like all the rebellion, yeah, look at that strange lady telling us to go and pick up arms and fight Kang. Yeah, I'm gonna believe her. Like that doesn't
Right.
make sense. You don't know her, and on top of that, she just happens to say Kang's not invincible. He's defeated. Oh, where's the proof? No one. She doesn't show you, but we're just gonna believe her anyways and pick up arms and go, yeah, get defeat Kang. Like that's so fucking dumb. Like you had the opportunity to make it work because the opportunity should have been that Wasp and her mother are like the main characters because they even said that the mother was part of the rebellion. So therefore, the rebellion should be listening to her and that she should be on the big jumbotron going on like, I'm back. We're gonna defeat Kang. You remember me, right? I'm back to save your ass. And then, you know, like, there you go. It's like, we can allude to her past that she was a leader at some point. And then that people remember her. And then, therefore, you can just assume that they'll believe her because they remember her. Maybe they thought she died. Maybe that should have been the part of the story. Maybe Kang was doing some sort of, like, almost mind control element where they were like, you know, she got killed by Kang, and therefore the threat of her being killed by Kang made it him even more threatening, even though he was just hiding the truth that she just escaped. What, you know, there's just so many avenues that we could have done so much better here. So much
Like
better.
if they retitled it the Ant Family Reunion Special and it wasn't a theatrical release, it probably would have.
I mean, yeah, for sure. That would have
Yeah.
been the way to go, for sure.
100%.
And they should have made it. They should have made it around Christmas too, so that they had an
There you go.
There you go.
And would be the real humbug.
lower
For
expectations
reals.
from the get-go.
Exactly. Oh my god. Yeah, where was all those abilities, dude? They just like disappeared, evaporated. Him
I mean, the
changing
moment
time
you get-
and
Yeah,
what about the
moment-
limits about his kinetic abilities? Remember how he was able to move people with his fingers? Like, where did that happen? Like, do you ran out of fingers? Like,
Well, you know.
you didn't even use that ability.
You sabotage the machines, you see, and using your platform inspired them.
I mean, the fact that he went fisticuffs, against Ant-Man, and
Ugh.
and was losing, it's like, okay,
Yeah.
he absolutely has no level of threat at this point.
Yeah, that was just tragic. Just so tragic to see. Just insane tragedy. I can't believe that they found a new low.
And that's how they kicked off Phase 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Question.
literally.
Honestly, I was more distracted by thinking about the physics of the of their universe, than actually watching the movie. Because I kept thinking, okay, is there one quantum realm for all of the universes?
That's
Or is
what
there,
I
like,
do.
one
That's
quantum realm for
literally what
all?
I was saying. I was like, the first thing me and Brenda, I was like, when watching, I was like, okay, are we on like some, like, how is it that possible that you get zapped back to the exact same coordinates that you were from before? Because it didn't look like they.
Possible. Like, like
Yes!
the whole idea of like of
How
say
did you meet
something
him
like
again? Like what?
how do you find that random atom where they're all hanging out?
Yes.
Just absolutely
I-
absurd.
Yeah, I don't. What? I was so like confused with that. Like, are we just not gonna recognize the fact that they somehow got to the same exact place? Like, this whole idea of the quantum world is supposed to be like even more expansive, and it's like saying, "Hey, the vastness of space," but we meet the same guys over and over again. Like, how is it so vast if you meet them again? Like, what the fuck?
It's like they,
I mean-
it's like they want us. They expect us to, to forget that. Oh, there's a shitload of atoms. You need to find just the right one, but they're all hanging out. But it does give me a theory as to how like the multiverse works in the MCU universe. Because if there's only one quantum realm for all of the universes, then there's actually then the universes aren't really on top of each other. They're actually just kind of separated from each other from like vast long distances, and like they're just going through random wormholes that like connect them together. They're all basically in the same universe. They're just kind of bubble universes, of like of like different consequences, here and there.
I see. So each like bubble of timelines is clustered in one area.
Exactly.
That means
It's like
there's a
big-
possibility there's like other clusters out there.
Yeah. There you are. Yeah. It's like a big bubble wrap, and all that little bubbles are just like are different universes.
And then you're just traveling between the bubbles.
Exactly.
And
I mean,
you
I don't
need.
think-
Can you please
I don't
write
think
for
they
them?
thought it
Because
that
like they
through.
don't fucking know. Yeah, I was about to say, can you go over there and tell them their own universe? Because I don't think they understand their own universe. Because it was that whole fucking movie was just let's just put some schlop together and call it quantum. It's
Yep.
fucking ridiculous. Like even with like Kang and like the multi-universe versions of it, like a slap on different like fucking Halloween costumes on him.
Yeah.
There's literally no rhyme or reason for any of that to look that way. I did. Did you see the one where like the one that was really cracking me up was the one Kang that was all like yeah like in the crowd like yelling
Yeah.
profusely screaming
Right.
like what was going on there?
They clearly just told Jonathan Majors, like, look, we just need you to do a bunch of random shit.
Just a
Yep.
lot of different emotions. I want some like happy people. I want some sad people in there. I want some mad people.
Okay,
You
this
know.
take, you're a pharaoh. The next take, you're gonna be a cyborg. The other one, you're gonna be Confucius. All right, just do it.
Dude, the fucking Asian Wu-Tang, like the fucking Fu Manchu fucking
Yeah.
facial hair. I was like, are you kidding me? No.
I know.
This is like the fucking costumes from when you get those amateur like what was that like Toxic Avenger, you know, what was that studio called?
Noma?
Trauma, yeah, like that. Like that's like what reminds me of Trauma, like studios like really, you know, honing into that B movies, you know, just
Yeah.
really driving it there. That's like what I was seeing there. It was just like, why? This costs like hundreds of millions of dollars to make, and this is what you came up with. Jesus, you go to a dollar store and get those goddamn costumes going on. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh,
It
man.
really was. It really was. Like I said when I was talking about it before, like I thought it was a joke at first. I thought this thing. I was like, this is like part of the gag reel, right? Like this is not real. And they were
Right.
totally leaning. It's like it's completely real. Like they've lost it over there. They've fucking gone off the deep end.
Oh shit. So, do you think this is like the new Dark the fucking Thor
Oh.
2 level of like
I think it's worse than that.
yeah, I mean I'm getting there. I'm getting pretty convinced about it. Like I keep on thinking
Yeah.
about that movie and
Yeah.
it's getting worse and
I'm
worse.
just thinking, like, what redeeming quality did it have?
Yeah.
Like anything. I mean, Michelle Pfeiffer looks really hot. I'll give her
Yeah,
that. She's like in
there
her
you go.
60s. She looks fucking better than Evangeline Lilly does. I'm like,
That's
what
what
the
I'm.
fuck is-
Yeah, what is she doing? Yeah, what is she doing to make her look like that?
That's it though, and that's not the movie's credit. That's just Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah.
That's all I got. Like, I can't think of anything else that I liked about the movie.
But
Was this
Part
like
of this
the
movie
thing-
is
I was
about
just so
Ant-Man
bored.
and the Wasp. Yeah, like you know what? That's another thing too. It wasn't exciting.
Oh,
The jokes were very much missing.
yeah.
Like 100%. And then anytime I'm thinking about logical things happening, just like out the window, you know. Like I'm okay with people like bending disbelief and stuff like that, but you know, at least have some rules, right? Like
Yeah.
that you set. This one clearly was just like, we don't know. We're going into I don't know territory. So let's just go wacky and okay. I mean, they could have. You know what I feel like too? Like the visuals and the designers for like the creatures and stuff. They probably knew more about the story than even the writers did. Because like,
Yeah.
you could have easily
Buy that.
push more into the concept that the technology they run on is not physical like metals and electricity. It's like organic technology, which they should have done more of, to be honest, because it also didn't make sense how MODOK worked, because he's like all robotic, right? And then like they didn't even bother explaining his own technology to like they did, but they didn't explain it to the level of like, oh, how is it working with what he's using now, or like how does this soldiers work? Are they people that he like, you know, what like indoctrinate somehow, or are they just robots? Right? Are they just walking Daft Punk, you know, Tron
I don't even
characters?
think we learned what Kang was doing. Like in terms of like his was it telekinesis or was it
I
technology? Like
know,
how was he
yeah.
doing any of that?
I just remember only specifically that his suit is working now, and there you
Right.
go, and that's where his
Yeah.
powers come from, and that's it. It's just they don't even explain like why, like how we know. I don't even know like what makes it work, or how is he making it work? Like, is there a weakness in the suit, for crying out loud? Like, we know it breaks apart, but we don't know what the fuck.
So
Again, like weaknesses. Like,
so-
come on, like
Was that supposed to be the Conqueror, like the one
Yeah.
that everybody feared?
yeah,
Okay.
I know, right? Great.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, I don't understand.
Like, why are we afraid of this fucker? Like,
Yeah, even personality wise, he didn't, strike me as somebody that you would fear. Like, you think that somebody like him would be somebody like, would act more like Gus. Like, you wouldn't, be pining for somebody to join you.
Right.
You tell them, come here, you're coming with me, or you're gonna die.
it's
Right.
like, yeah, pretty simple, right? Like, at first he seemed pretty threatening in terms of just like the first initial like confrontation in the prison.
Yeah.
Like, that seemed like, okay, this is, yeah, that's like threatening level. He's pretty much, undefeatable. He looks like he can't, he doesn't need to move much to beat him.
Yeah.
But then later on, all those rules like disappeared for whatever reason, because I guess they couldn't write. They basically wrote a too strong of a villain to a point where they didn't understand their villain to actually defeat it. Like,
Oh no,
No.
you misunderstand. See, Kang loses his powers when he's getting canceled. There was a lot of platform preaching in that.
oh
movie.
my god!
Oh,
oh man, the cancel culture got to him.
Yes.
it would have been more interesting for him to not lose. Like,
Yes.
the Ant family makes it out of the quantum realm, but they have to leave everybody behind because there's no way to, they can stand up against them.
Yeah.
No,
They
I
have-
think
Yeah,
that was
something
probably
like
what
that.
was the original plan. And then they were taught by Disney that they had to have a happy ending.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is their formula.
Mhm.
Yeah. As they really, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too surprised about that if that was like what end up happening. That like at the last minute they decided, oh yeah, he gets, they just opened the portal again. And he goes through it.
Mhm.
Hippity skippity. It's that easy. It's that easy, it was never a threat to begin with. It was never a problem to begin with. It was that easy for them in the first place to just open the damn portal and get out.
Yeah. Then
God
now Scott
damn.
can go home and celebrate all those missed birthdays he had with his daughter
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
and possibly worry about the later threat to come.
Whatever threat that is. Fucking stupid. Oh god. It's like seriously, there really is like this is so bad right now. This is so bad right now for MCU right now. That's just really bad. Like now we have to look forward to what? Like other these other guys are lesser than the one that we saw, and this guy was the worst. So somehow
Yeah,
we're gonna meet a bunch of even more stupid characters. Like how the fuck do they conquer anything? I don't understand how they succeeded
very true.
in any of that shit.
And,
What the
and they were
hell?
afraid of him too. So it's
I
like
know.
that one-
What?
So,
So,
if that
wait a
was the
minute.
top rung, I hate to see how
Yeah.
the others there.
Was there
If-
any special significance to the one that where they tease Loki?
Oh, in the
Yeah.
show?
Yeah, well, no, in the there's a
At
I
the-
guess stinger teaser at the
Yeah,
very
the
end, like, after
credits,
credit, where you see Loki and and Owen Wilson.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! I didn't even see that. Here,
Yeah.
just tell me. I'm not even gonna bother trying to go.
I like watching him in a play, right? Like he's in like
Yeah.
a stage play.
Oh, they're in a play, and then it was something like they're like in the past or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, I
Some time
heard
period.
something sort of about it, but I don't really remember. So
Yeah,
there
like
was
that's
another
him,
Kang
and-
there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a King there with Jonathan Majors
There's a
with like
Kang
funky
variant
hair,
there.
and yeah,
Ugh. I don't
That's
know.
the real threat. The stage actor Kang. Yes.
it's terrifying. I mean, just look at the
Stupid.
Writers Guild.
Look at the writers.
that is the real bad guy.
Oh, fucking
It's
hell.
him. I can't believe it.
I'll give Quantumanian this. I've never laughed so hard at a at how dumb the MCU movie was.
I mean,
It's
we
like,
would like
man,
to say that
we stepped really far back here. We're like in the dark ages of Marvel, like, or dark ages of of hero movies. It was like they really don't understand their material. They just like fucking. This is a problem when you hire people that don't give a shit about the thing that they're making.
Yeah.
They're just like, they're like, oh no, we're provocateurs. We are writing for major thought-provoking films. I wanted to write for Scorsese, and then they get hired to do this to pay the rent, and they're like, fuck, like, what do I do? I don't know. Just hurry up and write something. Chat GPT it.
Yeah, I know, right? ChatGPT, write the sequel for Apocalypse Now.
Oh man, god damn. So have you guys heard about
The bird.
that? So there's this content creator, and Apollo knows this guy. He's Star Wars Theory. And I saw a video where apparently he knows that he's like blacklisted by Disney.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Yeah, like he can't go to any of like those events and stuff because he met the guy that's like in charge of those kind of blacklists and stuff like that, and Star Wars Theory is part of it, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, that's not surprising. After
Yeah.
like that whole thing years
That
ago
whole
where he
thing,
made
yeah.
Vader, and they were like, no, and then Lucas steps in and he's like, no, you're gonna let him do this, and I'm not surprised that they were like, yeah, you can do this, but you're not allowed anywhere near anything else ever again.
Right. God, it's so sad. It's like
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, he's still making millions off of
Oh,
doing
yeah,
Star Wars
yeah.
videos, so I'm happy for him that
Yeah,
it
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
really affect him that much. It
I'm
sucks,
just saying-
but it's like
I'm just saying, why can't you guys hire people like him? Like, he clearly understands.
I
this
mean,
stuff.
they fired all those people though when they took over Lucasfilm. They like fired like most of the
Right.
staff and shit, and put
So
their own
dumb.
people in there. That's yeah.
So ridiculous, so crazy.
What does blacklisted mean in terms of what he does though?
Nothing.
Nothing other than
aside
he doesn't-
from like press coverage and covering like Star Wars Celebration and stuff like that. But I mean, he still can do the videos. Like he
Right.
just
He can
can't
still
go
do
to the
the
events
videos,
or
yeah.
anything.
because they already
get
tried
anything
shutting him
early
down
or-
when he was making his
Yeah.
own independent film that was like highlighting a fan fiction of Vader.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So his own, basically his own stuff, he can't really do those, because he doesn't own the rights to it. But at the same
IP.
time, it's a fan
They give him
fan
a
fiction.
they
thing.
give him a cease and desist.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
But I imagine too, like if anybody had the bright idea, like maybe we should hire this guy to make a story. Like
Yeah.
Disney's gonna be like, no, fuck him. Like, but why? But why? Because our pride.
Mhm.
Like fucking classic. Let's shit on him. But yeah. Yeah,
mean,
definitely
if
not
anything, I would-
surprising, but interesting that he actually knows
Yeah.
about the blacklist that's there. And I'm sure, and he's like, it goes far and wide. into other territory.
I was watching that trailer to The Creator. That looks pretty
yeah.
cool.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna watch it with sound because I didn't watch it with sound.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
looks pretty
hell
cool.
of a man. That movie looks like the epitome of sci-fi.
Yeah. He's definitely, and it's interesting seeing that he's been getting all these like really
Yeah. Oh yeah,
interesting roles.
it's the protagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that Nolan didn't even bother naming his protagonist in in Tenet. He's just the protagonist.
It's kind of like one of those things where it's like he could be anybody.
Yeah.
So you can imagine that you are also that character too. Like there's just not like his character isn't as important as the plot that he's involved in.
Yeah.
Not saying that's an excuse for every fucking story to do that though.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, you don't want to have another unobtainium situation on your hands.
Unobtainium. And then there's a trailer for Mortal Kombat 1. Oh.
Mortal Kombat. I'm not the Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that is the perfect example of putting the cart before the horse. Have you guys heard about the character announcements for that game?
I heard
No.
about the boys. I heard that.
Yeah, they're going to
Boys
have
are
the
gonna be in it?
boys and Invincible crossing over in that. But
Mhm.
also, you know
Yeah.
who's not part of the main roster of Mortal Kombat 1? Johnny
Luke Cage.
Cage.
Oh.
Why? What,
Huh.
what the hell is up with Ed Boon? What is he doing that's like, what kind of lines is he doing to please the crowd of whatever whatever quota filling nonsense this is? Like, oh, Johnny Cage is a white man. He's no longer represents the values of Mortal Kombat. Proceeds to have Omni Man in the fucking Homelander in the goddamn
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Like,
That was
what's the main
ironic.
I
content? I
see.
don't remember this shit in Mortal Kombat 1. If this is
Right.
supposed to be a reboot, why are you putting so much lock, stock, and barrel into all these cameos and walk-ons? It's like this is The Simpsons going nut crazy on freaking celebrity voices. Except you're
Right.
really trying to chase the Smash
It's a-
Brothers and Fortnite dollars.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the platform thing. Yeah. I mean, that's what like the previous Mortal Kombat's been doing so much of. Like,
Yeah.
you got aliens,
Rambo and
Rambo, yeah,
Rambo,
Rambo.
Terminator.
Yeah,
Dutch from Predator was in it.
right.
Man.
That's funny.
Like two
That's
Arnold
such a
Schwarzeneggers in the
novelty.
Two
same
Arnold
game.
Schwarzeneggers, yeah.
It's fine as a novelty. I just draw the line when, some of these characters have priority over the characters who made the
Yeah.
foundation of your
Mm.
game.
Right.
It's the ending where Liu Kang is a fire god and he's now one of the deities. Like, okay, whatever. Whatever the lore is. I mean, to me, this was just a game where I just saw blood splatter and I thought it was cute. Because
Yeah.
it was different from things Super Mario and Sonic because they didn't have blood, and then now they're like,
Yep.
oh, we feel bad about showing titties now, so we're going to cover everyone up. And now we're going to do the same for the men and cover them up too, so we can show that we're equal. It's like, no, be exploitive. That's what made your money, Midway.
True.
Well, now you're NetherRealm Studios, but still, it's so weird to me just doing this. I get it, it's the color of the culture and we don't want to offend and and Nana Sarkosian is like the queen of the universe and we must listen to her and all that shit, but it's what's happened? What's happened to,
who is the main character then?
entertainment?
It's the Kung.
Is it
It's the
Liu Kang,
what
I
is it?
think.
Liu Kang,
Liu
right?
Kang? Is Liu
Yeah,
Kang
he
now
looks
the
to
main
be-
character? Because
Kang,
I was saying how ridiculous it is because he's a god. Like,
now, 'cause he's like
how do
a
you-
Yeah, 'cause-
god or something.
yeah, how do you
Yeah,
fight
he's
a
the
god?
now, right?
Yeah, like how do you fight a god now? Like, I mean, is he part of the Mortal Kombat? I don't. Whatever. I mean, we're trying to put in information on Mortal Kombat lore story, but like it is pretty ridiculous. Like they already
Look,
reset the universe already.
yeah, that's true.
Like
The
literally the
fatality.
universe. Like
Well,
literally time was destroyed. Like at the
yeah.
end of the last one, time was like
Ah,
literally destroyed. Like they were fighting the god of time. And then like
interesting.
that's why Liu Kang is like super OP now. Like he's the god of all creation.
Interesting.
Which is why it's ridiculous. It's like, okay,
Things.
then why are we still doing Mortal Kombat? Like why is this
Yeah,
tournament
Luke
still
Cage rose
exists?
from the dead and he became a god, huh? Well, there's some lore for you.
Yeah, he rose from the dead, he died, and then he also that's his variant, by the way, cuz like
course.
because the dead version of him ended up start jumping through time because of they're fucking around with time anyways.
Liu Kang was Jesus all along.
Yeah, and then
Yes.
and then Liu Kang, like the actual Liu Kang or the Kang that didn't die, end up fighting fucking whatever the bitch is that she's like the god of time or something, and then was bamboozled by Shang Tsung or whatever, and then they fight over the fucking time thing, and then they kill them, and then he becomes like the god or some shit, and then they fight each other again, and he wins. So now, there you go. You're caught up, guys. That's Mortal Kombat lore for you, and we're in Mortal Kombat 1 now, which
Yeah.
also
What a
doesn't make
stupid
sense.
name. What a stupid.
I
Yeah.
know, right?
Like, why just call it Mortal Kombat 1? Just move on, man. Like,
Yeah,
just
you should have just
call it
called
the
it,
next number. Like,
Mortal
fuck it.
Kombat: The Flashpoint Paradox,
Yeah.
which is exactly what it sounds like it is. The game is
It
just gonna
is.
survive.
Really
The,
is.
the game is definitely gonna survive on both. Is it good to play, and does it have good mortality, good fatalities that we're all gonna watch on YouTube anyway?
Of course, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their main money maker right now is definitely those content that they keep dropping with the collaborations. So that's one of their casual, and then they're because they've made a decent combat system that actually can play in tournament levels. Like that's their other avenue of just popularity. So the story does not fucking matter.
No,
Which I
You know,
I'm okay with them not
it's basically
caring
like
about it.
porn, you know.
Yeah. It's just it really is. So basically,
Although
like
the story in 11 was really fun. It was a really fun campaign. I didn't play it, but I watched it on like a
yes,
streamer play it, and it was
I was
very,
watching it.
very fun.
Yeah. It's wacky. I'm glad that they just fucking
Check it out.
nosedived it. They just
Yeah.
nosedived right into it. I mean, that's the only reason why I know about this because I was like watching some of the shit and the storylines, and I was like, oh, this is just good old goofy fun. All right, let's
Right.
go.
Right.
I like his voice while
Right.
What's that?
like watching people do playthroughs because sometimes their commentary helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. So then who knows with this one? So it's just another example of them resetting the fucking universe again, which they already did like twice or something.
That's so funny. Third time's a charm.
I mean,
Okay.
that's probably just the best way to make the game now. Just
What
reset
would
the
be the
timeline over and over
what
again.
would be what would be your the most unlikely but collaboration that you wish you could see?
Just in general.
Whatever's in WB's library. Let's see Bugs Bunny in Mortal Kombat.
Can you imagine Velma in it? But the new Velma.
I can actually, yeah. It'll probably be the
It'll
best
probably
use
work.
of that version of Velma.
Yeah.
They'll probably work. Yeah, it'll probably work.
I mean, I think that would be popular. Like everybody would like, to perform a fatality there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the opposite be the people that are just want to get under people's skin and just purposely play as the most annoying character.
I propose Bob Ross, and you can only do friendships with him.
There's a good chance they're probably also doing this to offset a lot of the plans they have for multiverses, and some people on the team just jump to Mortal Kombat for that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like let's have the Crypt Keeper in Mortal Kombat.
How would that work? Do you even know what the bottom half of his body looks like?
We'll have a height advantage for dodging some of the moves.
Oh man, I would need to look at
Yeah,
like
he's
the,
just sitting at his table and
the
he
entire
throws a
Warner
book
Brothers.
at you and you go into a different tale. That's what happens.
Wait,
Those are his moves.
is soup is shit, is the boys Warner Brothers? They're not
I
Warner
think
Brothers.
it's Amazon,
Yeah,
right?
they're Amazon.
Right, right. Okay. So
I
the
know that.
collaborations can go beyond Warner Brothers then.
That's true.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I will say that I do think that Warner does have some deals with Amazon. Um, I think
Yeah,
they
that makes
have
sense.
the rights to some of
Like
their stuff.
there's definitely more to this story than just them giving them the rights to have that character.
Nintendo, let's go! Come on, we need more protagonists for Smash Brothers. We got the
Oh, did you hear that? Like he was saying, like Sakurai was saying, was like, yeah, we are not planning to make any more Smash Brothers anytime soon. And then
Like-
he also said,
Say that every
They-
time though.
yeah,
I
he
know, right?
does, right?
Like
He
this
always
is the
says that.
last one. I don't.
I
want
swear, I'm not making another one. I swear to God. Please.
poor man is
Stop
I mean,
asking me.
killing himself doing the
On
last.
that character pack volume 3.
Yeah, and then he said something also about how he believed that the Smash Brothers was never meant to be played online. I was like, what an
Oh,
excuse.
so about that, it's
It's so
really
fucking
just in versus marketing.
Right.
Mm.
It's not that he protests the idea of Smash Brothers being online. It's just more like it was originally intended just for like the best part
Right. It
of
was
Smash Brothers being in the same room.
right,
Right.
All it
exactly.
is,
Yeah.
he's anti-
He's like the whole point.
Like,
Yeah. He doesn't think that online gameplay was what he intended for Smash Brothers at all. Was the more
Right.
like everything was meant to be played like in person. Yeah, in the couch next to the people having fun with playing, but online is so impersonal that there is a lot of pressure and stress that comes from just playing against people from across that. Plus also there's the technological issue of it being all like having the frames sync up versus say like a racing game can easily play in a lag, but you're not going to feel that feel it needing to catch up all the time.
Right.
Whereas like in a fighting game, you feel the difference. Like that exact hit, exact time you were supposed to block doesn't connect correctly is like such a big deal.
Yeah.
So if there was ever a time where they would ever like make another one, they would be like, okay, like we have to think in that ecosystem now. Like that is just the standard for like fighting games in general. So hopefully it's like you could really imagine like later that would be their big hurdle that they're just gonna have to try and conquer over.
It's
I mean,
Trade
honestly,
and
I
made
just
it
think
true.
this was making commentary about how that wasn't in the vision. Not like
Right.
there was anything against it or like they're trying to
Yeah,
create
he's not
a new
being
ecosystem. It was just more like people
He's not
saw
against
his
it,
take
yeah.
on it, and then they tried to act like it was what you call it. They tried to act like it was more malicious than it really was. And I watch that YouTube channel that he started where he talks about game development philosophy, and he just tries to humble the whole player versus developer experience by trying to explain why some choices might not be the best to make, even if you're like passionate about maybe a franchise or two, or saying that game philosophy does change with the times and you can't just keep doing the old school stuff but with better shit. You do have to adapt somehow. So he does have a lot of insight on what small choices to make the game better or whatnot. But for the most part, he is going to express his opinion, and some of those opinions are going to upset people, but he doesn't mean to upset people by those opinions. He's just saying what is.
Yeah, like what was the existence of what he was like originally envisioning? And it's like
Yeah,
obviously
that
it's like
that was the
one of those
scope he
things.
probably had at the time the first game was made. There was online play was not a thing on consoles then when the first Smash Brothers came out.
Yeah,
So that experience of playing in the same room was what cemented that experience.
yeah, well, that was like the point of it, essentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, so pretty much like it's gonna be one of those things where it's like the to think to like they're gonna have to like figure out if they're even gonna even consider trying to do that again,
Mm-hmm.
because like right now it's like it's gonna be impossible to like be as successful if they just they don't consider at all like the technological hurdles they're gonna have to run into for
Yeah.
just having to play online at all, and then
I mean,
that
right now that's one of its main hurdles, right? Just like the netcode. That's just really tricky to figure out for a game that's like very fast
right,
switch like
and
that.
there's not a lot of fighting games that actually uses a this the what was it called the rollback netcode.
Hmm.
Like there's not a lot of games fighting games that actually use that, so it's
Hmm.
not like Smash Brothers is the only one that runs into it
Right.
being a problem. And so far, rollback netcode has been like the one that actually works the best, um, because then they don't
You're
have to
right.
run into those issues, or they have a way to fix that or mitigate it. But one day, hopefully, and hopefully the like it would come out when there's a system that can support that.
Mm.
The
Hopefully,
infrastructure has to be there. That's the main
yeah,
thing, I think.
yeah, and that's well past probably well past like his control too. So that's understandable. Like it's like you can't force something that that he hasn't any control over making in terms of like the infrastructure just to make the online work. I mean, bet he doesn't have necessarily the expertise necessary to solve that for Nintendo.
Yeah.
One can hope though, but I don't know.
He doesn't have the expertise to
Jeez.
solve it for America too, because our poor infrastructure can't really hold that either.
Mm,
It's just some people just don't have like the fast speed that you need for fighting games.
that's true
Played
too.
online.
So mainly only like cities have like has a remote chance of even having good internet.
Yeah.
Anywhere else, it's like McDonald's internet is the best internet.
Yeah.
Hot damn.
Oof.
Uh, let's see. There's also a trailer for Killers of the Flower Moon.
Huh.
That one is like looks like it plays like
Funky stuff.
yeah, that one has like was it Leonardo DiCaprio?
Oh.
I'm not I'm vaguely know what it's like about. Okay, here we go. The says based
Based on a
on
true story.
a book, best-selling book Killers of the Flower Moon in 1920s Oklahoma depicts the serial murder of members of the oil wealthy Osage or Osage, I don't Osage Nation,
Oh.
maybe Asahi. I'm
Saga,
not sure how to say.
probably.
Maybe a string of brutal crimes that came to be known as the Reign of Terror
Ugh.
directed by Martin Scorsese. Screenplay by Eric Roth. Film stars Leonardo DiCaprio, Robert De Niro, Lily Gladstone, Jesse Plemons, Tattooed Cardinal, Cara Jade Myers, Janae Collins, and Jillian Dion. I think, is Lily Gladstone the one of the characters in Reservoir? Or not Reservoir, was it Reservation Dogs? No, not this one.
Oh, hey, there. What's his face? Brendan Fraser is in it, right?
Is he?
Thought I saw him.
Reservation Dogs. I think there was like a character in that one. It was like one of the aunts or something like that.
It's I think they said that they they did they're starting shoots for that for the third season of Reservation Dogs.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I think so. Let me see.
Yeah, she was in
Yeah, it's
Reservation
coming.
Dogs as
Yeah.
oh, only one episode? So as Hoktai? Or Hokti? Hokti. Oh. She was the character that was in the prison.
Oh, okay.
The mother or sister or whatever.
Was it the mother or the sister?
I don't know.
Maybe it was the mother of the kid that committed suicide?
I think so.
Oh, yeah, probably.
It was like
I don't know.
It was,
I can't remember honestly.
Or cousins.
so that's her aunt. Her aunt.
Well, you know, they did use cousin liberally, so
Right.
it's a little hard to.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Sounds interesting.
Seems like it's gonna be a big production. It's always interesting to see what Martin Scorsese does.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
Mm.
We'll see.
When is he gonna do a
Max?
When is he
Wait,
gonna do a Marvel film? He's so well.
Yeah, that's maybe what Marvel's missing. They need a Scorsese in there. They really need somebody that really cares about making it
Films?
great. Yeah. Yeah, we already talked about the Max memberships. There is. Oh yeah, there's Destiny 2 has Season of Deep coming out. That's tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mm.
What's new about that?
It will have a story.
Yeah,
It's,
there's the more story missions. I think we go back
Yeah.
to a different planet, and then people are saying that we now have underwater as a thing.
Yeah, we're going back to the
Titan.
methane moon of Saturn called Titan. It's if you remember the old the at the beginning of Destiny 2, we did go to Titan before, but we were on like this kind of oil like platforms on top of the world. And now we're actually going to be going, underneath its
Yeah, we're
quote
going
unquote
underwater
waters.
apparently. Yeah.
Actually, it's a methane ocean, which is true in real life. That the Titan is covering like oceans of methane, which means that it's incredibly fucking cold. By the way,
Okay.
because it takes a lot of coal to make methane not into a gas.
And this is the first time that they're gonna have Destiny new season without increasing the level cap.
Yeah.
So usually they increase the level cap, and it's like now at the 1810s, but they've finally made it so that they don't do that. And then what most people remember is that each season or each version would come out like a new like vendor like thing, so that helps you level up and stuff. Well, apparently they're doing away with that, so there is no vendor, and there's another way of exploring or taking more getting more loot. It's no longer you chasing a number. And
To
then
me,
the
that's gonna be
artifact thing
kind of a
too.
relief because I against, in a way, I kind of don't like leveling it because I don't feel
Right, there's that
comfortable, making
number
builds
chasing.
until I'm all the way up there. Yeah.
Yeah, like you want to like be at max level before you want to go anywhere. Whereas
Mhm.
now you already are at max level, so you can essentially just,
Yeah.
just go to the thing that you're intending to go
Yeah.
instead of feel
And
like that
now,
you're under leveled.
you know, well, Destiny 2 now is definitely it's like super different than Destiny 2 was, when we first played it back in back when it first came out. Like
Yeah,
the way in which the build, the flexibility and malleability of the builds allows you to do a lot of things. So interacting with that system is really great because just you can experiment more and get more, a lot of utility out of like the builds. Like they actually feel very different from one another, even within, not just between like different classes, but even between different subclasses.
right. Like they got the also they're reworking all of the like a significant amount of exotics.
That's
So
cool.
then and they're like nerfing some that are just way too powerful and kind of way too common for everybody to use.
Mm.
Which is why they're reworking the other ones to be better, so that now you can choose different type of exotics and not feel like you're underperforming significantly because
That's
you're
cool.
choosing something that you think it's more fun or something.
Yeah, yeah, that's
And then
nice.
they're adding
I
more
think that
aspects
especially,
apparently
yeah,
to
aspects for the
the strand.
Strand.
Yeah,
That's nice. I mean, well, Strand is a lot of fun to play. It's a little bit one note right now.
yeah. The grapple hooks or the you trapping people and shackling them.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think for the
Or
most part, the new aspects are good for I think the hunter and the titan.
yeah, that's cool.
Apparently, like
Mm.
the warlock one for feels kind of underbaked. It just
Oh yeah.
kind of does something that is not unique enough, in my opinion. It does a
What's
thing
it?
where
What?
like you throw the threadling and then not threadling.
Mm.
You throw the knot, whatever the thing is, the thing that you leave behind when you kill something.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Let's call it the knot.
Yeah, for now. It's you throw that and then it traps them. It
Mm.
strings them up, which is like,
Oh, okay.
well, okay. I mean, I
I mean,
can
we
just do
could
that
already
with
do it with
shackling.
Chaco. Yeah,
Yeah, like it's really not that special. And then the other ones are more like you can something like Titans can like uh something about airborne slashing. Like you could barrage it, like you keep going, or something like that. I vaguely remember what it
yeah.
meant. Like how like you get the claws out, right, and you shoot those claws and it shoots out um, those waves or something like that to trap them.
Yeah.
Like you can shoot more with
Oh,
this
cool.
aspect, but I think it's from the air. Like you can only shoot
Oh,
it from the air, and you
interesting.
have more to fire, and it like barrages it in some sense.
Interesting. Hmm.
And it
I
has
was hoping
a rage gauge. I don't know. I'm not
okay.
really sure. Don't quote me
Oh,
on that.
yeah. Well, we'll do we'll have to experiment at some point because at this point, like you said, like we have, um, the 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 three classes are like very distinct builds for like their subclasses. Like the Titan has the whole, um, stringing them with the with the wave thing with the
The claws.
yeah, with the yeah, and the claws. We had the threadlings for the warlock. That's pretty much one of its biggest utilities. And then you have like the dive and suspend everybody with the hunter. And
Right.
it's really crappy melee ability. Fucking hate that thing.
Oh, the one that where it's like it throws the dart.
Yeah, because it doesn't really. I mean, it sometimes does some damage, but most of the time, it really feels like you're just throwing a freaking you're just throwing a pillow
Like
at
a
them.
like a yeah like a pea shooter.
Yeah, it's not even a pea shooters. Yeah, it's like you're just throwing a sponge at them.
Right. It needs to either do more damage or cause some sort of useful effect.
Exactly.
Yeah, just something that like gives meaning by throwing it. Because right
Mm-hmm.
now you with throwing it, you're just like okay, whatever. It did some sort of damage somewhere.
Yeah. They're updating the enemy shields. Apparently, they're changing them to be just less taxing on the on the hardware, and also just more and also more readable for people who are colorblind.
I
Apparently,
see.
yeah.
Do you think they're coming out with another Destiny with Sony? Or they're gonna like completely make a different game?
Well, they're using a completely different engine, right? So I'm guessing they will
Yeah.
probably be doing a completely. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking they're
I mean,
probably going to
maybe.
be doing
I don't
some
know.
new franchise. Like they've been working on this for 10 years, man.
Yeah. It would be nice to see them do something different for sure.
Mm-hmm. I think that with the final shape, they're probably going to be just finally done with the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I imagined that they're gonna be just. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that would be the best case scenario.
Yeah.
And then the worst case scenario, we just get Destiny 3.
Although
they
there
do
are
they do a
rumors.
flashpoint paradox type of thing where they reset the universe. Oh, here we go again. We made
Well,
it, guys.
Destiny is all about time travelers, time travelers and stuff. Like the Vex are time traveler robots. There's always like
Yeah.
this kind of hints that like both the traveler and the darkness and the witness are kind of like, I don't know, descendants of them somehow.
Mm,
Kind of. It's complicated.
it could be.
Yeah. So from the lore, the Vex are actually kind of a um. You know how like the machines in Horizon Zero Dawn, they're basically break down the environment, and and just they're just going around, like the apocalypse is it's in Horizon Zero Dawn, it's the machines just breaking down all the living things, and just turning them into goo. That's basically the Vex, but for the whole universe.
We're
That-
goofying the universe.
yeah.
We're gooping it up.
So apparently they appear in every single instance of the universe that the light and the dark have been playing around. So there's, I'm sure that at the very end of Destiny there's going to be some time traveling shit in it going on.
Right. Of course they would. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah. But okay, so I did hear some rumors of like, I mean, Sony working on some sort of show for Destiny, like
Oh. Oh, weird.
yeah, some sort of media based thing. Like, and then
Weird.
yeah, I don't think it would be a movie. Maybe a anime to complement Destiny. But you wouldn't be working on that if if Destiny is just going to end before the show comes out.
Right, exactly. That's what's really odd.
Mm.
That is really odd.
So
It's
yeah,
like
maybe
if we're gonna end Destiny, then why would you like make a show?
you're right. Exactly.
Like, doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense, man. We'll see.
Mm. We'll get more clarity for the Lightfall story. So we're definitely gonna find out what the thingamajig and
The big
and the-
MacGuffin.
the big MacGuffin.
The what was it called again?
The veil.
There you go, veil.
Yeah.
We're gonna find
We're
out what
finally
that
gonna
veil is.
What the whole thing was all about. I'm glad to know what's happening, in the story after the story happened. It's nice to finally get some clarity.
It's funny. Good old Destiny.
Yeah.
Right there. Okay, cool. Oh, right. So how's Jedi Survivor? Have you finished it?
Yeah, yeah. I finished
Okay.
it last. I finished it last week. I think when
I
I
see.
was talking about it before, I was like 8 hours into the game or something, and I was pretty optimistic about it. And it, like there were some performance issues and stuff, and those continued for a while. I think they patched it while I was playing it, and like the screen tearing and stuff stopped. So there was that. But yeah, I gotta say, it's been a long time since I've played like a AAA game that made me yell this much.
Oh.
It was, I'll tell you, it's not a great game.
Oh,
um,
yeah, I heard that from your tone of voice as soon as you were like, it was good at first,
yeah,
but
I was, yeah, I mean, I felt like it had a pretty strong opening in the first, whatever handful of hours. Like I was like, oh, I'm enjoying this. Like it's still a little rough around the edges, and I'm still not crazy about the Souls formula being applied to this sort of game. Um, but like it just got like the level design is terrible. The
Oh, ew.
it doesn't. I don't think the game looks great. It certainly doesn't run great. There's constant frame drops, at least for me. And it was just like I I think I mentioned this before, but like there's no waypoint system or anything, and the map is terrible. You like it's just almost unreadable sometimes, and it's just like a jumble of colors. So I was just
Ugh.
constantly confused about where to go, like all the time, and I was just like it was driving me insane. Like I was getting so angry with the game. Like I would play the game for like a day, just yell the whole time, put it and be like, oh, I got to come back to this tomorrow. I can't take it anymore. And a day would turn into 2 days, 3 days, and I'd come back like 5 days later. I'd be like, all right, let's give this another whirl. And every time I came back, it was worse than the last session.
Wait,
It
what?
just got more and more irritating, and the stupid like puzzles that you have to do, and it's so antiquated. Like I was so if I didn't know that this was Respawn, I'd be like, this is a new developer. Like this isn't a fucking like it doesn't even feel like a AAA game. Like it feels like a AA game. It's like
Oh.
they like EA like it's Respawn, it's EA, it's Star Wars. I figured like they'll get lots of money and they'll get what they need because it's fucking Star Wars. Like they want to make a premier game, and I was just like, how did they make this? Like they're so good with Titanfall and with Apex, like they have these crisp mechanics and it's so fluid, and this is just like this clunky just sack of shit. Like it's just such
Oh man.
it's just like
especially after the first game, right? Like when you would
Yeah.
expect, oh, okay,
You
we're
learn
going
lessons.
exactly.
to, we're gonna polish this, this
Yes.
bit of diarrhea.
Right, and it is. I would say it is better than the main game, but only marginally, like just barely better. And again, like I would say, I mean, in some ways it's worse in terms of like the level design. I never got as confused going anywhere in the first game that I did with this game.
Huh.
It was just like a constant, like I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go. Like this is ridiculous. And then when I figured it out, eventually it was just like, this is stupid. Like there's no there's no way that a lot of people didn't get through this game without using a guide, because they must have been like just like so I don't know. It was yeah. It's annoying. The combat's fine. I'd say it plays a bit better than the first game, but not much because the more you upgrade your stuff, like you have a bunch of skill trees for the force and for lightsabers and for your health and all that, and the more you upgrade your stuff, especially with the lightsaber combat, the more animations he does, and he gets, and so you'll press a button once and it'll do an animation for like 4, 5, 6 seconds, and you're just getting it's Dark Souls combat where it's like
Right.
unforgiving and everything's very deliberate, and I'm like, this isn't working. Because as soon as I press like an attack button, he just goes off, and the enemy's just like clobbering me. I'm like, you gotta stop, and he keeps going, like even as he's getting hit. I'm like, they're killing you. You have to stop. It just keeps going, flipping around with his little lightsaber. I'm like, this is fucking stupid. Also, the number of monster closets. It's been a long time since I played a AAA game that has like legit just monster closets where you walk into a room, a door opens, and 5 enemies come out. Okay, you kill them, and then the door closes, and it opens again. 10 enemies come out. Okay, and then you kill them, 20 enemies, and it just keeps going. And I'm like, what the fuck kind of design is this?
I
You
didn't
have
like the
nothing.
term. I had never heard it, but it's perfectly descriptive of of that phenomenon.
Right,
The
monster
closet.
closets. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see them that much. Like again, like
It's
it's
very
been.
old.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah,
exactly. I mean,
it's
the
a
last time I
very
saw one of
old.
those was like
Like,
Uncharted 1, like in
yeah.
2007. It's been a fucking long time.
Yeah.
And there was like, as
It's a
as
trick
you
to
further you
pad
get
shit
into the
out.
game, exactly. Yes,
It's
it
is
is
a
padding
really
100%.
dumb trick,
And
trick too.
it's just like the further you get into the game, the more monster closets there are. I'm like, this is bad. Like, what the fuck
Yeah.
happened there? Yeah.
And the reason why they're called monster closets too is not just that they keep spawning it. It's because you know exactly where they're coming from.
Yeah. It's the same door again
Yeah.
and again or whatever, and it's just wave
Yeah.
after wave.
It's literally amateur game design where you just put the node of the spawn points and then you're just like, I know where they're coming from. Just okay, we need to slow down the gameplay here. This is where a fight happens. It's literally doorway, exactly monsters. Doorway
Right.
come out. It just and they just leave it infinitely, or they let it exponentially go increase, and they're just like, okay, we designed it. Like that's like the thought process, and they just kind of like, we'll get back to it later, maybe. That's like a padded way of saying, they just gave up.
Right.
Yeah.
No
Yeah,
offense to them.
I don't know.
Maybe. Hey, look, I'll give maybe a more optimistic credit. Maybe they ran out of time. Like they knew that they wanted to change it, but they had to put something in there, and they're like had to move on. And then
I mean, I wouldn't be.
Whatever.
I would like to know the story behind this game because I wouldn't be
Exactly, yeah.
surprised if this was because I mean they're split into like whatever 4 teams now, and so I wouldn't be surprised if they were dealing with like not enough people, not enough time,
right.
not enough funding, and just under the gun. Like we got to get this out because it feels like that through and through for sure.
There's I'm not gonna name names. There's somebody that knows somebody that just recently ended their contract with Santa Monica after God of War came out. So he came from there, and then he went to Respawn, and the rumor is
God
that he
of
was
War?
working. Yes, and then rumor is that he started working on this, and he had to completely change the way, like he had to catch himself up with everything, and then in the middle of the thing, also he ran into issues where he fried his computer, like his computer just fried, and now he had to
Damn.
redo work that he had already done, and that's like an example of like something you never see coming, and
Right.
and I'm sure that everybody's dealt with that at one point. Like everybody in that industry, ran into it. So it sounded like a little, quite of a doozy to catch up with a lot of things in one sitting. Especially with one pipeline, and then you go from this, and then it's just like I'm in a different setting, trying to figure everything out, blah blah blah. So yeah. Fun.
Yeah, man. I
was
don't
having
recommend it. I
Do
don't.
you get a lot more? Do you get a lot more abilities? Like are they cool?
I mean, it's pretty. I mean, you get some cool stuff. Like you can lift people up, like Rogue One Vader, where he like walks into the hallway and he like pins the guy to the ceiling. You can do that to like a bunch of people at once. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are redeeming qualities to the game, and I would say, even though I'm not crazy about the very slow plodding Dark Souls type combat, I mean, it has its moments, especially when you combine it with Force stuff and just the novelty of having like a double-bladed lightsaber or stuff. Because they have like a bunch of different lightsaber stances where it's like single or double, or you can split them into 2 and have 2 sabers. You can use your blaster while using a lightsaber, stuff like that. So it's it's
So
cool.
uncivilized.
I hear the blaster saber one is fun.
Yeah.
Would you say which
Yeah.
one was your favorite?
I mean, I stuck with the double blade pretty much the whole time. Like they make you use it sometimes, like make you use like each style for like a little bit. So I got to play with all of them, and they all have their pros and cons for sure. But the double bladed one was just so much fun to use.
That's crazy.
That's cool. How's the story?
I like that. There's like different.
It's not serviceable. It's
Yeah.
It's fine. I would say, the first one was like, the characters weren't great. I wasn't crazy about any of them. I like BD1. He's great, the droid, and
Yeah.
Marin, the Night Sister, she's cool. I mean, it's the same in this one where like the characters are better, but like those two characters are still the best. Where it's like, BD1 has the most personality of any character, which is it's cool because he's a droid, but it's also sad because he's a droid and they're people, and he has way more
Yeah.
personality than them. And Marin is super cool. She's, the same badass, like doing all these cool force abilities where she's like way stronger than a Jedi. It's like it's very cool. The villain is. I mean, there's two villains technically. The main one who you've probably seen in trailers, where he's like the blue dude and he's like an ancient Jedi. They take out of the back to tank and he's like, oh, I'm back for my revenge, and that's just lackluster. You kill him in like the middle of the game and this stupid like fucking anticlimactic fight. It's like okay, and then it's the real fucking dude is like, one of your buddies who's betrays you, and he turns out he's a Jedi. But I'm like, there were other Jedi masters with you. Nobody noticed him. No one recognized him from the Jedi Temple. Nothing. He was just like, yeah, I'm a Jedi, and I'm also like more powerful than you and Marin combined. I'm like, give me a fucking break. Like, it was so thin. Like, I was just like, it's all padding. All of it's padding.
Wow.
But yeah.
In
Yeah,
a
there's
world where they say there's not enough Jedis out there, like we're like meeting Jedis left and right.
Oh yeah, we all survived Order 66. Yeah, we're all here. Like, no one really died. Like, one or two dudes died. It's like, because that's what it fucking seems like. They're just coming out of the woodwork at this point. I'm like, how many fucking are there? There's like thousands. We just didn't know about.
That is definitely the problem that the Star Wars universe is gonna start facing. The fact that apparently death is just gonna be an inconvenience.
Yeah.
Bin
it's
bin
true.
facing.
Bin facing.
Yeah. Not even
Yeah.
not a it's that's
Palpatine's
a
clone and all
been
that.
around for a while
Yeah.
with all these supposed deaths or supposed
Yeah.
supposed scarcity of fucking Jedis. Yeah, right.
That's the actress. Oof. I'm sorry. The voice actress is like super hard.
For who?
I got distracted. For
Nice.
Marin.
Oh, is she? I didn't even know. Nice.
Nice.
I just had to look it up. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, that's a cool character. Yeah, I remember her. So I'm
He's
glad
like
that
licking
they at
his
least-
lips. What the hell?
I'm glad that they have a good cast at least. Because they have good
Oh
actors.
yeah, very good cast. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the customization. I got to give my Cal a sweet mullet with a motorcycle mustache.
Nice.
That was like the most entertaining thing about the game. I was just like, this mullet is fucking sweet, baby. Yeah. Blowing in the wind as I'm cutting apart stormtroopers.
Have
yeah.
you seen?
There is
that
a little bit of
Have you seen that
dismemberment, too,
mullets are
which is
coming
nice.
back? Have you seen that?
Oh my god.
That mullets are actually coming back.
I mean, unironically, like they're actually coming back, or
Yeah, no, like it's actually coming back. I've seen some people like. So it's
I,
like a
I'm
very
just, honestly, I would
clean
love
mullet.
that. I would fucking love that if they were just back.
I have my moment is here.
Yeah,
It's time.
It actually is. Yeah, I've seen
We'll
some
all
people
grow
with,
out
like.
some sweet mullets.
It is not It's not an ironic thing at all. Like it's clean shaven, very like on fleek.
There's no such
you know?
thing as clean with a mullet.
I'm telling you, I've seen it. Like cleaner. How
There's
about
no
that?
way you
Cleaner.
dress that up.
I swear. I swear
Oh, yeah,
on God.
I've seen those-
Funny in the back for a reason, all right?
Well,
It's
that's
gotta
the
be a
thing.
little bit wild.
That's the thing. No.
It says
That's
like
the
the-
thing. Like you can't tell it's a mullet by just looking at it, and you realize it's a
mullet
mullet
fade, right?
because it's by its fundamentals. It's a mullet.
I see.
It's a
You know what I'm
mullet.
saying?
Mullet by technicality.
Yes.
That's not quite the same.
It's not
We
quite.
gotta let it fly, you know?
So
We
it's a
gotta
mullet-
let it fly.
It's a mullet fade, right?
Yeah, that's one of
No?
them. Yeah, like a
Okay.
mullet fade, but then like it still droops over, and then like you still rag it in the back.
Ah.
Uh,
but it's still you know what I mean? Like it's like how you see generations of the same style coming back, but it's like this is
Yeah.
the new generation of that one. Yeah.
Right.
And it blows my mind. I'm all like, man, you want to have that haircut? Like,
You're getting that intentionally? What the fuck?
yeah,
Well, I do need
it
a
drives me
haircut,
nuts
though.
every time I see it. It's like, the hell? I mean,
I do need
whatever.
a
New
haircut, so
generation.
I guess I know what my next haircut is gonna be. Because
Please. Please. If you do that, I will do the like Carl haircut that I do when I cut my hair, where I just leave the side there. I'll do it. We'll rock both
When
together.
you build opposite ends. Yeah, it's
Yes.
pretty much like opposites, you know? Like he's leaving. Oh, man. Oh, man. Isn't there
We
like
could
a.
do a-
Let's see.
we could do a whole we could do a whole meet up. We film it and we have the whole that whole song when when two lovers are about to greet each other. They're like they're about to hug and they're like they do the slow motion like da da like da 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 da, and then we just come up to each other. It's like, what's up, bro? Yeah, good to see you.
I'm in.
Uh,
Oh, man. Be like get the haircut, there's like this thing, this Japanese frog demon. I think it's called a kappa, and then like
Oh yeah.
there's like this. I always remember it being that it has this very monk-like haircut, where it's like shaved
Right.
at the very top. That's like how I'm like.
Oh, that's a good
imagining it.
hairstyle too. Yeah. Oh man,
Wait,
that one's a disaster. Is that you're talking about the bowl cut, where it's like
Yes.
the fucking like
Yeah.
bald top though?
Yeah. It's bald at the very top, but there's only hair on the sides from like,
Right.
and it's
Like
and
the
it's cut
samurai
in a bowl. Yeah, if you look up like
Similar
the
to that.
Japanese demon kappa, like they typically have a haircut like that.
Demon Kappa haircut.
Or You could look if that doesn't give you the results. You could look up Friar John
Ah.
from.
Yeah, Friar
no.
John, that one's a good one too.
Yeah, I see it. No, I see exactly what it is.
I found a picture
Wow.
where a person actually has the hair. It's so cool.
No, I actually just found
It
a
looks
kappa.
like visor. Yeah, and I see it's compared to a Pinterest of a sculpture of a kappa. Oh man, it's so disturbing. Oh god, he.
Oh my god. What am I seeing? What am
Yeah,
I seeing?
it's like the hair is like a visor for sunlight to block.
Mhm.
It's so fucking hot.
Hey man, but I bet you he gets a bunch of looks. Sometimes you just gotta stand out. That stands out.
So funny. Oh man. How did we get here in this? Oh right.
Al
Mullet.
Kestis' mullet, the most
Yeah.
entertaining part of Jedi Survives.
Now, what if he had the Kappa haircut? Now that would be
That'd be great. Yeah.
fantastic. Oh man, hilarious. I'm surprised that they're doing some goofy collaborations and like DLCs with Mandalorian and like all the different characters from Mandalorian, Boba Fett. I mean, the sky's the limit. Like, they should, where's the milking on that?
Imagine if Cal Kestis appeared in the next in the next Mando in the next Star Wars show. But
Yeah.
as that, with that haircut.
Oh man. Actually, it'd be funny if he showed up, but like they CG'd him for no reason, even though they could totally get the same actor. They just did it because like they were like, yeah, we got the technology. Let's do it. Let's go crazy. Like what the fuck?
There is a rumor he's gonna show up in the next season of Mandalorian, maybe.
I'm sure
Oh,
he'll
really?
for sure
Nice.
show up soon
But-
for them.
somewhere.
Yeah,
What
good for
the-
that
what-
actor.
Yeah. But what is the timeline here? Because the timeline of Jedi
It is
Survivor and
100% not matching up.
yeah, right. Like I mean,
Jedi Survivor, because the first one Fallen Order is like 5 years after Order 66. I think this one's
Mhm.
like 5 years after that, so it's like 10 years before A New Hope.
Well, just another 10, what is it, 10, 20 more years? And he's probably going to be looking
Yeah.
exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%. You know it. They're just
Ahsoka's
gonna
like in
say
her
time
60s
dilation.
by this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
They just say time dilation, science. Yeah.
I mean,
The
both
writers are like,
Ahsoka
yeah, why
and
not?
both Ahsoka Tano and
Yep, they don't look like they
the
age,
other
right?
Mandalorian. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is her name?
Bo-Katan.
Yeah, Bo-Katan. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're supposed to be in their 60s, but
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly
Yep.
the same. But to be
Yep.
fair to Rosario Dawson, she does look exactly the same as she looked like 20 years ago. She's like the only one who like doesn't age. And in Clerks 3, where everybody else
Right.
is like old as fuck, and she looks exactly the same.
When is that out already?
That came out last year.
Oh, I didn't even see it at all. Did anybody see that?
It's not great.
Okay.
The ending's kind of interesting, but the rest is, pretty
Got it.
throwaway.
Very middling. I see.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. That is funny too. That everybody else aged and she's not. Like, damn.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of baby fetuses is she feeding herself?
I know, right?
Uh,
I mean, some people eat like wine, but Rosario Dawson's like, nah, I ain't doing that.
that's the that's why people are like against abortion, because they're like, no, you're feeding the immortals. You're feeding the elite. They need it for immortality.
Can you imagine? Rupert Murdoch just looks like that from eating all the fetuses.
Like,
What would he look like without eating them?
he'll just look like Palpatine. Just all.
He already looks like Palpatine.
Which, in other words, is the
If
same.
anything, he's less sinister.
He's less
Palpatine.
sinister. I always found that Palpatine looked like he had skin made of like paper mache, like
Yeah.
you know, like if I touch him, I'll break.
Yeah.
That's how creepy like it looked to me. I mean, back in that day, though.
I mean, yeah, you could break him. He would be back somehow.
Yeah. Maybe that's the reason for the maybe that's due to the clones, right? Like there's so many clones of him that the thinner his skin gets. Every version is like a thinner.
He's running out of like 3D printing material.
Yeah. And then eventually he gets clear skin. Like, ah, it's gross.
We just ran out of color. Okay, I'm on just black and white.
Just
Yeah.
a bag of organs of like inside of a transparent like fucking bag.
Oh man, that sounds
With
like a Rick and
eyes.
Morty shit right there.
I run out of bones. The only part left is
Oh
my mouth.
God, he's like, I only use the Force to keep my form correct. And then when he lets go of the Force, he just slops down on the ground. Oh
That
man,
would be interesting
it's so gross.
and disgusting and dumb. Oh my god, that sounds like something out of Rick and Morty.
100%, yeah.
I need to see that.
Rick and Morty needs to hire us as writers. There you go. Like we can make a new Rick and Morty. We don't need no Justin Roiland up in here. Anybody excited
Promise.
for Community, the movie?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah, yeah. They come.
There's
gonna
Community
come
the
out-
movie.
Yeah, it's actually it's for reals. Like he
I think
he
they're
doesn't
filming
have.
it soon. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not. He doesn't have obligation with Rick and Morty. I tell you that much.
That's a good point.
Got him. He's like, I got nothing else happening. He saw that.
Filling the prophecy. Finally.
He's yeah,
Season
fulfilling
removed.
fulfilling the prophecy. Yeah, the prophecy. Oh man. They're not gonna have Chevy Chase in there, are they?
I can't imagine anyone would stand working with him again.
I know, right? He's funny. Me and my brother were talking about that last time. We were joking about how the writers intentionally would write in lines of things he actually said, and he
Right.
would he'd be like, "See, you know, guys know how to write," like, and he's just so senior moment that he has no idea that he had said that actually, and like not as a joke. So some of the like the fucked up things that his character says is actually what he says.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was like, geez.
I think
sounds
I saw this.
fun.
I saw this interview with Donald Glover, and he was, he's like, "Oh yeah, how do you feel to go back to Community?" He's like, "Yeah, I can't wait. Like, they're all my friends except Chevy."
Oh man, and that's I don't point past him. he sounded
tell
like
me
a
You see
nightmare.
it on the gag reels of those seasons where they're like
Yeah.
so fed up with him. It's fucking
Yeah.
hilarious.
It's like so obvious. It's like, Jesus, like how do you like, man, can be so up your own ass to the point where
Right.
like you just treat people like shit? Like,
Right.
damn.
Yeah.
I mean, allegedly he just felt called out because I mean, his character was racist, but he felt like they were making fun of him. It's like, it says more about you if you feel like you're being called out because your character is racist.
Yeah.
It's just like his character progressively got more racist and more terrible because he was the one feeding them the lines to write
Yeah.
it. Because that's what it sounds like.
Right.
Like we're not even writing a character no more. We're just gonna write what you say. Like, and we'll just call it improvisation acting, I guess. Like, it's like it's hilarious. It's like it must have been fun in the sense of like I get to insult you and you get to say the lines and you still don't understand that I'm insulting you.
Right.
Like I imagine like that's what is going on in the writer's head because like you're just like trying to get back at him in some small way and realize that he's so just absent-minded that he totally forgets what he says. So that's pretty wild. That some of the fucking shit he says in there is actually things he says in real life. Oh my god. God damn. He finds himself to be, I'm the darling. You guys are just my co-stars. I'm the reason why the show exists. You needed star power, and I'm giving it to you. God. I came from movies. Shows is sex. I don't know. I'm just pretending. I don't know if he actually even says that. Maybe he does. I don't know. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Seems in line with what I've heard him say. Yeah.
Crazy. I wonder why he even bothered. Like, if he hated it so much, then why did he bother? Like,
He needed money, man. Like,
Yeah.
honestly, I think
Really?
that's the real reason. Yeah.
huh. What's the last thing he did before that, though? Is it because like he was such an ass that nobody just wanted to work with him at a certain point?
I mean, yeah, he was like that for decades. Like everywhere he
Ah.
worked, he just burned that bridge, and until there was just like no one left to work with
Damn.
that didn't hate him.
Damn. I mean, wasn't he just doing those National Lampoon's movies for like forever?
He did, yeah, for a while. I mean, the last one was like Vegas Vacation in '97, so it was a while ago. I don't even remember what he did for that, like bit parts and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, let me see. I'm gonna try and.
Like look at Nicolas Cage. He knows how to have fun with himself, even with his kind of washed up actor persona.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the difference is like Nicolas Cage is like not an asshole. He's just fucking weird. Like he's just so weird on set.
That's funny.
He's such a weird dude. Let's see. What the hell is doing a lot of stuff right now? I'm looking at Chevy Chase's acting. He apparently did a lot of stuff after Hot Tub Time Machine 2.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Well, the second one. Oh, I never saw the second one. I saw the first.
Yeah, he was in the second one apparently. Let's see. Yeah, Community. Okay, so before that, let's see. Before Sleep, whatever the hell that is. Chevy Chase in Booked. Whatever. I don't count that. Okay, he was in a Saturday Night Live. That's not really anything right now. Old Navy sweaters for family. What the fuck is that? That was a video game.
I see.
Fuck
Hmm.
that. That doesn't count.
Huh.
Community, college humor originals. He was in
Oh,
that.
Yeah,
okay.
see, that's the thing. He's probably just
That's-
appearing in these things as himself, and they're like
Yes.
paying him for like an afternoon.
Yeah. Oh, he was in some episodes of Family Guy. I guess we could count that as something. But yeah, in Hot Top Time Machine, he was in both as the repairman.
Ah.
Brothers, Sisters, Collins, Law and Order. Man, I don't even recognize any of this shit. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just he was in Last Action Hero. I don't even remember that.
Huh.
Huh?
I don't remember that either.
He was in that. The hell?
Hmm.
Huh. Okay.
Who did he play?
It said. It just says Chevy Chase.
Wow.
Playing as himself.
He plays as himself as typical. That's not what I imagine at this point. He's just like, I'm just making cameos and by himself.
Yeah.
It's like, the equivalent of going to cons and signing shit. Like I'm just here signing stuff in the booth. Heard of some fucked up shit. Freaking actors that are like, get away from me. I need to make money from signing. Stop talking to me. If you're not buying anything, stop talking. If you ain't buying anything, stop talking to me. I was like, damn. I'm here to make the monies. Dear God.
You think maybe he'll be in the next Dead by Daylight, just like Nicolas Cage is?
Wait, what?
Chevy chases the monster.
Yeah. Well, Nicolas Cage is gonna be a character in Dead by Daylight.
Is he?
Yeah, just Nicolas Cage as himself.
Is he the monster or is he one of
Huh.
the characters? Like one of the.
I don't know. Let me see the trailer. Oh my god, commercials like the bane of my existence.
They just like.
Like if
walk
I
into
was
me.
Ganon, the Master Sword would be made of ants. Let's see.
A swarm of ants. How about that?
I
Kind of.
want to see that movie, the unbearable weight of massive talent.
Oh yeah, I
yeah.
did see that. Yeah.
Has
It's
anybody
funny.
seen it?
Yeah, I seen it. It's funny. It's funny, but it's not great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not mind blowing.
Okay.
In the end, it really doesn't make sense.
I don't know. Daylight
of course- Of course,
It
that kind of
brings-
movie, I don't think you expect it to make sense. So take
Oh,
it for
okay.
whatever you will.
I like the top comment on the YouTube thing. It's like the best part. It's impossible to tell if it's going to be a killer or a survivor. So
Oh,
who knows?
interesting. I'll give that movie something. It did give us a scene with Pedro Pascal driving and Nicolas Cage in the passenger seat, and they're both fucking high off of like LSD or something, and like Pedro Pascal has this really like huge grin on him, like a really innocent, like wow, I'm here in front of Nicolas Cage kind of grin,
Mhm.
and it's just like it's meme to hell and back again. It's so funny. And it
That's
works
funny.
in a lot of different ways. And
I was
apparently,
just-
in an interview too, he didn't reveal to Nicolas Cage that he actually does.
Was on insurance? I mean, on LSD.
No. He was like he was in like one he something like he was actually like he wasn't acting, like
Oh,
his character was exactly how he felt about
Mm.
Nicolas Cage, because he grew up in a kind of household that was like, not a lot of movies that they could go see, but like the things that he could see was once Nicolas Cage in it, and he was very much inspired to pursue acting.
Well, that's cool.
Movie's kind of nuts though. Like it kind of goes really weird.
Well, I shall watch it tonight,
Yeah, it's funny.
which is perfect because I rewatched the ending of The Last of Us, the show, because the last time I watched it was with my brother, and all the episodes that I was watching was by myself, so the accounts are not linked up, and so I had just like this one episode that HBO kept saying you want to continue watching it, and it's like a stupid notification, you just want to get rid of it. So,
And you just watch it just to get rid of the notification.
pretty much.
That's funny. That's the real. That's the real reason why that notification exists. It's to annoy the hell out of the viewer long enough
Yeah,
for them to.
It annoyed me into watching it, so it did
It
its
did
job.
its job. It did its job. Yeah. Well then. So you would say it's better than the previous. So Survivor's better than Fallen Order, or is it
Marginally, yes.
marginally? Okay.
Oh, I mean, it's yes. I mean, I would say overall yes, although there are parts of it that are worse, like the level design and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. How was the? Okay, here's another thing that I don't really hear much from anybody at all. I remember as they were advertising the game, they were advertising that grapple hooks was a thing.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
anytime I hear anything about it, no one's talking about it. So
I mean, it's just a point to point thing. It's not like you're exploring with it or anything.
Ah.
Like it's like
Oh.
okay, you jump into the air, you press L2, and there's a grapple point there. Like it's
so that's it.
there's not
There's-
much to it. It's yeah.
Oh, so there's not even fights or like there's platforming.
no. I mean, there's platforming with
Okay.
it where you're like wall running and then you go into a grapple or whatever. But like, I don't know. We've seen that in the Arkham games and other games that do it better than this. You know,
I see. So
it's not
so,
like you can like grapple. It's not like in Arkham where you can like grapple and then grapple again and like fly higher and glide. Like you can't do anything like that in this game. It's just very to the point. Like it's just very straightforward.
I see. No physics applied whatsoever.
No.
I see. Wow, that's sad.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, it's
like-
just another tool of platforming. Like it's.
Right. It's just another random, press a button interaction. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
Really.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like it just doesn't link up with the rest of the game in a sense of like.
Yeah, I mean,
using
it doesn't really add anything at all, honestly.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Like
see,
you're
that's
already
the thing. No one
platforming
talks about it.
yeah, you're already platforming. Like it's just another way of platforming. It's not wall running and it's not
Wow.
climbing. It's that. That's all.
Jeez.
I know that's
Why
the
even
worst kind of grapple. Like
advertise?
the one thing about grapple is that it's supposed to give you an extra amount of freedom
Yeah.
instead of just another busy
Busy work. Yeah.
busy work thing.
Yeah. This one just keeps you in a straight line. You're already going.
What the fuck? So it's not even like moments where you have to use it versus just climbing.
I mean, they're platforming like puzzles, like to get through the level. Like you got a wall run here, and then double jump, and then grapple to this. But it's not like you can grapple left or right and go different ways. It's just one path. Like it's I don't know. It's just like a straight path. Like it's
just no options whatsoever. I see.
yeah. It's like you have to press it or you'll die. If you don't press L2 to grapple, you'll die. But like, I don't know. That's it.
Wow. What a. Yeah. What a. Why even
Yeah,
advertise?
I don't
it?
even.
Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even know why they advertise it as anything. Like,
Yeah, it's just it doesn't. It just doesn't.
because I
add
mean,
anything
it's
to the
especially
game.
with like Respawn, right? They have a history of doing grappling hooks well, right? But like,
Right.
this is not that.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy. like the whole like movement thing and like the kinetic ability or like the kinetic force with it. You
Mm.
figured that they would be,
Yeah, again, I was,
something they were
you know,
known for,
yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying, where it's like, you'd expect the movement, even if the combat is deliberate and slow like Souls, you'd expect at least the platforming to be like smooth and like feel good. It's just like it's clunky and it's
Yeah.
not great. I honestly dreaded every single platforming section in that game. I was just like, again, like, come on.
It must have been like, no, but it's just you don't understand. You can't do a
It's just
grapple hook in
difficult.
any kind of Souls games. Sekiro.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. Wow. Well, that's even worse.
I mean, yeah, I mean, even Sekiro, like, way better grappling hook in that game. You can grapple onto enemies and shit, You can't do that in this.
That's wild. What is? It's like you advertise a feature that you never really use.
Yeah. I mean, it's like advertising jumping. It's like, hey, you get to jump. It's like, okay, like, I didn't need that told to me. Like,
advertising jumping jam. Damn. That's sad. That's sad.
yeah, if you want to play this game, like, wait for a big sale. Like, a big sale. Don't pay more than $20 for this. It's not worth it.
Oh,
I
man.
will.
I'll consider
will.
that for sure. PSN Plus it is then, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the first one
Yeah.
was on PS Plus. I wouldn't be surprised if it came there eventually.
There you go. There we go. Hot damn.
PS Plus games this month kind of suck.
They really suck, yeah.
I even forgot what they were. Like some, a lot of the times I just log on the app and I'm like, okay, there's one or two that that I can add to my library, and someday I'll play them maybe.
Right. None of them this time. It's like, yeah, good.
They're not even worth, wasting my time looking
Yeah.
at them.
It's like I'm not paying anything, but I don't even want to waste the time clicking on add to library. It's a whole thing. Like, I just rather not.
It's so oh man, it's so bad that you don't even want to get it for free. That's crazy. Damn. What is it then? What did you say?
See.
What is the
I
actual
don't
games?
remember. Grid, I think, is one of them, which I think is a racing game. I don't
Grid
remember the other.
Legends, Chivalry, Raiding Party, and Descenders, which is
Nice. Never heard of any of these.
mountain biking game.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's what we all asked for.
Wow.
Right? It sounded boring just saying.
Still no Death Stranding in PS Plus. Very surprising.
Oh, I know, right?
I assume they'll do that before the second one comes out, but
That's,
I mean,
that would make sense, right? To advertise it in a
Yeah.
lot of ways. I don't know. Maybe they really need to make their money back with it.
I mean, that's not happening.
I mean, the game.
I'm just saying.
It might have been a mild success in the sense that it paid the bills, right? 'Cause-
No, it bombed hard.
Really? Was it that bad?
Yeah,
it
it didn't
was-
even
it was
start an
apparently-
MPD. It was really bombed.
Yeah.
It's
let me
crazy
look at
how.
that.
It was just mixed critically. Because I think some
Yeah.
people really liked it and some people really hated it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm
And
unfortunate.
I played that game. Death Stranding versus selling. I don't know where I don't know. I just randomly Googled Death Stranding like cost versus selling, and this one it's saying it did recoup its costs.
Okay.
Maybe it did over the years it's been out. It's possible.
Exactly, and
Certainly
that's what
didn't like in the first year it was out.
exactly that's what I'm questioning too, because I don't know.
Although, I mean, even that, honestly, for that
This
game,
article
that
is-
would be surprising. But
Right, this one,
Possibly.
but again, it's 2020. It got
Right.
this article got posted 2020, so it came out in 2019. So
yeah,
it has to be right. In the
3.5
sense of-
years. Yeah.
Yeah, it took
Yeah.
like a while for it to you know, recoup the cost.
Right, right. It
I guess
was.
that makes sense too because it was an exclusive for Sony for the 1st
Mhm.
year, and then it went to like PC and
PC.
Xbox.
Yeah.
Or they didn't, I don't know if it ever went
Right.
to Xbox,
Well,
but
the
yeah.
the article questions that they were asking here, this is before the PC version came out. Cuz even
Mm.
this Kojima was saying we surpassed the amount we needed to make profits. So I think it sold well enough to be called a quote unquote success. And that's what he's doing. He's air quoting it.
That's
You know what I mean?
not true.
And
That-
yeah, I
the
know.
fucking Sony CEO was like, "Yeah, it didn't do great."
Like it didn't do
what the
great,
fuck?
exactly.
Like,
Because they wanted to, they didn't want to just make, you know, okay profits or anything, or just meh.
Right.
They wanted
Yeah.
to, you know, make more than that. And then
Right.
as far as, again, you remember, if you took statistic classes, you know as much as I would know that you can twist the statistics to make anything sound great. So
sure. I mean, but you can't replace like not charting an MPD.
Yes.
Like that's
Right.
fucking
yeah,
the quantitative. Like, did this do well or not?
yeah,
Right.
yeah. He says recoupment of the development costs included, and he says we'll release the PC version soon and have already secured enough profit to prepare for what's next. So there's no need to worry apparently. And this is like quoting him apparently.
I mean, what?
The question was how did Death Stranding perform sale wise? So again, it's yeah.
Well, here's hoping that.
It's a very PR way of putting it though.
Yeah, they do recoup their money. That's the best that can be said.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they made even at a certain
Yeah.
point.
Right, exactly. And it has enough voice. You know, it has a good popularity, despite you
Yeah.
know, despite it just being just polarizing. Not in a way that the guy the
It's very
Garner
weird
you know
game.
yeah it's
a very
polarizing in
weird
the
game.
sense that not everybody enjoys it, but nobody hates it.
There's like the now there's people that hate it.
People
I've heard
definitely hate it.
yeah. There's like I've like there's just one streamer that like is a diehard like Metal Gear fan. And he fucking hated Death Stranding. I mean, you know, he plays it up, you know, his reaction certainly. Like maybe he doesn't hate it as much as he makes it sound like it, but he freaking didn't like it.
No,
He
it's not what
definitely liked
wanted
it.
from the creator of Metal Gear, which
Yeah, exactly.
I agree. That's how I feel. So
Yeah. So for sure, like, you know, hey, I understand his opinion on that for sure. Like especially if
I
you're
mean,
coming off of like especially coming off of Metal Gear, right? Like you going from there and then to here, and you're like, what's going on here? and then even if you were going to go from here to PT and then to Death Stranding, you still think, why am I here? Like, what is going on here, right?
I mean,
you
I
really
play
have
the game.
to
I
pull...
enjoy it. I enjoyed it, and I
sure.
understand. Yeah, and I agree with you. Like I agree with your.
Yeah, like
with your
even
opinions.
I would
Like,
agree with that. I played it
absolutely.
too. I didn't have a horrible time playing it, but then like I still
It's
agree
just
with
an odd
everybody else.
trajectory, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's like
it is.
PS5.
It's really
PT,
fucking weird.
This, like, I didn't see that coming. Okay.
Yeah, like okay, so this is like perfect because it falls in line a little bit with Tears of Kingdom right now. If he made the system in the way that Tears of Kingdom, as I've seen it so far through streamers and videos, like if he did it that way, where it's like it's Minecraft meets this wacky world,
Right.
I would have seen it, but it wasn't that. Like it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't at the level of what you're seeing in Tears of the Kingdom,
Yeah, that
where
would've been
you're
pretty
really
cool.
fucking around with
Like,
the system, right?
Yeah, that with like a Kojima twist, that would have been.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem with the thing is that anything that you ever did, and remember, I'm talking about like when it first came out. Like they have the new version of Death Stranding where they added stuff
Right.
and it's a little bit more wackier and you get to do more fun things. But you know, let's go back to when it first came out and just say, hey, you know, when it came out, anything I was building wasn't intricate enough to say that it was like, wow, I built it and it's doing these crazy things in the world. It's more like I'm building bridges, you know, and traveling points. That's it. It's not
Yeah.
really anything more complicated like fucking building a literal ship that might fuck up, or
Yeah, yeah. No,
or a
definitely.
penis log with bombs as balls. You know, like you don't do that in Death Stranding. Like, you know what I mean?
That'd be cool, Kojima. If you're
That'd
listening.
be cool. I know, right?
Get it in
Like,
there.
I think he needs to play Tears of the Kingdom and be all like, "That's where we need to go. Like, we need to go this route."
But with the systems of this game, so remember how you can use your
Uh,
blood, sweat, piss,
yeah,
and shit, to fight. Now you can make things out of your piss, sweat and blood.
Nice.
You're
Yeah.
literally gonna be,
Yeah.
so blood and sweat and tears.
fuck it, just go all the way. I don't give a shit. Like, just like do something wacky. I mean, if you're gonna make something like that, story is fucking out of just
Like I don't
fucking
even know
weird as fuck.
how it's gonna have a sequel story wise.
Yeah, like I don't know how that's gonna work too.
yeah, yeah.
Like,
'Cause-
whatever. Rick and Morty, I don't know. It's
Guys,
just-
multiverse.
Yeah,
Come on.
true.
Like,
multiverse.
true.
Come on.
Go. Why not multiverse it?
It's
yeah.
obvious.
Pretty much.
Like,
Pretty
duh. We're gonna get a Kojima verse.
Well, maybe there is a multiverse. Cause one of the characters called Fragile, but not that fragile. This is a stupid joke. She's played by that French actress.
Yeah.
We
Her,
used to do, yeah.
yes, her, super hot.
Yeah.
She's like completely covered in her leather attire, and that's because in the game she's actually completely old underneath that because of the effects of the rain that makes everything age.
Right. Yeah.
But in the sequel, if you see the trailer, she's complete. You can actually see her just walking around normally. She's like, she's young again.
Right. Like her body is normal.
Yeah, yeah,
Like not specifically aged.
yeah.
So
exactly.
so for all we know, it's maybe not even the same character, or is a different character, or maybe it is
It's
the same
probably the same
character.
character.
Leah's
My-
Doe variant.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, like healing thing.
Or
Or
maybe it's a
whatever, I don't
variant. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the whole Death Stranding thing, where like it's like a death and apocalypse, and it's like it has like a incarnation of it. That
Mhm.
whose name is Amelie, whose name spells I am alive. Such a stupid fucking twist.
Right. Yeah.
That's the twist, by
Don't
the
you
way.
don't
Her
don't you
name-
love it?
His name is Amelie,
Is
and that is
yeah. Amelie. Yeah.
What? They did the fucking Tupac
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah.
Remember that? Where it's like, whatever, it's like, it was like his real name and it was like scribbled, and the people were like, if you rearrange it, it says, I am alive. And it's like, he's still alive. Oh, guys, he's not. Like,
That's funny.
you're stretching. It's a stretch.
Yeah, that's true. You guys have been reading too much Harry Potter.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did
Yeah,
do that.
Lord
Yeah.
Voldemort
Was
was
it Tom what was
Riddle,
it?
yeah.
Tom Riddle, right? Yeah.
Like
I
I,
mean,
know it was like
then again, it
book.
kind of fits for
It
that
does.
character because it's a kid.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
like kids would do that constantly.
As an adult, I read that book and I was like, wow, that's really stupid. But it's a kid's book, so I'll give it a pass.
It's not that it's a kid's book. It's more like the kid himself. Like the character is still a kid.
It's an E for everybody book. It's
Yes.
like a Mario. It's great for all ages.
Right. Oh, that's so funny. But yeah, I don't know. This new Death Stranding. I don't know how I feel about this.
Maybe they'll do
Most
a
other
collab
people
with
are
Destiny.
saying like, please don't. Most people are like, please stop.
Maybe instead of a
make
maybe
something
instead of
else.
a
Make
walking
PT or something.
simulation, maybe instead of a walking simulator, it'll be a running simulator.
Yeah.
Apparently, Kojima Productions, I guess at the same time they're making Death Stranding 2, they're making like some sort of horror game too, which I didn't know
Oh,
until
yeah.
today. I was listening to a podcast and I was like, I don't even
Ah.
remember hearing that, but that's cool. Like, it's good to know
Well-
at least something else is coming from them.
Right.
Mhm.
Exactly. Yeah. It's something different. But not too different. Because
Ah,
Death
but I
Stranding was
really-
too different for me. That was a little
man.
too different.
You know, there's two people in the world, the kind of people who can enjoy brand new cherry flavor and those who don't. And I'm on the weird
Hmm.
side of be able to actually enjoy that shit.
enjoy
'Cause
something.
I feel
fresh
like if
and
you can
new,
enjoy,
even
yeah,
if
I
it's
feel
like
if,
really odd.
yeah, yeah.
That's a good thing,
I get
honestly.
that. I can
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. I think that's a good quality to have. You're never gonna be disappointed. You're never gonna be like frustrated. You're just gonna like let yourself ride it out, and then just be done with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of other people where it's like they're gonna be like no, no, like just still sitting back there while you're walking away. They're still like throwing their fists in the air, going no. Why? They ruined the cherries for me forever. That, that's fucking great. Anyways, all right. Let's see. We are well past our time. We
Yeah.
are.
Past their bedtimes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just
But
kidding.
it was
I
fun.
still have 5 more hours.
Oh God. Wait, what?
No.
Anyways. All right. So, yeah, we'll see you all next time. Thanks for dropping by and let us know what your opinions are. Yay.
On the next